I would definitely say our group is the hardest one. My next goal is to win the Spring Split, and I really will give it my all to achieve that goal.
It's definitely going to be harder this year, but I still think we can manage to be the top contender in EU.
Last season we went to the final, and I think that we can do that again for sure.
I took a break, and now it is really good to be back in LCS, and I'm gonna give it all, that's for sure.
I think that we just kind of screwed up our roles, and I think we can do a lot better than that.
With this team, we can go to playoffs and even more.
I know if we fix our problems and we will try our best, I think we can be the best team because we have the skill to do so.
Guten Abend, Berlin, and welcome to the party, everyone. It's day 3 of the 2017 EULCS Spring Split, and we are coming in with a bang, looking at a new look ROCCAT as they take on last split's champions G2, and a determined Splyce as they take on the European heroes of worlds H2K. Hello everyone, I'm EULCS, joined here at the analyst desk by Mitch Kreppel-Voorspools and Daniel Tsifa. No, I did it! Daniel Dracos. We're never going to say it again.
Daniel Dracos.
Daniel Dracos.
Fine, just do whatever's easiest for you, you know? I don't want to make this too difficult.
No, this isn't difficult at all. I don't know why we're making it difficult. Well, let's take a look at the games. After 2 days of competition, here is how the teams stand, and they are ranked by their series wins. G2 has one of those, as well as H2K, the Unicorns of Love, Misfits, and Fnatic, Origin, Vitality, and Giants have already played and lost their series, but today we're going to see ROCCAT and Splyce take to the stage.
Yeah, we'll finally see ROCCAT and Splyce take to the stage. Interesting for ROCCAT, they're in a rebuilding phase right now, as opposed to Splyce. They've kind of gone through that entire process last year, so they're looking to refine, optimize, and they should be looking strong.
Yep, and for the rest of the standings, they look kind of the way we expected, at least for a week 1. But I do want to dial in on something next to the results, which is the Unicorns of Love's draft style yesterday in the new 10-ban system, because they broke the mold.
I'll be honest, me and Official were really nervous for the Unicorns when we saw Malzahar and Rengar go through on the side of Vitality. But, I mean, it worked out for them. They had a perfect comp built around it. They played to their win conditions incredibly well, and they proved that there is things you can do against these very powerful picks in the current meta.
Still risky, but they pulled it off.
Yeah, and I do think it highlights that we're only just scratching the surface of this pick and ban meta game, especially with the 10 bans. There is this preconceived notion that all the OPs should be banned, and if one is left open, it means a guaranteed loss. Obviously, Vitality should have done more with this Rengar pick in the early game, but I think it actually bodes well for a team like Unicorns that in the past has always kind of leaned on their star players to play the champions that they want. Unicorns, as Love rather, haven't become kind of what they call in Europe meta slaves. Like, they've always had one of their own identity, and I think they can do that more in the upcoming weeks, especially when they start leaving open very obvious, like, broken champions, and the other team is forced to pick them, only to find out what the Unicorns have in store.
And because of the mind games then, or their strategy, they got their hands on Camille the next game as well, so they had a pretty good win condition straight off the bat.
Camille mostly proving that you can't let all OP champions go through, that there aren't always going to be viable counter picks, although
Disagree?
It wasn't quite that cut and dry.
I think you can, in certain matchups, you can leave Camille open if you have like a pushing bot lane that can take care of itself, you have a jungler pathing top lane. Like, there's a reason this champion does lose games. She is pretty strong, but I think if you get squeezed in pick and bans where you have to leave it open, it is still possible. I don't like the notion of just ruling it out, because if you have like a good Darius in that lane and that gets camped, like what is Camille gonna do? Every time she walks up, she gets clapped. So we'll need to see a few more weeks.
So, real quick, Vitality, did they lose mostly because of draft mistakes, and is that easily manageable, or did you see different things that weren't that good?
Oh, they definitely need to refine the teamwork still.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think we saw the roams that we wanted from Nuke Duck, and additionally, Joko wasn't able to have the impact on Rengar that you expect when you pick something that's this strong and this high priority. You really need to see results, and we really didn't see those.
Okay, we'll see how that evolves for those two squads, and we'll see if we get any more crazy compositions in our 2 series today. We're going to kick everything off with G2 Esports taking on ROCCAT. And furthermore, we have Splyce versus H2K. And I do want to look forward a bit more to that Splyce H2K matchup. Splyce, the last team we haven't seen, and we've heard through the grapevine that they are feeling really confident, really strong going into this split.
Yeah, definitely could be.
I'm really excited to see this one as well. We saw H2K not quite as strong as we maybe expected them to be, but this series is still very important as we expect these teams to be at the top of their group. So very important for one of them to pull out here.
And super exciting matchup. But for now, we're going to get straight into it and have a look at the first 2 teams rolling onto the Rift today. On the blue side, it is ROCCAT within the top lane, Faxi, Maxlor in the jungle, Betsy on mid, Yarnin at AD carry, Wadid on support, and their coach Grabs. Maxlor is coming in there, Betsy is also still there, and I think that Maxlor, he is going to have to be the cornerstone of this matchup, of this team rather.
Yeah, I think he's just a solid jungler on the Rift, but he's also a good team player kind of off the Rift, and it's highlighted a little bit in the video that ROCCAT put out today as well, where he's talking about just wanting to really have a good team environment. He finds it very important. He thinks it's important that everybody gets along, and he seems to really want cohesion in that lineup because they will be going through growing pains. This is going to be a rough start for some matches, at least for ROCCAT. They won't come out of the gates doing everything right immediately, but a lot of these players have experienced that in the past. Hopefully they can use that experience for the better and not let it kind of make them annoyed that they're set back once more.
And there's a lot of players on this team that we don't know a ton about, a lot of younger players, but I kind of want to focus in on a known quantity, and that's Betsy. He was super inconsistent last season, and I'm really hoping that having Maxlor, having more leadership on this team can help him focus on playing mid lane, maybe getting support from the jungle as well, but either way, kind of improving that consistency, because he had some great performances, but he also had a lot of performances where he really did not show through.
Yeah, in terms of guidance, they have Grabs again as their coach. They also added Freddy122, who used to be a player and has a lot of experience to help out in the assistant coach role, so we'll see what happens there. And they will be facing the European champions, the defending European champions, G2 Esports within the top lane. Expect in the jungle Trick at mid Perks, at AD carries Sven on support, Mithney, and their coach Youngbuck. Of course, we remember that fantastic match on day 1 when they played Fnatic. 2-1, things to be improved on, but overall, it was just a great one to start off the split with.
Honestly, a really exciting matchup. I was surprised to see Fnatic do so well with such a young lineup, to take a game off. Weaknesses showing through on both sides, but overall, very exciting.
It was. It wasn't all smooth sailing, though, for G2, and here's what mid laner Perks had to say after that match.
I think it's going to take me a couple of more weeks to become really good again, because I've been working on myself, like, as to control myself more, to play smarter. I was just really using my brain in the off-season and thinking about the game and now I played the first series of the season, and I think I played really horrible, like mechanically wise, or like laning or something, but I think my map movement was good, and I would only die in team fights when I would misplay or something, so I think I'm a lot better on the macro department right now, and being a better team player rather than being a better individual player.
but I think like I kind of let the individual a bit too down, so I have to like get really good mechanically again.
Okay. Yeah, it's definitely the right approach for Perkz to take, even if it hits him a little bit in the short term, where he obviously is not focusing super much about mechanics and matchups, but he is focusing kind of on the mental aspect. I spoke to him just now, actually, earlier in the makeup room, and he was there, definitely very cognizant of having to avoid tilt in the future, you know, not wanting to let it affect his gameplay, because there's going to be moments where you mess up or you get outplayed. That play from Caps was a 1%er. That doesn't happen very often. And despite going down in lane, and yes, the second def was a mistake from him, his map movements actually afterwards were very impressive, and he really helped G2 play solidly from behind. Maybe G2 could have lost that series if Fnatic was a little bit better, but you could definitely see a different Perkz. Perkz last season would have repetitively gotten caught on the side lanes, trying to overpush, trying to like make up for what he'd lost. But this was a slower approach from G2 Esports, and I think it's due to the improved infrastructure that they brought on board.
Yeah, bringing Weldon on board, of course, has to help with the improvement in mental game, and I think at the end of the day, this is something that we wanted to see from G2. They're not just setting their sights on immediate, like instant gratification by winning games in Europe. They're looking long-term, they're looking internationally, and they say, we'll suffer a little bit mechanically in the meantime, but as long as our players are confident in winning and can be consistent on stage, that is what matters most.
It sounds amazing. Now let's see if they can translate it to the Rift. The players are ready to get into picks and bans, so let's send it over to the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And hello, esports fans. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, of course, joined here by my mate, James Stress O'Leary. My beard bro, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good, but I'm going to channel my inner eyes and say, let's go, get into picks and bans. I've heard the players are just about good to go, so I want to see what G2 have got in their second series for us. I want to see what ROCCAT have got in their first series here on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real tough challenge for ROCCAT to be in their first match here of the 2017 Spring Split, and they are, of course, going up against the defending two-time champions, G2. I mean, it's a whole new squad. It's a whole new day. We got some ROCCAT fans in the audience. They always do manage to bring a party, so we'll see what they are going to manage to bring out in picks and bans.
Yeah, going to see exactly what's going to happen because ROCCAT, so they picked blue side here as the first game of our series, which with the 10-ban system, we've started to see a few more picks get left through. The Rengar came through yesterday in the Unicorns Vitality series. We'll see whether G2 are confident in perhaps letting Memento have that.
Yep. Picks and bans are started. So we have Shen taken off the board first for ROCCAT on that blue side in phase 1. We'll see what G2 is going to answer with. Shen has been staple here in the first week of EULCS so far.
Yeah, and certainly alleviates a lot of the presence on the map that obviously that top lane pick with Stand United has available. Remove one of those global potentials. And I asked, would they allow Memento? Of course, it's Maxlaw that's in the jungle for ROCCAT now for this split. So Maxlaw not going to get his hands on Rengar.
Yep, Rengar's taken off the board once again, continues to see that 100% pick ban. The same with the Camille now. And of course, Jace has been very popular in the ban column.
Same with the Jace. We've seen it a couple of games top and mid, but interestingly, Misfortune getting taken off the board very early on. Perhaps that Malzahar, the Zyra matchups that we're going to start seeing a little bit more will continue today. ROCCAT maybe looking for one first pick. Rise still available as well.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what G2 spend their last ban on if ROCCAT are trying to bait this one out. Do they want to lock the Rise for Betsy? Do they want to get Wadid on a powerful champion like Zyra?
There are a lot of other picks. Rise away leaves LeBlanc and Syndra both available for the mid lane if ROCCAT want to run one into the other. Haven't seen too much of that matchup as a lot of them have just been banned out typically. So ROCCAT, after pinching that Misfortune, do they go for the Zyra, the Malzahar here in the first rotation? I mean, whichever is the first one, likely to see the Malzahar picked up again from G2 unless they want to opt for something like a Taric later in the draft.
Yeah, lots and lots of Zyra presence, but as you mentioned, the LeBlanc was left up. I would not be surprised to see that one go over. If they give it away to Betsy, G2, I feel like they're asking for trouble here, but there is also a Rise. There's a lot of powerful mid picks still available.
And we haven't even started really looking at top lane. The Maokai is still available too. Sure, we've got the Shen away from the board. We've also not got Camille as an option up there, but there are still a lot of top laners available. Maokai has been such a high priority pick time and time again that there are so many picks people are classing as OP that even with 10 bans, only 3 of them for each team beginning, there's not enough to take everything off the table.
Absolutely not. So with the LeBlanc locked in, we also see the Kazakhs coming in for Trick. It's been a very popular jungle choice here in Europe so far, and pretty much across the world. And on a very aggressive jungler like Trick, this could do some serious damage to ROCCAT's early game.
Yeah, we've seen it pretty much in every region now. The Kazakhs has come out, so Trick looking to put the damage focus back into the jungle. 2 quick lock-ins for some utility for ROCCAT.
All right, so we have been seeing a little bit of Talia here in Europe. Of course, it's much more, or it's getting a little more popular in some of the other regions, but I like this. Look at all the poke that these guys are bringing to the party.
Talia into LeBlanc, though, is a matchup that I'm going to keep my eyes on pretty heavily throughout this matchup. Haven't seen it in quite a while now. We're going to see what Perkz can do up against this, Talia out of Betsy. And with an AD carry lock-in, what we have seen fairly often with this, the evolution of a 10-ban system, is when you've locked in Ashe already, you're basically going to start banning out Jhin and Varus in the second phase. So what G2 Esports have done here is pick themselves up the Jhin, not allow themselves to get bullied away from a matchup that they want. But now we turn our attention. Support still necessary for G2. Top lane still needed, whereas it's jungle and top lane for ROCCAT.
All right, so the Karma's banned away in phase number 2. But for G2, this is the Elise ban. We actually have not seen hardly any Elise, none in Europe, by the way, but a lot over in LCK. This is where they've diverged a little bit.
I like it, though. The Elise was a pick that Maxlow has used fairly well over the last split. Now we take one away from top lane. This likely is going to leave Maxlow on something like a Rek'Sai that we've seen time and time again. And if G2 don't take the Maokai, that's likely where Faxi is going for the top lane for ROCCAT.
All right, the last ban is going to be that Malzahar banned away by ROCCAT, so G2 will be hunting for another support choice for themselves.
And G2, I expect to look for the support here. Either they take the safe top laner, or they try and counterpick it slightly later on, which is what I think G2 are more likely to do. For supports that are left, obviously Misfortune out of the way, Malzahar out of the way, a lot of the favorable kind of matchups into that Zyra when it comes to trading damage, but there's a tank for you instead.
Yeah, very safe support, quite the definition for less mobile AD carry like Jhin. So we'll see what ROCCAT want to round their composition off with. The Maokai has slipped all the way through, so they locked that one in, and now we are just looking for a jungler. The Rek'Sai makes a lot of sense, but you know what? Lee Sin does as well.
Both are good picks right now, and ROCCAT have been fairly decisive with their picks. Obviously, having 3 games to see from G2, being able to scout out their picks and bans, means ROCCAT have been fairly fluid up until this point.
Yeah, and this is a team that in the offseason has added a little bit to their roster in terms of some coachability as well. It's not just grabs there. They also had Freddy122 now join as a strategic coach. See if it's paying off here.
And with the Tahm Kench picked up, this allows them to go a little bit more damage focus in the top lane if they want it. Rumble is the option on that one for Expect. He had to hover it right as I was about to say it. There was like 1 or 2 extra seconds.
Oh, you could almost be the genius.
If I'd have had it, would have been able to get it. He not locked in yet. We have started seeing a couple of other AP champions be picked in the top lane like the Singe, but it's going to be the Rumble on this one. And G2 round out a fairly high damage composition.
Yeah, I mean, this is really what's in Expect's wheelhouse too. Like, Rumble is one of the champions he started playing early on when he was beginning last summer with G2, and overall this composition has a solid mix of damage and some sustainability coming out of that Tahm Kench. Looks like we are going to be in for some serious mid-game team fights and some catches. That's what G2 looks to be looking for.
Yeah, G2, high damage. ROCCAT on the other side, high utility from a lot of their roles. Obviously, you've got the Ashe, you've got the Zyra for the knockup as well. Fair amount of damage on their lineup, but I want to see what Maxlow can do in this game. Settle himself on this Lee Sin. This is a matchup that can go Lee Sin's way if you don't find yourself on the receiving end of Kha'Zix 1v1s the entire game. Even then, post-6, Lee can do okay against Kha'Zix. If you can land the combo. We've seen a couple of times where Kha'Zix kind of checks into a bush, right into a Lee Sin, loses all of his health. I'm excited. Let's see what ROCCAT have got to offer us. Last split, they came out of the gate swinging, picked up a couple of wins to start their split off. So if they can do the same again, if they pick up wins against G2, that would be a big statement.
Absolutely. I mean, there's really no bigger you can make here in the European LCS, but it is a tough task ahead of them. They're going to have to avoid a real tricky mid-game. But if you guys think ROCCAT can do it, hop on Twitter, go to @LOL Esports, and tweet out #ROCWin. Or if you think the defending champs, of course, are going to walk away with this one easy peasy, #G2win is the hashtag you're looking for there. I mean, this is going to be a real explosive game. ROCCAT, they're looking to make their mark here in Europe in the 2017 Spring Split. Let's see what they can do as we load up onto Summoner's Rift.
So ROCCAT, new beginnings on this team with some old faces when you look, especially at their AD carry position. Hyanan, haven't seen him in a split, but honestly, he was always touted as at least the top half of the EULCS AD carry pool. Like, this guy, when he was playing with Kasing, very well renowned for their 2v2 presence. And I wonder now how they're going to play in-game with Hyanan and Woodid, because first time we're seeing them here on the stage.
Absolutely. Yarnan is definitely somebody you have to think back and remember. I mean, this is a guy that made Sivir look like a hyper carry, so let's see what he's able to do on this Ashe. Obviously a utility choice, but I mean, it can pump out some serious damage.
And I had a moment to speak with Yarnan earlier today about his, playing with Wadid, how Wadid actually is coping, and he said, it's good so far.
What did he say?
He said it's good so far, everything seems to be good, but that Wadid is a player that is looking to improve at all times, constantly wants to get better, always asking, looking to improve the foundations of ROCCAT. So maybe that's the kind of player that Yarnan, with all of his experience, can actually use to thrive and create a good bottom lane for ROCCAT, because a lot of people are underselling ROCCAT right now. There are very experienced players on this lineup, and some new faces as well. So ROCCAT are the kind of team that if everything aligns and comes together, they can start picking up wins.
Yeah, I mean, the focus for the team does seem to be, hey, let's get together, let's make the best team environment we can. You heard it, of course, from Maxlor, but they're gonna have to start by securing their blue buff here, as Expect is giving him a little hard of a time. Foxy was there with Maxlor, and it's no trouble as they spot out that he is starting, of course, on the blue side, but no surprises there. We'll want to keep an eye on how the junglers do interact early on in this game. Back to mid. Betsy and Perkz are just going to trade a few slaps back and forth. For now, the Thunderlord's proc on Perkz pushing him back, but LeBlanc is going to want to wait a few levels before she can really get that combo damage going.
And, in Europe, we haven't seen this matchup in a fair amount of time. When you look at, regular status drawing in the first week of play, of course, LeBlanc now has considerably more wave play than she used to. Talia has a little bit less than before that rework on her Q. So we'll see now how Perkz and Betsy can play this one out. Betsy early ward down, trying to spot out Trick. Doesn't see him, and there were pings already down on the Wolf camp. They're predicting Trick's movement already on this map, and I want to see whether Trick goes for an early Rift Scuttler here, or whether they actually end up delaying it slightly for Gromp, trying to just track Maxlor as well. Look, Wadid wants to see the same kind of thing, trying to get just as much vision control down as they can.
Yeah, it seems pretty clutch that they are looking at tracking Trick all over the map. As you can see, Maxlor actually looking to cut him off. He spots him and backs away. This is so important against the Kha'Zix to deny some of this early game.
So Maxlor will now know, obviously, the Trick was around. Wadid's going to come up and help. Betsy crosses over as well. This is a nice little attempt by allowing Wadid to come up from the bot side to take away the blue buff from Maxlor. As you said, Trick spotted it out, so Trick's instant response, recall, don't even take the fight, head up to the top side and try and get the rest of his jungle up there. But this is a good start out of ROCCAT. If they needed to put Trick behind, which they certainly do, this would be how to do it.
Yep. We'll have to see how much it does set Trick behind. We've seen a few Kha'Zai, I don't really know, really get set behind, but still managed to pick up some kills. Jankos comes to mind from day number 1. But all the same, G2, they're not the defending back-to-back champions for nothing here. With this lineup, they have so many powerful players, and we'll see if that comes to bear here as Betsy gets locked up by the chains. Half his health is dealt from Perkz, but he threads the volley right back, and Perkz is going to have to walk it back to tower.
Yeah, fair amount of damage comes out. Forces a pot out of Betsy, but Betsy ends up recalling out anyway, so going to try and use some of that extra movement speed from the passive to get back to lane. Second Doran's ring and the control ward, just going to try and control as much vision around that mid lane as possible, because if you let a Kha'Zix or a LeBlanc start disappearing off the map, or Kha'Zix coming into mid lane, there's so much damage between those two at this point in the game that it's going to start that snowball rolling for G2, so clear focus on vision out of ROCCAT already.
Yeah, and clear focus on G2 to try to get that vision to spot the counter, if you will, as Mithy noms up Sven as he got caught on the grasping roots. But take a look at how they've already set him behind. Maxlor's a level advantage he has had for a little while. He's going to back here so he doesn't quite get a double level up. But Trick is kind of starved for farm at the minute.
Yeah, look, you can see Betsy was roaming up. Got spotted out on a ward. Heads back to mid lane though. So a little bit of a quieter start to this. We had a moment of skirmish down in the bottom lane where Sven looked like he was caught out, just eaten up by Mithy with the Tahm Kench. That's kind of one of the difficulties now. The laning phase for Sven and Mithy can be a little precarious. But overall, Mithy should never let Sven die in this. They have exhaust, they have heal, they have Tahm Kench. There's no real way that Sven should ever die in a laning phase situation. And Hyanan and Wadid do know that. They're trying to just push in, create as much pressure on the bot side, try and just force Sven and Mithy under tower and get tower damage for as much as they can.
Yeah, it's more than just trying to beat these guys or just trying to win the lane in general. I mean, this is a chip on their shoulder. Wadid said, in the ROCCAT intro video, hey, I think Mithy is the best support in Europe. many would agree. And he's eager to test his mettle against him. So far, so good with this Aszyra bot. Obviously, it's a very powerful lane, but they're doing the job that they need to.
Yeah, certainly doing the job they need to for now. They're doing a good job of keeping eyes on Trick, at least knowing where he is through the jungle.
Oh boy.
Maxlor's gone over.
Ooh. Quick hop from Trick.
Yep, Trick knew he was in trouble. You can see how low health he was. They just got the health fruit in the river. But the fact they forced him back may open up for a dragon here if they want to go for it. They haven't got too much damage available right now between Lee and Talia, but it should be enough to be able to take it down. Maxwell's just going to try and solo it. It is possible on Lee Sin. Between the shields, the attack speed, and just everything else for Lee Sin, you can actually do it. It takes a little while, but Maxwell is going to secure the Ocean Drake for ROCCAT.
Yeah, no other farm to take on the map. Why not get the big dragon? And Betsy's even going to cover for him as the wave has been shoved in. 6.5 minutes into this game, this will give ROCCAT a little bit more of a lead. They already had some gold, but we are still shy of a first blood. However, ROCCAT are pushing in 2 out of 3 lanes.
And it's fairly rare that a team targets out Trick as a player on G2 to try and push behind, try and put him on the back foot. Keep in mind, Trick is the 2-time EULCS MVP all the way through 2016. This is a guy who we said was always consistent, even when G2 were on the back foot as a team. And to go into this game and say, hey, Trick's the guy we're targeting. He's the guy we're going to try and make a weakness out of this team. It's a ballsy play out of ROCCAT. It's worked to some extent so far. First dragon of the game, they forced him back a little bit, but they haven't stopped him farming. He is still ahead, so it's not crippling G2 yet.
Yeah, I think it's a good point that, you know, when you try to put Trick behind or try to put anybody on something like a Kha'Zix behind, it looks good up until the point that the Kha'Zix starts getting, you know, a single, a double, a triple kill. So you got to be careful there, as Betsy has to be careful himself. He does spot Perks, as Perks spots him. And actually not a whole lot of damage traded. That could have been a hell of a lot worse here.
Yeah, it looks like Perks was expecting a little more out of Betsy in reply. Maybe he was expecting the, you know, the minefield to come out. I'm not sure exactly. Perks just didn't really feel like going too far aggressive. Maybe he was worried about where Maxlor was as well. So neither one really trades out too much damage. But I like what Maxlor and Betsy have been doing. Pretty together and uniform play from the two of them. Just trying to get as much vision control and deny as much of the jungle for Trick as they can.
Yeah, it's smart League of Legends. And, you know, it is a very quiet early game, but this is a team still searching for their identity. I mean, the entire roster minus Betsy is brand new. Maxlor, of course, making a name for himself on Giants in the last season. But, you know, Yarnin kind of coming to return after, you know, his stint kind of just keeping himself out of the limelight for a little bit. Wadid and Foxy brand new to the LCS stage. There's still a lot that we don't know about this roster going to be revealed over the next couple of weeks, as Foxy actually haven't talked about him much this game, goes in on to expect. But what do you expect? Because it is a Maokai versus a Rumble.
It's a Maokai lane, which means Maokai is going to drop behind in CS until he's got one item completed, and then start teleporting into fights. So
it's a very scientific lane. You can predict a lot of what's going to happen.
Pretty much just going to be the same thing every single time. So for Foxy, nothing really that he has to do too quickly in this game, but if you can get some good flanks off later on, perhaps we'll start seeing a little more out of him. Perks finds Betsy.
Chains are on, but he does do some damage back. Can't get the seismic shove, but in comes Nithy. They choose Maxlor as the target. The tongue lash won't connect as he flashes away from it. Wadid looking to come back in. And on the backside, Yarnin is there, sends the hawk shot, but he's spotted. G2 want none of this. So that one's going to be stalled, and Yarnin goes back to the bottom lane to farm it out against Sven.
I like the attempted turnaround of that play. You know, utilizing the Tahm Kench. It wasn't a full commit with Sven as well. They weren't looking to try and start the biggest fight, but they certainly get enough from it. They get Maxlor's flash, they get Betsy's ghost. They did have to expend the Tahm Kench ult though, so that is a little bit away from the mix.
All of a sudden, oh, what noodle fight just turned deadly. Okay, so Expect is hanging on.
He's hanging around. Flash
follows him all the way through, and first blood for the Maokai. Whoa, Foxy, way to make an entrance to LCS with a solo kill.
Oh, Expect, he's gone blasting one, didn't go towards the Haunting guys and into Double Doran's Ruby Crystal. Just underestimated the heal and the damage that was going to come out from Foxy. Between Foxy's abilities and the passive, Expect played way too far forward and aggressive in that matchup, was trying to just punish as much as he can, and Maokai's going to come out of this lane ahead, and that is not something that should happen in the Rumble Maokai matchup.
Yeah, flash for flash burned. He just narrowly got him to follow through on the twisted advance, and I mean, that's a great play out of a rookie right there. Let's take a look at it one more time.
Yeah, Faxi, they traded for a while here. Expect thought he was okay, still fairly high health, over half. But then as soon as the ultimate comes on, there's a couple of minions in here doing a little bit of damage, time and time again to Expect. And Expect, his shield drops and he goes aggressive, doesn't instinct flash. The Twisted Advance had already begun the animation. He gets locked down. Faxi picks up a big 1v1 kill against, you know, Expect. He's been on G2 when they've won the split. That's such a big kill to start picking up for ROCCAT.
Yeah, and you know, this really does tie back to what we saw from Expect so far in their first series against Fnatic. A little bit better than, you know, maybe we saw in his very first split, but still very middling overall, and that was something we wanted to touch on, is how Expect was going to do against a lot of these untested top lanes.
Well, he might have something to do here as the play is going on bottom side. If he TPs in, does have ultimate available, but look, G2 a little bit wise to it, which means it's just going to be the tower push.
Perks is coming, though.
Yeah.
Hold up here. Oh, boy. Okay, so it is a game of who catches who, and it looks like it's going to be Betsy. 1-shot, 2-shot, curtain call, 3-shot. The 4th does not get blocked, but Betsy is still hanging around. Perks looking to cut him off. Ooh, flashes the wall after he built it. All right. So Betsy's out. Maybe not the cleanest way, but he's surfing to freedom.
Not very clean on that one. ROCCAT did get first tower of the game, though. They have themselves a 2,000 gold lead. Good platform to build from, and I want to elaborate a little bit more on that Expect point that we were talking about. You know, I actually thought Expect was given almost a free pass to the group stage, being in this group with top laners. I mean, when you look at the competition that he's got to go up against, it's not exactly the toughest. I mean, outside of Soaz, you have very untested top laners. Alfari, people say he could be good, but we haven't seen it proven. The other group is like the group of death for top lane. You've got Odo Amne, you've got Cabochard, you've got Vizichachi. These are all highly experienced top laners, and Expect manages to dodge most of them in the group stage, but he's dying 1v1 to Faxi. This is not something that we really could have predicted for G2. Expect has improved, but he is making a mistake here, and I gotta wonder how much that's going to play into his mental game right now.
Yeah, and how much is it going to play into the mid game here for ROCCAT? Because G2 have built themselves a composition that can certainly thrive off a lot of, you know, pick chances and really, really scattered team skirmishes. But ROCCAT have been playing this early game very well together, coordinating to try and stop the Trick Vision, make sure he's not so relevant and can't get a gank off. Foxy's been able to get a solo kill. I mean, if they can keep this kind of pressure up, they could very well walk away with the game. Once they get to late and you start having like an impossible to kill Maokai, you know, Ashe, who's just able to chase people down after they follow up with a big arrow, and then of course Talia on 3 items or so is going to be pretty terrifying as well. We'll see how it all goes as Maxlor gets found out by Trick. That burst damage is big. Perks looks to go in. Maxlor is finished, but Trick will follow. It's a pair of junglers knocked down.
Yeah, Perks just managed to connect with the Sigil, then ended up picking up the kill. Mithy wants to go.
Oh, indeed. He's going to be stopped and surrounded by 3 members of G2, and Sven claims the kill, 2-2.
It looks like G2 have realized they couldn't take ROCCAT sleeping on this exchange. Couple of plays went in ROCCAT's favor early on, and finally G2 start making plays of their own. Trick is on somewhat even footing now, even ahead when it comes to the experience, so was able to find Maxlor and, you know, utilize a lot of that damage. Now Faxi wants to find Expect in a fight.
We've seen this before. Well, let's take a look back at how the catch happened. Maxlor gets jumped on.
Yeah, and you can see Maxlor loses so much of his health to begin with. Sigil did just about connect, otherwise that potentially could have turned around into a kill for Maxlor if Perks hadn't picked it up. Then would he just not in the quite the right spot, trying to go over the catwalk, gets killed there. Sven comes in with Mithy. That time it wasn't just the support.
All right, so a little bit more action as we hit 15 minutes of this game. The latest first blood we've had by a couple of minutes so far in the European LCS, but we're sitting at 2 kills apiece. Still a slim advantage for ROCCAT. A lot of that coming off the back of them securing the first tower of the game. And honestly, the denial of farm from Trick hasn't really panned out, but he hasn't been able to get involved, minus that 1 assist he actually picked up on a Maxlor, since it was finished off by Perks. Arguably some much needed gold for him as well.
Yeah, it's kind of a difficult spot to try and put a jungler that far behind that they can't still have influence on the game. So ROCCAT, they built themselves a decent lead, still have roughly the same lead they had earlier, but it's all on what Maxlor and the rest of the team can do in the next couple of phases. They just saw Trick on the top side. Betsy and Maxlor are waiting to see if Perks is going to recklessly move up through into the top side of the jungle, and Perks, this time, no reckless play about it, actually just backed himself out as well. Hjanen has to be careful, double TP coming through.
He is gonna get caught. No two ways about it. Jumped on flash heal. It is not at all enough, and the teleport is canceled by Foxy. Oh boy, they really brought the whole team to the party. Betsy is desperately trying to get himself some farm out, but it doesn't even matter. Oh wait, it might. Hold on a minute, they knock Mithy right back in, kicking him, denying everything to get him back to his tower. But, however, the red carpet is laid down. Mithy still staying firm here as Betsy is gonna get caught by the rest of the team. Maxlor has jumped in, safeguard, not safe enough. Maxlor is burning and gone, and down goes Wadid. And just like that, 3 kills on the board for G2, and 2 of them to Perks.
G2 were, you know, quick to react into the top lane with that double TP, welcoming Hjanen back into the EULCS, and then it all goes mid. And ROCCAT overcommit. G2 have turned this game all the way back around. G2 in full control.
Yeah, just like that, one big swing, and it was just like we thought it was going to happen. Big, big catch, followed by another one, and wait, here it goes again.
I don't think Hjanen saw the promo we put out, because it's not just Hjanen that was back. They're all back right now up into that top lane. Every member of G2 there to go 5 versus 1. And then they go mid lane. It looked a little touch and go for G2 for a while. Mithy just too difficult to kill though with the shields. Betsy tried to chase, he wanted to get everything he could, but Perks was healthy enough to come back right into this fight. Body blocks some of the damage, and then in comes Trick and Expect to clean this one up. And oh, it was looking so good for ROCCAT. You can see Betsy knows himself. That is the turning point that gives ROCCAT's game away. And G2 right now. Oh, you didn't want to let a 4-0 LeBlanc happen.
Yeah, that feels bad, man. So, Perks, you know, we heard him talk about how he's focused on the offseason on becoming such a great team player, relatively speaking, but he needed to work on his mechanics. Well, he hasn't had any trouble this game, and he's had a couple of kills fall right into his lap, and he has picked them up. 4-0-2. Perks is back.
Yeah, and with 4-0-2, he's got himself a shiny set of boots that some people still are wondering why we're seeing Merc Treads on mid laners. Well, the reason for it, you look across the rift and you see a Maokai, you see an Ashe, you see a Zyra, and you see yourself getting locked down for an eternity if anything hits you. So you got to try and get out of it. And speaking of getting locked down.
Oh, goodbye. Sven clears the last shot on Yarn, and Wadid is going to be able to inch away, but now the tower is free game here. They're not going to go too deep in. Remember, we're not even 20 minutes in. They're looking to knock down a second tier. Is now 2-1 in the tower score for G2, but that gold lead keeps on rolling for G2. 2,500 Mithy pressing into this jungle right now as the rest of ROCCAT are scrambling to try and come back. The air drake is going to be started by G2 now, give them a little bit more speed. Get to those objectives a little bit faster. Now Maxlor, if he wants to try to go in for the hero play, I don't know if it's worth it. He gets it. Okay. I guess they've always got that.
Whew. Smite while traveling through the air.
Yeah, he made that play look good.
Paying attention. Looks like Trick had his smite on this one, so.
Oh man.
Always got to check those smite cooldowns.
Yes, you do. All right, so ROCCAT gets themselves a Cloud Drake. They have the Ocean, so they definitely have a little bit more to work with here, and you know maybe they can position themselves a little bit better. But you have to be careful. This is still the dangerous mid game, and if they give up another set of kills like they did earlier to G2, it could be lights out.
Yeah, exactly. I think ROCCAT are on that tipping point where one more fight going away from them is going to result in a fairly fast Baron, and then G2 kind of just winding this game up. And it's a shame, really, because, I mean, ROCCAT, their early game was pretty good. I was actually fairly impressed by how they handled Trick in the early game, trying to get as much of an advantage on Maxlor as they could, but they couldn't just bring everything together at the same time. And you can see G2 coaching staff focused, laser focus.
Well, Young Buck's inscrutable as always. You can never read anything off of his face, to be honest. And that's probably a good quality when you're a coach. They look to push down towards mid. ROCCAT found themselves in a position to do it, but you can see Perks bringing up the rear in the back. There's no mini wave to work with as bouncing grenades.
Nearly double TP timing available for G2. You can see Expect's available, Perks isn't. They were pinging on wards in the lower side jungle that would have been able to completely cut ROCCAT off.
That is a great recall animation. I just want to take a quick break from the action just to make it known.
And then you substitute it for Zone Chaos and Mumu in the middle of that, and then it just breaks the internet.
Yes, on the regular basis. All right. Let's get back into the game, though. We're 20 minutes into this one, 20 plus. There will be a Mountain Drake coming up next, but it's some time before that happens. For now, ROCCAT still need to stop this push. There are so many G2 members and so many G2 wards inside their bottom jungle. And Faxi might be tanky, but not quite enough.
Coming with Trick on the bottom lane.
They know it.
They were on a ward, okay.
Okay, still, Faxi can't really do much more than toss a sapling or two, and you can see why that big gold swing that really lost them out after the 15-minute mark. It's been really, really rough for them to recover. But they do have some scaling on their side, right? I mean, you've got the Maokai, you've got Italia that is now sitting 1.5 items. You need a few more before you can really start to dish the damage.
Yeah, the problem is, like, ROCCAT were a little slow to utilize the Talia roaming plays after some of those first kills. We saw them trying to use one bot lane, but Betsy kind of misplayed with the ultimate, couldn't quite ride it out, had to burn his flash, and ended up dropping fairly low before that.
Oh, all right. Maxlor follows all the way. No. Trying to get the kickoff back, but it did not work.
Sven flashing as Maxlor flashed means there was no flash kick available, or kick flash for Maxlor. Couldn't quite close the distance. You see a very familiar face on your screen in the bottom left.
Yeah,
Freddy, of course, is on the strategic coaching team for ROCCAT.
Really like what they were able to do with picks and bans this time around. This problem still is you're facing off against G2, and this is guys that, we talked about Expect and how we want him to, step up a little bit more and maybe not make some of those critical mistakes. But if that's the worst news you've got on your team, you're not doing too bad, because they have got effectively top 3 or top players in 3 of their roles here. You got Sven and Mithy, the best bot lane in EU, and then you've got Trick, 2-time MVP, and even though he was shut down a little bit early, he's still making his presence known this game. Has a Black Cleaver. He's going to be doing some serious damage. Perks is looking to do some himself.
And Perks is looking to stamp his name firmly at the top of the EULCS mid lane pool. Had a little bit of a shaky summer, perhaps, when you look at it. Had a lot of good performances, and some people were calling into question some others, but certainly 4-0-3 in this game, and is off to a good start. A good start. I mean, 4-0-3 is enough to make your teammates basically AFK in solo queue if it's a LeBlanc.
Well, it's the LCS. There's always a chance for the comebacks. I guess that's true in solo queue too. Expect is down on the bottom side. He's going to continue to have this epic fight out with Foxy. Maxlor is coming to the rescue, but Trick is there too. You can see how much focus G2 are putting on this bottom side of the map, and there's not enough vision now. The pings are flying for G2. He's going to flash forward. Foxy looking for more. There's a teleport coming. G2. Double TPs now. They've got to back away. Mithy's already joined. In comes Perks. They throw down the equalizer. They're burning through the Maokai. Maxlor's trying to help. He gets none. The Astro's there. It's helping, but is it going to be enough? Trick is melted down, but Perks picks up the Maokai 1-for-1. Honestly, that's the best you could hope for as ROCCAT.
Yeah, good arrow keeps it to 1-for-1. The tower's going to fall in favor of G2 on the bot side. Betsy's going to try and do the same on the top side as it's happening, so it's going to be a net, pretty much even trade between the teams. But now we got to look at the fallout. Perks is still looking to just pick anybody off that he can. He's strong enough that if Wood did steps out of line, he's going to be able to instantly blow him up, but there is the tower going down for Betsy topside.
Fantastic performance from Perks so far, but this G2 team has been making moves in the right direction. You'd think they were the ones that managed to secure the Cloud Drake, but here we are, almost 25 minutes in. Still about 3,000 gold lead, but credit to ROCCAT for staying relevant. Let's take a look at how it all happened one more time.
So Faxi goes aggressive onto Expect, and what do you know? Out come all of the teleports in response. And even Jin is close enough so that when this fight continues, if he needs to open up his ultimate, he can. Good arrow, as Trick was the one that caught it. Not really sure Trick was wanting to catch it under the tower, but Trick, it's only his second death of the game, and considering the pressure that was put on him by ROCCAT, that's pretty good. Trick's been able to hold his own, and you wouldn't expect any less from the 2-time MVP.
Absolutely, and it's not all about one person, specifically the same person carrying over and over again. In the spring split of 2016, Perks was just an outstanding rookie, and now he's had a chance to be really, really impressive on this LeBlanc, and we've seen him do it. 100% kill participation doesn't hurt either. Curious to see how they use him if this game goes too long. I mean, we're 25 minutes in, could very well go to a late stage of the game. ROCCAT now have sent 3 people down here, but there's a double teleport, and in comes Trick and Mythy. It's never just one, and just like that, they're gonna burn through Maxlor. Perkz gets nailed by the arrow, but it doesn't even matter as Sven picks off Wadid, and now it is all Foxy, but he cannot get away. They're chomping through him, and Trick picks up his first kill of the game. And now it's Dragon time.
The last fight, Expect hadn't used his TP. Mythy's ult was back available. Expect comes down to the bot side. Mythy brings the rest of the team with him. And ROCCAT with another overcommit, trying to just pick off one member of G2. And G2, they're going straight towards that Baron.
I was gonna say, they said, forget it, we don't need the Dragon because there's a bigger objective on this map. There's 26 minutes, we can make this happen. 11 kills to 3. G2 continuing to cement their lead, and if they can knock this one down without too much resistance. Maxlor's only just come up, there's not much they can do.
And ROCCAT can't really do anything here. You can see Hyun on bot side just trying to shove the wave back to try and delay as much damage to the towers and structures with the first wave as possible. So Hyun just trying to get themselves anything from this bad trade, because, I mean, they tried to go aggressive on Perkz, who drops all of the vision. TPs come out easily.
Oh, yeah.
And G2 are there before ROCCAT have ever engaged that. That's the biggest problem, is G2 were under no pressure as ROCCAT were closing it.
You've got a double TP composition that also has a Tom Kench who can bring your AD carry. You have no problems getting isolated. ROCCAT keep on trying to make this play happen. You can see the Ash Arrow is going to be flashed by Expect. He's not falling for that one, but he still pushes the Baron empowered minions. ROCCAT are just looking for picks here, but they're losing out on mid. Perkz, Sven, and Mythy are all there.
Perkz, Sven, and Mythy, a lot of damage between them and the tankiness to survive. Meanwhile, on ROCCAT, can't really say too much in the way of damage. Of just being given word that Wadid has done more damage than anybody else on ROCCAT right now. It's somewhat to be expected that he's got high damage on Zyra, but you wouldn't really expect the support to be the one like, hey guys, I've got the damage, I'm gonna carry.
Yeah, that's a little rough. And as we take a pause into this game.
Someone's pausing, it's like, quick, do the calculations again. That can't be right.
Well, for G2, they have to be pretty happy that it is for the moment, since ever since that quick turnaround, a couple of kills picked off, they have been looking in full control. And this is the G2 that we really expected coming into the split.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we saw them against Fnatic. Fnatic drew them to a long game and had that Rise play from Caps to try and crush down the base in their series. But I mean, this is more of the G2 now, but the beginning of this game was a lot more about ROCCAT, which I think is very commendable.
They played it really, really smart. I mean, you have to give this team a lot of credit here for coming in and going up against not only a really tough squad that has a lot of really high-level players, but 2-time back-to-back champions with a whole brand new squad and not making any serious mistakes, and at least until like 20 minutes in.
Yeah, you can see the problem seems to be with the mouse on Betsy. So we're having people help out, try and get that fixed. Hopefully shouldn't be too long. Hopefully we can get back into it. Betsy, not exactly having the loudest of games when you look at it. 0-1 and 0. Not really what you want on a roaming mid laner like Talia. Normally want to pick up a couple of assists, but only 3 kills to ROCCAT as a team. And one of them was a solo kill from Faxi early on.
Which was pretty sick, have to admit. So Faxi definitely making a pretty explosive entrance, but surprisingly even on Maokai. But you're right, this is a team that has a lot of utility, and they've been trying to use it to catch people, but it's just been foiled time and time again by G2, and Betsy in particular just hasn't had the greatest of games. I mean, he's up against a Perkz performance that we have not seen for a long time. I mean, I guess when you shut down one member of G2, it's like cutting off a Hydra's head, just another one pops up,
I guess so. I mean, at this point, Perkz, he's been reading, he's been tweeting very heavily about his empowerment books that he's been reading, that...
It's a homework from Weldon?
Well, actually, I believe it, well, maybe, we don't know. Weldon got announced after he started reading the book, so maybe if Perkz believes that he can be 5-0-6 on LeBlanc, maybe he will be.
The proof's in the pudding right now. He's having a great game.
But there's a lot to be said for the mental... aspect of the competitive level of League of Legends. There's a reason why sometimes players will take a break from, teams. I mean, Hjanen said that he was taking a split off. He's come back now. Perk's clearly feeling that between Weldon and the improvement he's done himself, feels like he can maintain the level and maybe even go above and beyond what he was before. And certainly this game has started to turn around very heavily in his favor. So something's working for him.
Yeah, and honestly, for G2 as a whole, nobody's really slouching. Like, you can talk about Expect making a little bit of a mistake, but he's been thriving in these team fights and these skirmishes. I hesitate to even call them team fights because it's really a catch that turns into a counter catch for the most part. And G2 are just responding with such incredible rapidity. It's the kind of thing we expect from a team of their caliber.
And as we head back into the game, you have to feel like G2, they were woken up by ROCCAT's first few skirmishes. G2 suddenly realizing they can't really play around in the early game and be slow anymore. So G2 have really taken it back to ROCCAT as this game's gone on. 28 minutes on the clock, G2 in a good position.
Oh, we're pausing again, uh-oh. That's okay, we still get to talk about how well G2 were doing. I wanted to talk about Sven.
Okay.
Because he, of course, has gone for, the Ghostblade start on the Jhin, excuse me. We have been seeing a couple of varieties in how you pick when you choose that champion, but it was very high on the pick and ban, still in phase number 1, that they locked that one in.
Keep in mind there's a reason for that. The fact that Ashe had been picked on blue side in phase 1 means if G2 hadn't picked their AD carry, instantly they'd lose 2. They'd lose Jhin and likely Varus, which forces you now on something like a Caitlyn, which we know is still strong. If you're TSM, it forces you onto Kalista, as we saw at a Wild Turtle last night. So basically, this was G2 saying, okay, let's give away anything else. Like, let's just go into phase 2, having our AD carry matchup, something that we feel is good enough for our bot lane. I feel like Sven should, in theory, be able to take any matchup in the bot lane. He will say that fairly often himself. They're very confident. But in the draft, G2 putting focus on the AD carry before they had a chance to have it banned away.
Yeah, and it was something that was very comfortable for Sven. Yes, we can talk about how he's pretty much good on everything, but it was something we saw him play a lot of last year, had a solid win rate on it, just kind of became, I don't want to say a signature champion, but definitely one of the ones that you associate with Sven. Just a quick update for everybody still wondering, it is a mouse issue on Betsy, so we're swapping the mice out, or 1-for-1 mouse, I should say, as we'll get ready to go back into game pretty soon, just testing that one out.
Testing it out. Hopefully we'll be able to get back in as we zoom in on the ROCCAT logo.
Reminds me of a fun story, though. It actually was something Maxlor was saying in their video introducing the players, that he only really got started playing competitive league Season 4, Season 5-ish, and the reason he didn't go sooner was because he had, and I quote, an office mouse. So I guess peripherals do make a big bit of difference, and well, here he is now.
I don't know whether that's an excuse, Pyra.
All I know is that I love my gaming mouse.
I mean, I hate to bring up the trackball. It's been a long time since we've had to.
I haven't heard that in a while.
The pedigree in Europe certainly has not been anything to do with equipment. We've had our fair share of different things. So,
all right.
I mean, we'll see how Maxwell settles himself now.
Well, I suppose we will, but for now, we're going to go ahead and head to the analyst desk to break this game down in progress. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much. We are taking a bit of time here until the mouse issue is fixed, but it shouldn't take that long. And I want to connect back to a topic that we started up before the match, being Maxlor. Will he be the cornerstone of this ROCCAT? And we did see him coming out of the gate trying to make a lot of aggressive moves. How much did it yield them in the end?
Well, I really like the proactive play following his first clear, where they invaded as a team. They used their bot lane priority to move in, to contest that blue buff, to take it away. I thought that showed smart, intelligent play, but it didn't transition too much to mean anything more. The first 10 minutes of the game, Maxlor felt like he was doing everything by the book. He got them the Ocean Drake, which is absurdly powerful if you get it that early. But after that, it didn't feel like the rest of the team could follow up, and it didn't feel like he generated a sizable enough advantage to kind of ensure victory coming out of the early game.
Yeah, it just shows you that ROCCAT is still a team in the making. So this is kind of a gameplay pattern, what we saw, the exact same movements. You start top side because you have a pushing mid and a bot side, which means you have the option to invade, especially if you're a duelist jungler like Lee Sin. It kind of allows you to play with more freedom, and that's something you can practice in scrims, because it's something where you start, you move to the other side, you can invade. The problem is how to follow up, whether that goes right or wrong, is something you need to practice over a large set of scrims, and I don't think ROCCAT is just quite there yet. But it was nice to see that they could actually refine an invade strategy pretty early.
It was a good start. We're momentarily getting back into game so quickly. Can ROCCAT turn it around? If yes, what do they have to do?
No.
No. Okay.
Yeah, no. It's near impossible, and it would require G2 to make mistakes, and I do not expect that from G2.
Well, let's hope they don't give up at least and try and make or get a grip on some mechanics that could get them back in the game in any case. And I think we are about ready to jump back in if the mouse issue is resolved.
If not,
yes, we are. Casters, take it away.
Thanks again, Shock. Sorry, we're getting back into game. And yeah, I mean, the analysts may not believe. Obviously, it would take quite a lot to come back into this game for ROCCAT. But remember, it is a best-of-3 series. There's a lot they can take away from this so far. And in all honesty, there's still plenty of time to play this game out if they don't, give up an insane amount of kills right now.
Yeah, I echo the sentiments the analysts ask. It would take some real nice fake hype to really say that this
you
could
guys
go
are
wrong.
brutal today. All right, let's see how it shakes out.
No, on a serious note, G2, keep in mind, they've just picked up the Baron. G2 are in a pretty commanding position after turning this game back around. The only real saving grace for ROCCAT is 3 dragons, but right now it's a bit of a mix and match of useful and not particularly strong dragons. The mountain will help if ever ROCCAT stand in front of an objective or tower, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, they've gotten the 2 towers for themselves, one up in top and one down on bottom, but they're yet to knock down the first in mid. And the way things are looking, it's going to be harder and harder for them to get anywhere near that right now as G2 are bearing down. 3 members in the lane, a 4th, Trick, standing in the shadows to see if ROCCAT step out of position. But with Perks threatening on the middle too, and Betsy just not able to push him back. It's the slow and inevitable looking march to victory for G2 Esports.
That's the thing, is Betsy can't shove that minion wave back. His only option is actually to go aggressive on Perks or hope Perks oversteps his boundary. So Hyanan comes across. Bit of a risky play to come so, cutting the shortcut outside of the base, but with that outer tower still available in the top side, G2 do have to do their due diligence and push in here. So keep in mind, only about an 1/8 of the Baron buff still remaining on the side of G2.
Some quick calculations there. I want to ask you a little bit about, pick and ban. Well, we're going to have to catch in a minute, but Mithy's there, and he's going to flash it. All right. False alarm. Trick looking to come back in here. We'll see if they're able to back away. He just sent some void spikes. It's fine. Let's talk about pick ban, because it really did look that ROCCAT had a fairly solid composition for what they were trying to do, but it just seems like execution just got outdone by G2.
Yeah, I mean, the pick and ban I think was okay out of ROCCAT. Getting their hands on the Zyra, the Ashe, the Maokai, I think is a fairly strong basis. From there, the Talia for Betsy hasn't really done too much, but I don't necessarily think it's pick and ban focused, and is that reason.
Well, the question I want to then pose is, what do they need to mix up for game number 2? Like, obviously, that only has so much to do with it when you're facing down a team of the caliber of G2, but what, if anything, can they do? Can they take out of that first pick and ban phase in this first game, going into game number 2?
Well, you can take out that G2 wouldn't be silly enough to let you ban away 2 of their AD carries before they pick it up. So certainly ROCCAT were in a hurry to pick up the Ashe for themselves, which is good. That's fine. That's not a problem. And they were maybe just trying to test the waters, see if G2 were willing to give it away. So certainly now ROCCAT will know that if the same kind of situation happens in a second game. But due to the pause, we are a little bit slower from this. A lot of people will be looking at that and say, hey, they said G2 were just about to win this game, just about done, but we will be likely going to another Baron before this game is done.
That's true. And maybe this is a chance for ROCCAT to try and contest something desperately. I mean, they're down a lot of gold. This is like 9,000 in the favor of G2, and that's 5 towers to 2 that you're really looking at. Perks is able to knock that one down on the bottom. But if they can get a catch when the Baron spawns back up, there might just be a chance for them to get involved. The thing is, they are not getting anywhere near that. Perks is making this look too easy.
He's LeBlanc, makes it look very easy, very mobile. As you said, really, it's only like a catch before the Baron or Baron steal attempt is really going to help ROCCAT out in this. And G2, how are they ever going to get caught when they've got Tom Kench? Maybe if he goes over the wall.
Something like that. Perks trying to make the great escape, but the auto follows him. And just like that, here's the chance for ROCCAT, looking to cut off Sven and Mithy. The Q does not connect from Maxlor, but they should be able to polish off this tower without the threat of Perks here in the mid lane. They're marching the minions forward, a couple of Jin traps, but it won't even matter. Baron's up in a minute and a half. It's going to be too late for them to do that, since Perks will come back up in 40, but still, that's good for ROCCAT. Get some gold back in their pockets.
I haven't seen that out of Perks in a little while. Way too aggressive without vision control. Goes over the wall into 3 members of ROCCAT. Gets caught out, locked down. Ashe arrow comes out. Everything hits him. And
just praising him, man. The caster curse strikes again, but it does seem to happen. I mean, Perks said he needed to work on his mechanics. That's what he was focusing on now that he's kind of mastered being a better team player, but that was the rare miss this game. I mean, for 30 minutes, he's been almost flawless.
Well, I feel like that was a lot of decision-making. If we end up getting a replay of that, we'll see how many people Perks thought he was jumping into, but haven't seen it in a little while. That was the kind of thing that Perks was trying to get out of his game, was those mistakes that just ended up costing G2. Did a couple of them in Summer Split that nearly had a massive impact on G2 standings. But as we crest 33 minutes, Trick opting for the Dragon. First one for G2 in this game.
Yeah, easy peasy take when you're this high a level, so they'll equalize on Cloud Drakes, but that will be the last elemental available in this game. The next one to come up will, of course, be the big boss, but Baron is a much more tasty target for now.
Not an easy target, though.
No, especially not for ROCCAT. G2 might be able to brute force this one down, but ROCCAT are not going to give him a free pass. Look at all the vision they've invested in on that side of the map.
I don't think G2 want or need to force it down and just try and rush it. They're in such a good position that basically playing the vision game, denying any kind of vision around the entrance to ROCCAT and then trying to just bait them down and pick them off. Perks will end up looking to try and catch someone as they're going between lanes. That's the kind of play that they want. You can see G2 are just going to do their diligence and check through.
They have enough to do this. Oh! Misfire. They do separate. Perks, but he
missed.
Dodges, and they have got no cooldowns left. Maxlor, Betsy, they might be caught. Perks coming in the backside. Expect is coming in, but Maxlor, he's already way too down, and they throw down the red carpet. Redemption comes just a smidgen too late. Yarnan's getting burned through, and Trick is having a game. Betsy, Wadid, they both managed to escape, but it is open Baron season right now for G2 Esports, and Betsy might not get out alive. Perks comes around the side, distorts into the Shadow Orb, and it is 3 members down. G2 Esports looking to take out the Baron.
Perks dodges the damage, doesn't cross through the minefield, ends up picking up another kill, 6-1 and 7, and G2, all they needed was information on where just a handful of ROCCAT were. And now Faxi flashes the bush.
He's going back in onto Trick. Hey, that was a nice little maneuver, but it's not going to be enough, unfortunately. One more shot would take him out. The tongue lash, and Sven with an unstoppable kill at 35 minutes knocks him down.
And G2, they had the good positioning on the fight. ROCCAT were trying to flee back up the ramp, and in came Expect from the side. Didn't cross the equalizer over the fighting ground. Instead, cuts off the escape. Kianan tried to run away through it, ends up losing his life for it, and G2 are in a really strong position. 6-1 and 7, 5-0-4 for Perks and Sven.
But ROCCAT die hard here. They're looking to make a play, but it is another equalizer. Maxlor, hey, you can see what he just melted right there. A double kill for Sven as he picks off Maxlor. Valiant attempt, but no health bars dropped on the side of G2.
Betsy tries to slow him down with a Weaver's Wall.
Oh!
May catch Perks.
Perks is still hanging tough, though. I mean, Betsy really tried for the big one, but they've got a redemption coming in, and they can just keep on marching. Only Betsy to offer any resistance. Foxy is going to come right back up, but their base is in shambles now. Baron-empowered minions, the first inhibitor of the game taken with 36 minutes on the clock. G2 know to not push their luck here as everyone's coming back up. They can back, they can buy, because they are in full control.
Slow and steady end to this game for G2. 13,000 gold is the lead right now, and this is what that lead ends up looking like, because look, ROCCAT tried to go aggressive, didn't catch them with the roots, didn't catch them with either ult, and then the fight turns around. Expect is going to cut off the escape path here. You watch how Yanan really desperately trying to get out, but he has to run part of the length, flashes right into Trick. And that's the kill to turn around for Baron. G2 looking so comfortable outside of the first 10 minutes of this game.
Yeah, big damage on their side, and unfortunate for ROCCAT that they couldn't lock up a single member of G2. Might have tipped the scales a little bit more in their favor, but you are looking down the barrel of a really huge deficit. And it just keeps getting worse. 7 towers to 3. They've got a dead inhibitor on top they're going to have to watch for. G2 Esports incredibly comfortable, still ticking away on this Baron buff. And they're looking to march down bottom, pinging out ROCCAT everywhere they go. And this Trick just ain't going to work too many times. Mithy's just able to step up and throw a ward down. They don't have to worry too much, especially as tanky as he is.
And you know, we said there'd be no real way of Sven dying in the laning phase. Well, look at his itemization. He's even trying to make sure that he doesn't die outside of it. Has himself Edge of Night as well.
He's been playing like an assassin, so why not?
Between the Tom Kench, the heal, Edge of Night, Flash, you name it, he's got it to get himself out of a tricky situation. Yet to die in this game, as is Mithy. Combined 7-0-16 for the bottom lane of G2. On the other side, 3-8-2. ROCCAT has not quite been such a successful game. For the first
is coming, but it's a 4v5 right now, and they got the catch off onto Mithy, but they throw the equalizer down. Expect he heals up for way so much there as Maxlor is gone down. They look for Trick, but Perks coming around the backside. Sven opens up the curtains, and now ROCCAT, they're gonna make him disappear. How about that for a magic trick? What an ace! 38 minutes, and G2, it's gonna be Nexus.
G2 are gonna end this game. It was with an attempted pick onto Sven. But we just talked about how safe he was going to be. Everything was there to keep him alive, and G2 are going to take game one.
Making it look easy, no sweat required. 38.5 minutes. G2 are going to knock down the Nexus and take a game number one over ROCCAT.
And you can update that score to 8-0-24 for the bot lane of G2. That is an impressive combined scoreline.
Yeah, you're not kidding. And laning phase, well, for all three lanes, to be honest, was pretty darn quiet. You talked about Trick trying to get involved, and they did a great job on ROCCAT's side of shutting him down early, and maybe not denying him so much farm, but denying him from farming champions for sure. But getting caught a couple times and playing right into G2's hands was all it took.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll hear Crepo and Dracos. Nearly
you almost said Sifa.
Yeah, nearly went by
still
different
getting used to that.
I want to hear if they're going to talk a little bit more about the start from ROCCAT, because I actually think it was a lot better than people give ROCCAT credit for. I like the start. It showed that they actually have a little bit of a playbook to start out games, which maybe against a team that isn't G2 or the strength of G2 may very well have given themselves the lead. Keep in mind, they were 2K up at one point.
Yeah.
It was a good start out of ROCCAT, but you can't take bad fights against a team like G2. They will turn it around and crush you.
Against the double TP. I mean, obviously it's a mistake, but the fact that they not only managed to get a slim lead in the early game and make very, very few mistakes in the laning phase, for a team that has just come together, that's priority is playing together as a team, I mean, that is a very admirable performance, and you have got to not worry too much when you're looking at what they've got on the plate next, but they've still got another game to play at least. G2 have taken one in this best of three over ROCCAT, so we're going to send it over to the analyst desk to take a closer look at how it all went down.
Thank you very much, guys. And stress to your point, not just about the start of ROCCAT, but Crepo wanted to take a deeper dive into the compositions and specifically how the comp of G2, if I am correct, doesn't look that complicated, but it is actually quite hard to play it out correctly.
Yeah, it's just both these teams have a different goal in mind with their compositions, and there's this really cool dichotomy between both of them where you have like the map movements from ROCCAT in the one, and then they will kind of want to just roam and create like the bot lane party. This is where it happens ideally. This is all based on the fundamentals of what they call lane priority. It means Betsy's Talia will always push in LeBlanc early game, and then the Ashe Zyra lane will always have priority over bottom lane. What this means is you have two pushing lanes, which allow your jungler to invade in between early, and then obviously roam towards the Ashe. So ROCCAT always want to push in mid, roam towards the Ashe, and then teleport. The problem is, they're trying to do this now in the second phase, but it's kind of thwarted by G2, and now this is where G2's composition is kind of highlighted, is that they want to make picks with teleports, with the rapid movement of a LeBlanc, and with the Tahm Kench ultimate. So they kind of want to surprise ROCCAT every time while they're in the setup, and this is what happened here. This was following a roam top from Betsy that kind of failed, or as it was being set up. G2 immediately pulled the trigger on double teleport deep wards that were put in lane, then they roam back to mid lane, and then they forced a good team fight using the Rumble ulti as an engage here. So it really highlighted that they're playing different styles, and once G2 ever gets ahead, they will just keep picking off their opponents over and over.
Yeah, and G2 opted for something a little bit more difficult here, but it pays off dividends as we move forward in the game. And the big thing here is for ROCCAT as a young team, it makes a lot of sense to me that this kind of did not work out in their favor, because their comp is designed to win the early game. Their comp should have a lead, but if you're a younger team, you're very rarely comfortable playing against double teleport, comfortable playing against that Tahm Kench global mobility.
Just a question as a, obviously someone who's not a Diamond or Challenger player. I look at that clip and you see Mithy gets away with a sliver of health, and Mithy is an amazing player. But could you not argue that that was a right decision by ROCCAT in some case, because they could have gotten one more crit and killed the Tahm Kench in that? Or is that also just very calculated from G2?
I mean, not everything G2 does is super calculated, but the most calculated movement or part of that replay from G2 was actually the 2 wards that were in place for teleport. Like, they don't magically appear there.
Yeah.
That's because once the bot lane turret was taken, G2 were the first ones to rotate top because they knew ROCCAT was going to do that, to do the same movement again. ROCCAT's plan right there was, okay, Ashe Zyra push top, Betsy push mid, Maxor move in between for vision. Let's move everybody to the top lane and dive the turret. Now G2 say, well, we know you're going to do that. You just highlighted your comp. We're going to slide 2 deep wards behind you in the top lane. So when you're doing that, surprise, LeBlanc's there faster with teleport. Tom Kench can ulti in from anywhere, and our top laner is ready to teleport as well. And suddenly, ROCCAT have to react, and they weren't ready to deal with these teleports.
And for me, the issue is ROCCAT are like learning the textbook right now. G2 have read the textbook, so it's like, oh, you're on chapter 2. It's like, well, we'll just do this against you. Like, we've seen this before. This is standard play. And when G2, yes, it's harder for them to get going with this composition, but once they see it, it's so easy for them to respond because they've seen this before. They've done this before. This is standard League of Legends.
And especially because ROCCAT know kind of what their win condition is and how they have to play, but the second you get screwed by a Tom Kench ultimate that you forgot existed, you're going to get affected. So the next time you want to enter that brush that you're sure nobody can catch you here, you're going to be a little more hesitant, and then you lose the push. And once these lanes are no longer pushing in mid and top lane, jungler can't move in between. You can't get the vision, you can't rotate to a turret, and you're getting picked off left and right, and that's why it snowballed so quickly once G2 was ahead.
And I asked you guys in the short break, will ROCCAT come back in this game? You guys said no. We did see some moves. One move at Baron. They tried some things, but it just didn't come together.
There was a couple small issues here on the execution as we get into the replay, both mechanically and in terms of setup. We saw them waste a lot of time after they had vision priority. They also didn't pressure out the mid lane. And as you look at it now, I mean, mostly focus on the execution here when you look at the replay, because the chaining of CC is bad. You shouldn't lead with your slowest skill shot, which is the Zyra snare. You should be leading with Ashe Arrow. You should be leading with some of the tools that you have available. Instead, Ashe Arrow is used as follow-up, and it's all too easy for G2 to break apart this team fight once all those major cooldowns are burned, because the only way you can stop anyone from getting into your backline is the Ashe Arrow, is the Zyra ult. If you use these tools aggressively and you fail, your whole team composition just falls apart, and they're already at a deficit.
Yeah, they had the one-shot right there. Again, this play came to be because Perks got picked off in the mid, and they gave a bit of a reprieve in terms of pressure, which allowed ROCCAT to push out mid, go for the vision on Baron, but they made the mistake of not pushing out mid again for more kind of vision pressure. As a team, they 4-man went to Wolves. Like they had a 4-man tag team clearing the Wolf camp. Probably because somebody's saying, I need 200 gold to base. But then they realized, oh no, we can't base, because if we base, we're going to give a Baron. So they're like, panic, 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 make a brush bait. Clearly wasn't thought out, wasn't communicated, because Zyra was leading with Snare when there was an arrow. So you can clearly see where the cracks are showing. But again, that's 30 minutes in the game. I like what ROCCAT did the first 10 minutes, maybe 15. They're moving forward, but it obviously shows that G2 is more experienced.
Yeah, and just to kind of close this out, once again, I feel like Stress brought up that ROCCAT played a clean early game, and we can't give them a little bit of credit for that, but their team was designed to win the early game. They should have pressure advantage, and I'm concerned that in a game where they don't pick or winning lanes in the early game, it may look even worse than this. So we really just need to see more from them at every stage.
All right, well, we'll see what happens and how they adjust for Game 2. We're going to take a quick break as the players prepare for that. But when we return, we will see if ROCCAT can fight back or if G2 can take it in a clean sweep. Don't go anywhere.
Fight just turned deadly. Okay, so expect to take he's hanging around. Follows him all the way through, and first blood for the Maokai. And Betsy is gonna get caught by the rest of the team. Maxlor and jump in, safeguard, not safe enough. Maxlor is burning and gone, and down goes Lenid. And just like that, 3 kills on the board for G2. 3 people down here, but there's a double teleport, and in comes Trick and Busy. It's never just one, and just like that, they're gonna burn through Maxlor. Straight from the Perks, coming around the backside. Sven opens up the curtains, and now ROCCAT, they're gonna make him disappear. How about that for a magic trick? What an ace! 38 minutes, and G2, it's gonna be Nexus.
moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Welcome back to our studio here in Berlin, Germany, where game number 2 between ROCCAT and G2 is about to get underway. And no surprises, G2 have chosen blue side.
Nice. Sorry, I realized I'd lost my pen.
I might have stolen it from you.
It's all right. I just got very confused as you came live. Yes, G2 picked blue side. So, I mean, ban phase 1. We're going to see what they come out of the ban phase having access to. Rengar would be the top tier that we have seen time and time again, but I want to see whether they let that over to Trick.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea for them to do that, but I suppose it's always possible. They did let the LeBlanc through, and it's fair to say Perks kind of made him pay for that one. You definitely have to think that's going to be up there on the list. Ryze was banned away last time. I mean, is it one of those things where they try to let one or the other through? I don't know.
The thing is, there's so many OP picks that are in the meta right now, and as the teams are getting ready, we're going to have to kind of look at what exactly gets left through. It was Zyra in the last game. So for this game, you were asking about the Ryze. Will they let that through? Will the LeBlanc get banned is another one that I'm pretty sure that we're going to go back and forth on time and time again throughout this pick and ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, ROCCAT really wanted to grab the Zyra and the Ashe last time around. They managed to get it, but all the same, they still only went even against Venomithi in laning phase, and then they had no trouble really dispatching that later on in the game. So you have to wonder if ROCCAT, or G2 I should say, will just be fine letting them have that. As we'll take a look at the picks and bans. Phase 1 this time is the least banned out by G2 once again, but it's phase 1.
Yeah, Rengar's off the board. I got my pen, so we let them into picks and bans.
There you go.
For those at home, that's not actually the reason. We don't hold them back. As soon as they're ready, they go. So Jhin off the board as well. G2 may very well be looking for the Ashe for themselves fairly early on in this draft. With Camille gone as well, there goes another top tier pick. So we've still got the likes of the Syndra that was up and not played last game. LeBlanc, the Ryze still available as well.
It's a good point, because we hadn't actually seen Syndra get left open and then not get picked up at all here in Europe. It had been 100% pick ban up until that game. May change. I mean, Perks and Betsy, not exactly the, obviously it's a very, very OP champion, but it's not exactly something that we've known them to play in particular. The Fiora ban right away.
Now, this is G2 saying either ban, okay, so we got the Kazakhs coming through. The Fiora pick, ban from the top side. I'm looking at what is still left available. Rise is still there. Zyra is still there. LeBlanc is still there. A lot of top-tier picks. Jace was banned in the last game as well. So clearly, potentially a pick for G2 if they want it. We've seen it top and mid a little bit over the last week or so.
They're taking their time about this. It's down to 5 seconds. What does G2 value the most? Will it be the LeBlanc or the Rise? Timer ticks down.
I think Expect
is that real?
Is not used to it being 30 seconds.
Might be the case.
I think Expect just had the pick timeout on him. We even had him on the screen there.
I mean, Shaco. Saw it in CS qualifiers.
Well, we saw
but I don't expect this one.
I mean, Young Buck is looking at Expect.
What?
Expect's looking at the rest of his team. Grabs.
We might have a remake on our hands. We'll see. We'll see if it goes through though.
Right now, we've had a Rise lock-in, and typically, if the other team have continued with their picks, we're having it stand. G2, they're not talking to the referee. So at this point, it looks like we have a Shaco lock-in for Trick now.
All right.
We have seen Shaco in the EULCS before. Unicorns of Love have played it before. I believe we are coming back.
False alarm, unfortunately. So the Shaco, you guessed correctly, was unintentional. Unfortunate, so we won't get to see the clown this game. I mean, definitely not in that phase of the pick ban. All right.
Expect, not used to it being 30 seconds.
Yeah.
That was...
You only make that mistake once, by the way.
In the 10-ban system, we did go from 45 seconds a pick, or 40 to 50, whichever it was, down to 30. So
you have a little less time.
Expect was taking his time. I wonder whether... Is it too much? Was it maybe Young Buck that was talking? He was like, do we go for this, go for that?
I mean, that's an experienced coach. You got to think he'd be on top of it. But either way, G2 are going to have another chance. We should have the same bans going through, but at least they can have a giggle about it all the same.
Oh, the replay. If only we could replay the moment where Expect realized. Did you see in the camera on
No, I missed it. That's why I'm sad now.
Oh, it was fun.
I was just like looking at the Shaco and I was like locked onto that. Like, what? All right, so we get to go through it again. I mean, the bans made a lot of sense. ROCCAT, since they were thinking it was legit going forward, they were like, oh, grab Rise, why not? I kind of expect it to be pretty high priority in general.
Yes. Yeah, Rise. I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually what G2 wanted. Well,
the LeBlanc was up too. I mean, that's the thing. Like, there were a lot of mid laners that actually were up and available. You mentioned the Syndra, which hadn't been picked or banned by either of the teams in the previous game, and that could easily go over one way or another. I think Betsy wouldn't mind picking that one up too, but I mean, the Talia just didn't quite do what they needed it to last game.
No, and you could hear it in the analyst segment that we had before the commercial break. Crepo and Dracos breaking down a little bit of why some of the plays went awry in the first phase of it. In the second phase, there was a little bit of execution difficulty where they couldn't quite always get around, and we didn't really see them attempt too much more after that. So if ROCCAT are going to try and make those plays, I want to see them be a little bit more brought together, a little bit heightened up at that point.
For G2's side, though, they seem to play with quite a lot of patience. I mean, this is something they've been trending towards a little bit more as they've gotten more experience in the last couple of splits in the European LCS and on the big stage at Worlds and MSI. But, for a while, this was a team that was very known for kind of like, we're just going to dive in, take you down over and over and over again. And they played very controlled against the ROCCAT side that kind of held them to a very even laning phase.
So for those of you just tuning in, we are still awaiting a remade picks and pans by the looks of it. So those of you that saw the Shaco lock-in, that was...
Don't be fooled.
It was not quite
definitely not a Shaco lock-in.
It was a bit of an illusion.
Yeah, so, I mean...
He deceived his way into picking
You had to go there. You had to go there.
I had to a little bit.
Oh, man. All right. So just hearing that we're going to remake, and of course, same bands all the way up to that first pick. So we will have the same 6. That is Elise, Jhin, Fiora for G2 side. And of course, on the side of ROCCAT, it was Rengar, Camille, Kha'Zix. So I think we can definitely speculate as to how we'll see that first pickup. I think the Rise being a lock-in for Perks makes a lot of sense. If that actually does happen, where do we do? Does ROCCAT want to save their mid pick because there is so much left open, but there's a secondary ban phase? I mean, how soon are they going to be looking to try and counter if it is indeed the mid pick first?
Well, that's the thing is ROCCAT, they're going to have last pick before phase 2. So if they are having doubts about whether their mid lane pool is going to get pinched, they can lock it in earlier on and kind of have that first phase counter pick.
Oh, I guess we're about to find out. We're loading back into picks and bans. So I think we can correctly predict the first ban phase. No problem.
I didn't write it down the first time.
Ah, there you go.
At least, Jin.
It's all for you, Stress.
You've got it. Fiora.
Yeah.
And Fiora was the one that I was a little skeptical about because I was expecting not to see Camille on the other side of you banning out Fiora. But Camille had already been banned. That was the second ban for ROCCAT. Kha'Zix was the last.
And it's LeBlanc.
So it is LeBlanc.
So it leaves Ryze up and available if Betsy wants to play it. They have a few more picks to make it happen.
Yeah, they don't need to pick it here. The Ashe could come out from ROCCAT if they feel like Hyanan was playing that. But they are going to maintain the Ryze pick. Fairly confident in it.
And a Rek'Sai locked in for Maxlor. Okay, let's see if he's able to make do on that champion. Last time around, the Lee Sin was able to track trick around the map for a while, and with the Kha'Zix locked down now, let's see what G2 are going to go and answer with. It might be their bot lane. The Zyra and the Ashe are both up.
Yeah, if they wanted it here, of course, they were the team that banned Jhin in ban phase 1. So very, very well may opt towards the AD carry. It would make sense within that. Would kind of force ROCCAT to pick the Varus in the last pick of phase 1. Otherwise, you have to anticipate that G2 will ban it out. ROCCAT likely to turn their attention in ban phase 2 now towards the jungle and top. That is the roles we're still expecting out of G2.
All right, ROCCAT back, ball in their court. Do they lock the Varus here? Do they look for something different?
If they
don't, about support.
If they don't ban Varus here, it's highly likely G2. Or if they don't pick it, it's highly likely G2 will ban it. ROCCAT fairly likely to throw another ban Trick's way as we enter phase 2. So what is left? Rek'Sai's gone. Camille not available, Kha'Zix not available, Rengar not available, Elise not available either. High priority on the jungle champion pool right now. It's top lane we're going to.
So the Maokai's banned away, but G2 still have the option. Once we get out of here, of course, ROCCAT would have the option first to pick up the Rumble.
So for supports, Misfortune likely to be banned away here in phase 2 by G2. As ROCCAT are still searching for their support. High damage poke lane from Misfortune and Varus. For ROCCAT, we saw a Poppy ban against them in the first champion select, but it's Jace that gets taken away. Seen that taken away in just about every single game so far. Will the Malzahar find himself on the ban list? No. He is available for ROCCAT.
The Karma banned a pair of supports, but not the Malzahar, and ROCCAT get the ball back in their court. Do they want to grab the Malzahar? They don't need to do it on this rotation because support for G2 is already picked up.
The other option would be Tahm Kench if they want it, or something like a Taric that is a tank that is able to keep Hyanan alive. That would be first phase 2 lock-in for ROCCAT. Putting us in a spot, what is left in the jungle for Trick? As there have been a lot of bans come out.
Well, there's the Lee Sin available for him.
Wonder whether he'll go to something a little more old school like the Graves.
I was gonna say, on the tip of my tongue.
Hecarim.
The Graves is definitely in his wheelhouse.
He hasn't been much of a Zac player or anything like that, so Trick, we're gonna have to take a little bit more time to find out what he wants out of the jungle.
All right, so the blind pick Shen.
Hey, maybe I'll want Shaco.
There we go. It was all part of the plan. We'll see. I mean, they've got 20 seconds left to lock it, but they got the Shen available, so that gives even more protection to the Ashe. Also, you can do some fun little LeBlanc submarine plays.
Yeah, lots of plays available. 10 seconds left on the countdown for G2.
They're really taking their time in this one, that's for sure. All right, the Lee Sin, I think that makes the most sense. It's really conventional. You know, it's going to have a bit more survivability than the Graves does. And, you know, you can kind of help set up your early lane all across the map.
Which leaves us with Faxi maybe looking for a Rumble up in the top side or another tank.
Shaco hover. Well, there is a Gangplank and it's locked.
It's an old counter to Shen. Well, counter in air quotes. It does very well. You're able to push back waves very quickly, deny Shen's ability to push. You have similar global presence against the Shen with the ultimate that you can use. So Faxi looking for a little bit of a later game scaler, as has Betsy picked up for himself in this game. So a lot rides on the bottom lane of ROCCAT early on.
It's the bottom lane that still has quite a lot to prove. Yarnan coming back in, and after a whole summer spent not playing the LCS, picked up by ROCCAT and joined by a brand new support, Wadid. who said he really, really wants to play against Mithy. Well, he's got one game under his belt, and let's see if he can hang tough once again. The laning phase definitely wasn't their problem last time around. Curious to see if Trick makes a lot of visits down there. I don't think they'll be able to track him quite as easily as they did on the Kazakhs.
And we're going to get to see how Wadid can do when the shoe's on the other foot. It's Zyra against Tahm Kench, but flipped. So ROCCAT clearly trying to use as much global presence as they can up against G2. Almost everybody on this lineup has some sort of global player, at least high mobility, like a Rise to get yourself across the map.
That's globals on both sides. I mean, you got the Shen, you got double TP with LeBlanc. Oh, it's going to be some real crazy 1v1s that turn into 5v5s real fast. All right, I cannot wait to see how this one shakes out. And for you guys at home, and of course here in the studio, if you think G2 is going to waltz away with the 2-0, don't forget, keep on tweeting, hashtag G2 win. Or if you believe in ROCCAT and the power of the comeback, hashtag ROC win. The lights go down. The rift goes up.
I really thought you were going to go with see if they can G2 step their way to a series
I'm not
win.
that punny today, all right, Stress? You're going to have to wait till next week. We're walking onto the rift.
A lot of people at home just muted. Just off that interaction alone.
And they would not, they're not going to hear what's going to happen next. All right, so looking at the start out of here, I want to see what MaxLord does up against Trick this time around. Last time he really had his number in the early game. It didn't end up mattering as it all came down to that win, but still, MaxLord has a lot of mobility. He's a much tankier champion. Let's see what he can make do. Bringing 3 into this brush.
I feel like MaxLord on Rex side, that's the type of champion we've seen him have the most success on. Trick wants to go aggressive. I got this, guys. There's no real way of him dying at that point. But we've seen MaxLord have a lot of success on this Rex side. He's able to control a lot more, I feel, than when he's playing a lot of other champions.
Yeah. Wow.
That's some good base.
Yeah, no kidding. 6 start to this game. Okay. Take a look at our Keystone Masteries, of course. Speaking of tankiness, you know, between MaxLord and Betsy, they're going to have quite a lot to bear, but there's also Wadid. We have a pause to start the game off. Don't tell me it's another mouse issue.
I don't know. Betsy's kind of shaking his head at his screen.
Okay, well, we'll see in a minute.
Either that or he wasn't a fan of the music.
I suppose it's always possible.
Gonna need to get Battlecast Cho'Gath in here. He's got the real sound system that comes with him.
Yeah. Way to bump the skins this game. All right, so we're taking a look for ROCCAT to see what they're going to be able to do. You're definitely going. I think you're going above and beyond, man. But I want to bring it back to your point about MaxLord because yeah, Rek'Sai was definitely one of the champions he was picking up quite a lot. Obviously, he and everybody else were playing pretty much all the Gragas, so it's still kind of in that realm of like it's this tanky, engagey kind of jungler that's not really going to do all the damage, but it's definitely going to be able to get you in and out of those fights. And when you have so many globals to bear, I think ROCCAT's composition this game definitely has some serious power, especially late. I mean, you look at the Gangplank, you look at the Rise. This could get scary if he gets to another 38-minute game.
Yeah, is you talking about that tanky kind of damage style that you can get for MaxLord. Seems to be the best kind of midpoint for him as a player. It allows him also to have a lot of impact in the games, be heavily favoring a particular lane. And honestly, on ROCCAT, it looks like this has become the start of a bit of a heavy mid-focused relationship for MaxLord and the rest of ROCCAT. In game 1, 30% jungle proximity between MaxLord and Betsy. That is a significant amount of time spent together.
That fits into the definition of camped, I believe. Yeah. But this time around, Betsy's going to have a bigger impact because that Taliyah honestly did not do a whole lot.
It didn't, but keep in mind a lot of that time was also spent in the enemy jungle, in the river, trying to get vision control. So
they roam together.
It was less so much of like camping in the lane, more of just kind of buddy systeming together and trying to just go wherever on the map to try and deny Trick, try and deny Perks as much as they could. So we'll keep an eye on that this game, see how much priority Betsy ends up getting from MaxLord. He is likely to kind of get shoved in a little bit by Perks from time to time, but we know Rise is very, very good at clearing waves himself, good at pushing back, and of course has that Realm Warp to come lane to lane very quickly.
Well, we've had some rises into LeBlancs, and this is a solid matchup here, and we'll see if Betsy can hang toe-to-toe with Perks, who, coming off, frankly, one of the best games we've seen out of him in some time. It has been a long offseason, but all the same. We'll see how he does. Sven and Mithy pushing on this bottom side, sends out the hawk shot, will spot Maxlor moving through his jungle, and they can ping that one out right now as Mithy goes to place an advanced ward. You can also see Trick hanging around. Could be gunning for Maxlor's blue buff.
Turnabout's fair play. This is exactly what they tried to do against Trick in the last game. Ward goes down. Maxlor knows he's in trouble if he sticks around. His smite was not quite available yet. He's trying to get it just mere seconds.
He secures it, but he needed the help of Wadid to do it. Now Trick's gonna flash away, and Mithy is caught. Betsy is here. The flash is the fails. No! They don't have enough, and Wadid's gonna have to eat up Betsy. A couple of misfires there to start this game off.
A lot of summoners used their 2 flashes on the side of ROCCAT, a flash and a second one by G2. It looked to have been a lot easier for Trick, but did not quite get the steal off.
Yeah, we'll check back in top lane now that the action's over. This is what you talked about. That Foxy, I think it's a little bit later in the game that he's going to have more impact once he has barrels, which he should now.
Yeah.
There we go. It's a little bit later. It's soon now.
Well, it's not even right now. His barrels don't do enough. Expect is not threatened by that. Typically, it's only once you've got like Sheen and Phage or a completed Trinity Force that your barrels actually start doing too much. So Expect still has to... Well, no, Expect can do whatever he wants in the top lane for now.
Yep. Okay, Trick is coming in. Oh, nice. As the chain's connected, Betsy's forced to flash and ghost away. Oh, boy. All right. So Perks is getting some help from Trick this time around. We were wondering if that was going to be the case. And it is.
And the
big farm advantage.
The problem here is Betsy now with no summoners is over nearly 2 waves down in CS. Oh, and this is a big stack. So Betsy doesn't want to have to recall out early. Doesn't want to have to go back and miss this big stack of experience. So he's going to stay in lane. And look who's coming around the side, Trick. Now, this is not so much about killing Betsy right now as it is about denying him as much as he can. Unfortunately, Betsy will be able to step forward. You can see he gets experience from the cannon minion and hits level 4, but Trick wasn't about to go diving when they knew Maxlor was around.
Yeah, he keeps getting hit by the coconut, but Maxlor, he's pretty much been locked up in his base, and now Trick's like, all right, if you're not going to be in your own jungle, I'll do it for you.
Maxlor doesn't have time to farm out his own jungle while helping Betsy, but you can see Trick is fairly low, but look, there's the increased health, or at least the regeneration from the smite coming down. You think Trick's in trouble, smites it away, suddenly gets like 300 health back at that point.
Nah, he's fine. Maxlor is, though, like we talked about jungle proximity in the last game, he is actually just sitting in this lane right now.
Yeah, this is not so much proximity.
Oh, okay, hold on. Perks has to distort back. That was a close call there for the G2 mid laner.
Bit of a proximity mine there as Maxlor unburrows, catches Perks out, will force him back, but Perks has teleport, so again, this is a little riskier by Perks, but they know that Maxlor alone can't really contend with Mithy and Perks in the mid lane. So they're going to, again, try and deny as much of this CS on Betsy as he can. 42 to 27. Maxlor does not have his flash available. Normally you'd see a flash on Burrow there. Doesn't have it, as Perks was out of mana himself, so would have burned flash for flash, but Maxlor ultimately would have died if he had gone aggressive there.
Yeah, really nice from Sven to actually keep this perfectly happy to just absorb the wave as you saw the roam out from Mithy up towards the mid lane. And is dead even on farm, dead even on gold. Start this game off. A teleport now burned by Expect to come back as Foxy had already used his earlier. You know, not for a lack of trying though. This is not the quiet early game that we saw last time around. It has been a lot of action. Unfortunately, neither team is showing any kills for it just yet.
Yeah, no real kills to speak of. A lot of summoners used though.
Just delays the action.
It does. It delays the action. And we have a bit of a different build coming out for Hyanan on this Varus. I'll speak a little more about it as we get closer, but a Bilgewater Cutlass signifies Blade of the Ruin King. A couple of people have done that. We saw Prey do it the other day in LCK. But generally has been a lot more towards the Essence Reaver. We've been seeing the Ghost Blade a little bit when it's not so much been about that upfront damage, but
play the hit the barrel first game. That's what Expect's trying to do. Yeah, I really wanted to ask you about that. With the Blade of the Ruin King start, do you think this is an adaptation to just try to, like, you know, kite out a little bit from Perks, or, you know, possibly out of Sven for the team fight phase of this game?
I'm not so sure there's too much kiting you can do away from a LeBlanc if she gets fed.
That's a good point.
I mean, against the likes of Expect and Trick, maybe looking to try and kite back, get a little bit of that percent shred off as well. As I said, we have seen a couple of people do it. Prey did it the other day. He also went Phantom Dance, which ended up being fairly defensive. A lot more about kind of surviving when people try and jump on you than it is about poking down from a distance.
Well, that does fit in with what this comp is looking like it wants to do, right? You talk about scaling on the ROCCAT side, and they have the Gangplank, they have the Rise. I mean, surviving does kind of seem to be the name of the game for this early start, as Wadid takes a little bit of poke damage out of Mithy, and Sven is trying to hang firm. I mean, so far so good. 8 minutes and no first blood. Like I said, not for lack of trying on both sides, though.
Yeah, there's been a little skirmish here and there on the bot side. So for ROCCAT, I need to get Betsy a little bit easier through this. But you can see Rise does have a fair amount of damage still. Only has a tier, but still is able to take half of the LeBlanc's health.
Yep. Perkz needs a little bit more to do some damage. He's just sitting on the Lost Chapter trick, and Perkz will look to try and contest that blue buff. It wanders a pixel too far from the coconut, and Maxlor is not falling for that one again.
Yep.
They do spot, of course, that he's doing it, and they are going to spot Betsy being having it handed to him, I should say.
Yeah, this time Maxlor doesn't get caught out on the blue. Didn't turn into a 3v3 fight again, but still Betsy is down 20 CS. And now Perkz constantly going to shove him back out, try and roam. Perkz wants to go up to the top side here. We'll see whether he uses his Mimic to try and fake pressure elsewhere. He's on a ward now, though.
Foxy thinks he can get the better of him. He throws down the cannon barrage. Expect is going to turn and tag in. Perkz the flash forward, and that's first blood for Perkz. Expect with the bait.
Yeah, at that point, Expect just held the fight for long enough. Foxy was too far pushed up, could not survive, and they're trying to shut down this Gangplank before he can get going. However, look, he was well farmed enough to get 2/3 of that Trinity Force completed already, so will start having a bit of presence when it's just him and Expect in the lane.
Yes, indeed. So the first kill of the game goes Perkz' way once again, and ROCCAT had to be having flashbacks to the last in their eyes right now. You cannot allow that LeBlanc to get fed in the hands of Perkz. We'll see if they can deny him any further. Dragon has not been looked at just yet, although the plant from Zyra is going to pop it out of its hidey hole for just a moment. Still, going to take a while before anyone's going to be able to pick that one up. ROCCAT definitely want the Mountain Drake as much as G2 do, and Betsy going to be thrown down a ward, make sure he's not going to get ganked anytime soon as he heads back to mid.
And again, Perkz with the fairly early Mercury Treads, same principle as in game one. You just substitute the Ashe for the Varus as soon as Perkz is trying to go aggressive, get some of that tenacity. Obviously against the likes of the Tahm Kench stun, the Rise as well. High amount of damage, high amount of crowd control. Don't want to get caught out. We saw Perkz once in game one go aggressive over the wall, get picked off, and he really got punished for it.
It took a lot of CC to do it, though. And this time around, I mean, they've still got some. I do like that Betsy is on a champion that, you know, you just get a couple of items and you're going to be able to dish a lot of damage. Trick has started up this Mountain Drake, done most of it on his own, to be honest, and they should be able to secure that one up, no problem. Wadid arrives just in time to see it wave goodbye. So G2 at 10 minutes are able to sneak away a Dragon, while Maxlor on the opposite side of the map was busy clearing away Scuttle Vision. Maxlor heading into the enemy jungle here, as he'll be able to get a little bit more vision and a few camps countered for himself. It's consolation prize, but it's something. Foxy and Expect continue to duke it out. Oranges to stop the taunt. Let's talk about Maxlor for a minute. Something we talked about how he's been, or how he's expected to be this cornerstone for the team. He had a really breakout split on Giants last year, but what does he need to really do to keep ROCCAT in this game, to keep them surviving up until they're a much more powerful team, as Foxy and Expect are going to have no more of that for now?
I mean, you got to just to stop on Expect and Foxy there. 2 times Foxy tried to place the barrel down Expect, flawlessly weaving out the autos to kill the barrel. Wadid, however, caught out.
Wadid's got the gray health. He has to flash away nonetheless. Back down to mid. Perkz is going to be bringing Expect, and Maxlor getting kicked back into tower range and taken down. Trick with the kill secure. And that's all about those globals.
Maxlor trying to just get himself into the fight, trying to take out Perkz, and G2 easily swat away any attempt that ROCCAT have. I mean, it may not look particularly difficult, but, you know, knowing exactly how you've got to take each trade, expecting the top lane trading well with Foxy, then the bottom side trade Sven and Mithy go aggressive, burn a lot from Wadid, and then mid lane, already they're planning how the globals can come out. You can see Perkz goes aggressive. At this point, has to kind of be ready to react. it was pretty much a Shen's shield that ends up saving him. You can see how low Perks ends up dropping, and Maxlor couldn't survive with Trick and Expect there to punish him.
Yeah, just didn't have the damage out, and you know, Maxlor, it was a nice flash on Barrow to try to get that knockup, try to make the damage happen, but not going to be enough. And this time Perks is also ready for the second attempt at the gank. Has no flash, but he's able to distort just fine away from the Rek'Sai. So Maxlor really committing a lot of time and energy to this mid lane, but it is yet to yield the results he wants.
Maxlor didn't check the brush. That control ward's been there for quite a while.
That has been sitting there close to the whole game. Now Trick is going to get spotted on that one, and
you can see Faxi was already backing away. No ultimate available to cut the wave, so it means there's damage done to this top tower. It's still fairly healthy though, so it's not like the tower is about to fall.
But these are all advantages for G2 right now. Like they're starting to pull away a little bit in the gold game. They got that early Mountain Dragon, which is pretty important to start knocking down towers. And they're getting map control,
and
which
again,
is going to be really important later on in the game.
From the mid lane priority, up comes Perks. He's able to shove out now to the top lane.
Cut him off. Foxy. Oh, Expect is following in. And Trick gets the kill. They're onto Maxlor, the chains and everything, but they don't want to follow too deep, so they still pick one up.
Gets the kill with the kick. Now it's going to be the tower under pressure. And, you know, Betsy, again, the second game in a row, he's on a mid laner that has ability to roam elsewhere and is second to the lane. Perks has been there first every single time, and it's very difficult to deal with because Betsy's always trying to play defensively. It's forcing him to miss further CS in the mid lane or not be there, and the rest of his team get 3v2'd. It's difficult to keep up.
So take a look at how Perks made it all happen. Again, the Crux were the ones to spot him, but it was too late at this point.
Yeah, way too late. Perks already had roamed up to top lane.
Kicks him into him.
Gets the kick. Goal.
Does that count as friendly fire? If you're the ball, I don't know.
Well, there was that change that actually makes it so that, like, the you know, the more health the kick has, you do more damage. I like that one. That was a good change for the bowling ball.
I think Trick likes it too, to be honest. 2-0 on this Lee Sin, so he hasn't had too much trouble having an impact in the early game. Maxlor has really been focusing a lot of his attention on the mid. That top notwithstanding, and it really has been a quiet affair down bot. A slight farm edge for Yarnan, but I mean, they need a hell of a lot more than that to stay relevant this game. They've lost that 2,000 gold, and a decent bit of that is in the first tower blood that G2 secured.
And the thing is, Sven and Mythi have been just pushing in this bot lane. Same thing as mid. And yes, there is a bit of a farm difference, but it also translates into a little bit more tower health damage done from G2. They've got it about 2/3 of the health on ROCCAT's tower remains. But again, it's just all about pushing. Sven and Mythi, they can't kill Hyun and Wadid. They tried to a couple of minutes ago against Wadid. That's why his flash is unavailable. But G2 are just in a good position right now. They're utilizing their pushing lanes to get vision control, roam between towers. And again, this wave pushes up. They clear out the damage on the tower. And the next wave or two is going to be a big, big push. Next cannon wave is likely to be a big push onto that tower to kill it.
Oh boy, Mythi's going to take a piercing arrow. The chains are on. They found Trick, but he's going to be able to safeguard away. Perks coming around the side. ROCCAT still trying for a catch, but it looks like they're the ones who get caught. It's Maxlor, and Wadid is going to be caught right in the middle of the Stranglethorns. Has to flash away. Trick kicks him. Mythi's going down, but Betsy, even though he got one kill, finds himself with 4 on his tail. Can he get out? No! Perks finishes the job. 2 for 1.
2 for 1. Betsy had to burn his flash to even get the kill, had to reposition to try and kill Mythi, and it left him only with that ghost still running on himself, and it's going to leave him without a tower now. Faxi didn't TP down to the fight. And again, it's G2 in full control. Nearly 4,000 gold lead for the team, and this is how it all started. They thought they were going to arrow, or thought they were going to catch Mythi with the chains. The arrow ended up coming out in response from the bot side. You can see Sven was already making his way to the fight. Wadid drops low. Betsy ends up 4 versus 1, and look at this, Mythi just playing a little bit of hide and seek around Sven, utilizing his AD carry to try and keep him alive. No warp available.
The last shot before the warp completed.
It looked as though he was disappearing.
Well, he did, but in a different way.
Different kind.
Yeah, so we're 17 minutes into this game, and now it's starting to look a little hairy here. G2 have themselves 3,000 gold advantage. They have the map control on the mid and on the bottom, and they're starting off Infernal Drake. And this should go their way, no problem. Real question is, how do ROCCAT come back into this? How do they win this game? What needs to happen?
They need time. Realistically, they've got a gangplank, they've got a rise. If we ever get to the late game, then, I mean, they're going to start 2 or 3 shutting people.
Starting to look like a big if, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Rod of Ages has been completed for Betsy. So he's in an okay spot, but honestly, G2, Perks is on such a roll, him and Trick. They're a 2-man squad. Game 1 was Max Law and Betsy just stuck at the hip at this point. Perks and Trick are able to just kill anybody they try and engage with at this point.
Yeah, Trick has had a really solid early game, and obviously ROCCAT have not given the same kind of attention to deny him, as he's not on the Kazakhs as he was. Still hasn't stopped him from picking up kills, 3-0 and 1, and he's been everywhere he's needed to be right now across the lanes. Obviously, bottom lane has been, you know, the quieter of the 3, but it really doesn't matter. They let them kind of be alone, do their thing, and meanwhile, they polish out the mid turret, they take down the top turret, they get a couple kills in the bucket, and now Perks is on a roam, says, wait a minute, I don't want a 1v3.
Yeah, sees 3 people and gets himself all the way out of there, but look at Betsy in the mid lane, now fighting with Expect. Expect doesn't really have MR, but is still able to just sit there against Betsy. They want to go aggressive bot lane.
Oh boy, teleport coming in here, and now they want to turn around. The Ash Arrow gets tanked up by Wadid. He's going to throw the Great Health on and has to sacrifice himself. He knew he wasn't going anywhere. Perks still wants something here, but he can't get too much. Or can he, as the tower is going to fall here. Trick taking a couple Praise Seekers and a Piercing Arrow. Meanwhile, Foxy will finally finish off that top turret and give some much-needed gold to himself. Betsy finds Expect. Doesn't really matter.
Tower trade. Perks is back in the mid lane, so Betsy has to concede and run back away. So overall on the objectives, ROCCAT picked themselves 1 up in exchange for their bot tower, but G2 still fairly far ahead right now. You can see Expect finally will make it back up to the top side to deny the rest of the push from Faxi.
Yeah, and as long as he's spent away from that top tower, Faxi's still only just even with him on farm and only had just been able to finish off that tower. So we're about 20 minutes into this game, still a big lead for G2, and ROCCAT tried for the push down bot, or tried for the kill down bot, and just couldn't do it.
Yeah, they tried to. In came the response from G2. You can see Perks arrives with the Shen, stands United Shield on him as he turns up to the fight. It was denied, however, by Betsy, stunning him in the middle lane, or at least rooting him down, meaning Expect couldn't get through. But it was, I mean, I want to say that the timing and the attempt of the play by ROCCAT had potential, but the execution was pretty rough.
It's been the story of this series, though.
Yeah.
You saw it in game number 1. They had a heavy utility composition. They had all these CC tools from Zyra to Ashe, and just could not make it happen because G2 were that much quicker. They had the TPs. They used them real quick. Like this time, not only do they have double TP, they have Stand United. And they might have a whole lot of globals again, but you know, this is the difference between a team full of newcomers and team that is new to each other, trying to deal with a well-oiled machine that is G2 Esports.
Yeah, at this point, ROCCAT, you can see them trying to make plays. The shot was, well, it was called down into the bot side to use as many globals as they could to get there, but they've got so many, theoretically, they can always generally have an advantage if they can pick smaller skirmishes. The problem is, as you said, double TP, Stand United, in exchange to 1 TP and then 2 kind of semi-global abilities between Betsy and Widit. Makes it kind of difficult for it to work if they do it when G2 have their TPs available.
Seeing a lot of pings here in this red jungle. Perks and Mythi are looking to try and cut off Yarnan and Wadid right now. And Wadid is not even in area to swallow him up. He finally gets there. Dodges out, and meanwhile, that was a quick solo kill down bottom side. Expect getting soloed out once again by Foxy.
Well, I'm pretty sure we'll have a replay of that. Foxy past the Trinity Force, that's what we were saying. Trinity Force is that point where Expect kind of starts losing some of the ground that he'd built. Obviously close to the rest, the Ghost Blade as well for Foxy.
I mean, this is what you're talking about. The gangplank starts to get a little bit easier to deal into the Shen. And you said ROCCAT needs to have some time bot for them. I mean, Foxy might just be the one to do it right now. He's definitely getting his push on down bottom. He'll keep getting this gold, and with the Trinity Force completed, he's going to be harder and harder for Expect to deal with.
And he's really making a nuisance of himself. Second turret that he's been able to push down now, as long as ROCCAT don't lose too much ground the other side of the map. ROCCAT actually could be starting to build a little bit of a comeback with the momentum. This was how Expect ended up dying, so Faxi gets that movement speed boost, This time, expect the barrels are dying way too quickly, and expect tries to stand United his way out of danger and just stands in the middle of the cannon barrage.
Yeah, that's not how you want to go. All right. So, expect still having a little bit of trouble dealing with ROCCAT's new top lane. Still some question marks on him, but overall G2 are still looking very solid. But ROCCAT have a chance. They have an opening. They just need to secure more of this vision. There's so many places they can go in their own jungle that G2 know all about.
And you can see how difficult it can be now to duel against a Gangplank. Past level 13, when those barrels are at their fastest on the tick down, it's
harder to play the game of kill the barrel.
You can't weave the autos in the barrels like you can early game, when
and
they tick very slowly down.
Not
now
as
it becomes a lot more difficult.
All right, Sven, Trick, Mithy, all here in the mid, but Betsy and Maxlor holding strong. These minions aren't too healthy, but they're still marching him into the tower nonetheless. Maxlor holding the line, in comes Expect. Betsy could be in trouble. Arrow's gonna land onto Maxlor, and they collapse. A pincer, just like that. Betsy, Maxlor, Yarn, and Wadid all on the run as Perks is trying to get an assassination off, but he can't quite do it.
Here comes Faxi from the backside, doesn't connect with the first barrels. Perks still looking for kills.
Speaking of making a nuisance out of himself, Perks just keeps on hunting, but they can't quite find it that time around. G2 will have to settle for map pressure.
Yeah.
It is going to be an Infernal Drake that they're on, though.
Yeah, quick decision out of G2 as soon as they didn't get enough kills from that. Oh, Faxi now trying to trade with Perks.
Boy.
Dragon does go down. Maxlor, even though he ulted, was not fast enough to get away to the Dragon Pit. That's because of the crisp shot calling of G2. As soon as the fight was not on, they backed themselves away. And ROCCAT, now they're going to try and look for that mid tower.
Well, ROCCAT should be able to do this, but it is just an outer traded for an Infernal. And now Perks actually makes himself available right in the mid. The Shen Shield comes in.
He's still alive.
Still alive, holds on through it. Expect, though, is in a 1v3. Sven doesn't want to get too close to him right now, and they keep pumping the damage. Blade of the Rune King is going to force him to flash. The Ash Arrow comes in. Wadid is able to tank it up, and Maxlor, he doesn't want to tank too much more. As they're going to back off once again. They cannot secure this
TP's
tower.
coming through.
Perks is coming in.
Health.
Oh, there are a lot of low health members right here. Perks can't land the chains. Expect coming in. ROCCAT back successfully to tier 2. Meanwhile, look at bottom lane. Faxi's still doing his thing.
Faxi's trying to push on the bot side. He has to recall, though, because he does not have enough vision control. Luckily, it is only Expect coming through, but G2 are going to utilize this time to at least secure vision control around the Baron Pit. That's what Mithy's doing right now. Faxi is a little out of health, was trying to just get that movement speed, but look at the damage traded back. Titanic Hydra on Shen. Expect's not the only one here. Here comes Perks.
Oh, I think we've seen this one before. Faxi, he cannot do a damn thing. Perks makes it look too easy, and the mid tower surely will fall this time around. Yarden and Betsy are going to take the opportunity to do it. But Splish Push is foiled when you bring down Perks to the party. ROCCAT now looking to clear vision out of the Baron Pit.
ROCCAT, however, do get a good amount of gold from that tower going down, so they will be able to continue building their comeback in this game. Bot tower did not get taken down from Faxi. Of course, it was only a little bit of damage that was done, but that mid tower fell in their favor. G2 have had full dragon control this game. 2 Infernals and a Mountain, and look at the Mountain Drake work for them. Mid lane, they crush that mid tower and respond with a tower of their own.
Yeah, this time around, the Dragons are definitely the much more devastating variety, and G2 have had the map control this game to take down 2 Infernals. The Mountain, guess what? There's another Infernal coming up. If they get that one, you can't imagine that ROCCAT are going to be able to fight them on even ground.
I mean, you look at it, 301 Lee Sin, 304 LeBlanc. 2 Infernals on top of it, a third would be catastrophic.
There's always scaling, but I mean, there's only so much you can do. Between the Rise and the Gangplank, they will have a lot of damage, a lot of wave clear, but Betsy and Faxi need to make some work happen. Faxi's still on this bottom side, continuing to make his push. But G2 just don't seem to care that much.
No, G2 are in a fairly comfortable position still. I wonder now whether the priority for Wadid changes ever so slightly from Hyanan to Betsy. The later this game goes, the Rise obviously normally can handle himself, but we may very well see it change and be that as long as Betsy stays alive, maybe they can keep the fights going. Keep in mind, Betsy has always been a player that has favored later game scalers, gets caught out on this one.
Ghosts. Yeah, some damage dealt back onto Trick. He actually had to use that summoner, and you can see they were not hesitant to drop a single thing to keep him alive. The cannon barrage from Foxy comes in almost instantaneously.
Yeah, instantly as a response. But we've seen a lot of Vlad out of Betsy in previous seasons. We've seen a bunch of Rise as well. Played a lot of Swain in the beginning of summer as well when that was popular.
True. Yeah, one of the first to bring it, if I recall correctly.
And actually looked very solid. That was the ROCCAT that we said looked very convincing. But the last time we saw ROCCAT before today was their series in the promotion tournament where we actually were calling them pretty much done and out. Oh, Faxi and Perks.
Oh, Perks, he can just keep on going. The oranges, is it gonna be K? I don't know! Expect picking off Faxi, getting himself some revenge. Delivered by Perks, and now they're on bottom tier 2. They're just shredding through it. It's 28 minutes, and we're starting to see that gold creep up again. 50,000 to 46, excuse me. ROCCAT have got to find a way back into this.
And now G2 gonna recall for some of their members, swing around over to the Baron pit, clear out the vision control that ROCCAT had, and it's gonna look to be the first Baron of the game. G2 may very well attempt it while Faxi is still dead for 22, or they'll look for the bait. We've seen it happen time and time again. Game 1, they did it as well.
All the ultimates available, except for Expect.
Caught one member of ROCCAT out, and were able to continue on for that big fight around Baron.
Well, they know they can bait this one out. Foxy's going to have his teleport up and available, and he will have his ult very short order. However, vision control secured there. Maxlor is going to throw down a ward in the Baron pit, but it is negated by the control ward. So, won't be able to spot too much here. Hold on. Maxlor does not want to face check that one. Infernal's in 50 seconds, too. I mean, there's a lot on the map for G2 right now if they want to take it.
Right now, Expect gearing up on the bottom side. Takes the Rift Scuttler just to keep vision on the bot side, just in case ROCCAT, when that dragon does spawn, try and rush it down. And also deny ROCCAT's ability to maintain vision on G2 in case that Rift Scuttler had gone over to them. But you can see G2 patiently playing this game out.
I think that's the key thing, too. G2 definitely playing the more patient game, realizing, hey, that's fine. We can outmuscle these guys anytime, any day of the week. They proved it in game number 1. They're proving it again here. And for ROCCAT, I mean, it's a hard lesson to take, but I mean, you got to think it's a valuable learning experience. Getting on-stage experience against the best EU has to offer. 2-time champions, G2 Esports.
And we've seen the patient game come from G2 a couple of times in the past. It typically hasn't been their go-to at all times. They've been a little bit more rough around the edges, more about just committing for things.
Speaking of committing
for things.
Oh boy.
ROCCAT, they're going to try and rush it.
It's bold strategy.
The Ruined King and a Rise here.
It's down to 6,000. Ash Arrow, it's going to hand on Maxlor, but Mithy, look, he's getting the Expect delivered to him. He's going to force a couple of flashes. Perks coming around the side. But you can see how quick they're sticking together. Thick as you like right now. But the chains are on. Maxlor gets out of range. Baron was down to 4,000, and man, that was close. Brownie points for ROCCAT, trying to make a play happen while the Dragon was going, but they couldn't secure it in time.
Yeah, they tried to. Trick is only there with Mithy. The rest of his team has moved over to mid lane. Expect is going to try and buffer at least some of the damage down from ROCCAT.
See if they can catch him. Expect is going to get pushed back for just a second. Cannon barrage. They find Sven. Instant QSS into the heel, and he's kiting, but Maxlor says, no, not today. Sven says, I think so, and he flashes out. All the summoners, all the actives blown, but ROCCAT, they are running steadily out of options. Expect with the barrel outplay, and he gets a double taunt onto Faxi, onto Maxlor. Sven pushing him back once again, and the rest of ROCCAT, they're looking haywire. What did? It's kicked right into Mithy. Stranglethorn's on. Faxi gets the kill. They're taking down Maxlor. It is a 1-for-1 so far, but Yar is gonna fall. Sven, they found Foxy. They found Betsy. Can they take down the gangplank? He's dodging, but it can't be for much longer here with Trick and Perks and Expect all on his back. He's just trying to buy some time. Betsy's here. Maybe he can find Trick. The damage just enough. No, it isn't. Trick with the outplay. Betsy in a 1v2. If Trick really wants to come in here, it would be a 1v3. But Betsy has just got nothing. And look at Sven. He's on the base. There's the ace. They're going to look for the end.
The G2 are going to end this. A masterclass of a team fight when it comes to micro at the end. The macro game has been great out of G2 this series. 13-3 on the board. G2 going to take this 2-0.
Almost as perfect as you can get. 3 Infernal Dragons, 1 Mountain.
Or not
yet. A huge gold lead, but you're right, it's not over. They couldn't quite end it, but it's nothing but Nexus in that base outside of the side lanes. Let's take a look at that fight one more time.
We were joking about whether Expect would be able to out-duel Faxi in those barrels. Well, he just needed to recalibrate a little before this. Was able to get both of them. Wadid kicked back. Good Stranglethorns from Mithy. You can see the zone control over this entire fight. Sven had even held his ultimate for a little while longer to connect on that one on Wadid. And then Betsy just doesn't have any damage the later this fight goes. He just didn't seem like he could output anything. You see, he doesn't even kill Trick with the first connection, and now Betsy trying desperately to put things out, doesn't hit the Q, doesn't land it again. Expect he's not getting anything thrown at him for the rest of this, because Expect just is tanky enough that he can survive, and look at the damage from Shen.
That's not what I expected to see, but Expect was in there the whole time.
He's got that Titanic Hydra Sunfire cape.
Yeah, I mean, you know, usually talk about Ryze as having a kind of a machine gun in the late game, but Betsy's appeared to misfire. Let's see what ROCCAT can do here. Baron is already down to half health. Maxlor looking for a desperation steal, but he may not even be able to get there. And Perk's just going to follow him with Expect. They are not giving any quarter to this team. Baron will go down. G2 secure that one up, and the Ash Arrow goes flying. Does not connect where they wanted to, but ROCCAT still not giving up. Perks takes a heaping helping of damage on the way out, but he's still able to make it. G2 are once again going to walk away with the spoils.
G2 again and again and again are going to use this tank LeBlanc style where they're going in with the Shen ultimate on. Massive shield comes through, and LeBlanc just does not die for pretty much the entire fight. Means survives to the end, 4-0-7, not a death on the board this time. See if that's a curse or not.
I mean, he only had the one last game around. Sven has also done his job perfectly. In that last fight, remember, he had no summoners, he had no QSS because he had just been forced to use all three to get away from ROCCAT. It's good protection from G2, and now Foxy's finding out maybe he could use some more protection himself. Oh, walk away from one, you get kicked into the other.
Foxy was thinking, okay, I'm out. I think I can get away from this. I've got
Suddenly
Flash.
leaps in.
I've got oranges, and suddenly there's a jungler there. G2, they're winding this one up, looking for their second inhibitor. The Nexus is exposed, so as soon as they get a minion wave in there, they should be all right.
Oh boy. Yeah, man, I mean, G2 are doing great, but Perks has had yet another monster game. Just hearing he's done 22,000 damage. Doesn't matter what the percentage is, that's a lot.
Sven,
33, excuse me.
Do about as much to the tower.
That's even more. Sven's just continually pushing this one away. I mean, ROCCAT have so few opportunities to make anything happen because of not just how far down they are, but because they really, really needed Betsy and Foxy to be doing more. Foxy did quite a lot.
Perks using the Mimic just to push Betsy back. He is in Betsy's head right now. Utilizing that fake LeBlanc.
You learn the mind games. Let's see what they can do here. ROCCAT last desperate hold. Maxlor way too low though. He might be tanky, but not enough. Realm Warp is just going to get popped to push them back. Not even taken. But Maxlor now, where was he doing? Sven's going to take him down, and Perks was on him, but didn't matter. Now Betsy, there's no one else there. Expectant Trick, they just said, forget it. We're on to the Nexus right now, and there's nothing ROCCAT can do. G2 sweep the series.
I think Maxlor thought that Realm Warp had his teammates coming with him. He didn't get the memo. Nobody was taking it, but G2, they're taking the series 2-0. Strong start on week 1 for the reigning EULCS champions.
They definitely earned this victory. Didn't hardly break a sweat.
Very composed G2, you can see in the huddle, a little bit less excited than we've seen them before, but I think that's a good start. It's week 1 of the split, put up 2 good wins on the board. I think people expected that from them, but certainly to at least have that written in the history books now is a bit of a sigh of relief.
Yeah, I don't think you can really take anything away from their performance. It's kind of what the reigning champions should be doing. You'd have to question a little bit more if they dropped a game here. But for ROCCAT, I mean, it's a rough break. You're up against back-to-back champions, defending champions on day number 1 for you after watching a little bit of them play in their own day 1. But they've got some more winnable games coming up for them in the next couple of weeks. They've got Misfits, they've got Giants.
And it's interesting because you mentioned Misfits and Giants. They had their series yesterday where a lot of people had thought Misfits would come out and be very strong. I think looking at ROCCAT from today, Misfits and Giants from yesterday, I think the three are a lot closer perhaps than we had thought at first. And that makes for a very interesting set of games. And even if you're Fnatic, you've got to kind of be a little worried for how the performance of ROCCAT and Giants, at least at the start of some of these games, has been. ROCCAT game 1 came out fairly strong. I want to see that happen again and again. If they can really build that as a basis, I think ROCCAT could end up taking a series or two from this group stage. I don't think it's going to be from G2, though.
I think so, too. Now, let's head over to the analyst desk after the decisive 2-0 from G2 over ROCCAT.
Thank you very much, guys. Indeed, the reigning champions here in Europe, unfazed by ROCCAT. And when we look at the game, they were dominating as well in game 2. And when I looked at it, I thought LeBlanc, a double TP. They're looking for the same game plan as in game 1 from the side of G2. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's actually super cool because while it looks on paper very similar, it's actually more of a strategy that ROCCAT was doing in game 1 that G2 was now doing in game 2. Basically, we look at the lanes. We see H2K, that's auto push in the bot lane. We see LeBlanc versus Rice, which is a skill matchup. We immediately saw Trick visit that lane very often. So it indicates that normally, aside from the gangplank picks, which we'll get to soon, is that you want to kind of push mid with the LeBlanc, roam down to the bottom lane, and then basically start camping bot with the Shen ulti. But of course, there's a Gangplank in the game, and that kind of changed how things go.
Exactly. The big thing about Gangplank is not only should he have a comfortable matchup into the Shen, but additionally, he has a lot of opportunities to do other things. But we'll take a look at exactly how some of this unfolds.
Yeah, so basically, this is the early game where, before we get to the Gangplank part, is where this is exactly G2's game plan. They identify that the only lane they have to gank or kind of help is Perks. So they don't necessarily need to kill Betsy. Here we saw Betsy being zoned off some CS, some experience. We see Mithy even roaming from this perma pushing bot lane. Because again, when you push, you give your support the ability to roam. He runs mid, helps Perks push out, get the favorable base. So everything is kind of catered around making sure that Perks is getting ahead of Betsy. Once that happens, Perks is free to roam on the map. Usually he would go bottom for that party that we talked about, but you know, Gangplank has that global.
Once again, the global ult's all too crucial for relieving pressure, for kind of balancing out the global presence on the side of G2 with the double TP. In addition to the Shen ult, we really needed this for the side of ROCCAT for that GP to come out ahead, but we just didn't see it in the laning phase, and I think that made it that much harder for ROCCAT to do anything.
It is because of G2's adaptation, and that's what we see right here. When you can't go bot, you go top. When you play against the global, step 1 is kill the global, so this ultimate gets made in the lane, not in some other lane. And that's what Perks is doing here. So Perks was propelled forward by Trick. Bot lane was always putting pressure due to the nature of H2K, and then Trick and Perks together moved to the top lane to shut down Faxi, who was hoping to kind of steal some kills or kind of help his bot lane. But G2 never went bot lane, despite their composition kind of looking as if it could always do that. And that's where G2 is always so smart. They're always playing with an objective in mind. They know what they can do, where their failures might be, whereas ROCCAT was playing as if they're reacting to whatever play G2 was making.
Yeah, which is somewhere you really can't afford to be, and it feels especially bad for Foxy because this is the new GP with the new Trinity Force. If we look back to last summer season, when Trinity Force still had critical chance, you could build multiple Infinity Edges and guarantee late game damage output, but with the new more bruiser-focused build, you take away a multiplier in his damage output, and so you don't really have this late game to fall back on.
And to round it out, I did talk to some of the members of ROCCAT before the match as well, and they also recognized the fact that G2, as we say and as we see here, has a playbook that is completely worked out. So it is about growing throughout the split and not taking too much from this loss specifically.
Exactly. So, for example, for the fans out there, like ROCCAT, when they see this, they realize like this is not like super deep analysis. It's just when G2 says guys are playing around top, every single member on that team now knows, okay, bot lane has to push but play passive because jungle's not coming. They know this is a swing matchup in mid. It's all implied when Perks then says, Trick, come help me. There's no need for communication. It's all kind of done in practice. ROCCAT, they're filling this in. What does this sentence mean exactly within the scope of the game for this player? They're learning the nuances right now.
And also very important, the player of the series in this one is Perks, and he is a player that we are looking at so intently to see if he can make up further in the split internationally, but if he can hold his own and prove that he is the strongest mid possibly in that group.
Yeah, I think the patience coming out from Perks was what really impressed me. He wasn't all about getting these early lane advantages. The team played around him, and he put all of the power that they put into him to good use very consistently. Game 1, very slow for him. He didn't get to have high impact for a long period of time, but he didn't give up kills. He didn't give up pressure. He always played his role very, very well and never felt like he needed to step into like the star carry spotlight, the over-aggressive playmaking style.
And honestly, we saw what we are used to seeing from the first split that Perks played in the LCS, which is all centered around Perks and Trick working together as a unit, getting the lane advantage for Perks, that then translated into kind of Trick invading. And we saw a little bit of that centered around the mid lane turret when they were kind of putting Betsy behind his turret, a couple Raptors were stolen, and the bot lane was kind of self-sufficient. like Emperor and Hybrid did back in the day. Obviously, in summer, they started playing more around Sven and Mythy, but it's good that there's versatility in styles for G2.
Yeah, fantastic from G2. A showcase here and a 2-0 for them. We have one more best of 3 left in this opening week of the 2017 EULCS Spring Split, and Perks and Mythy will be joining us for H2K versus Splyce after the break.
Is going to be bringing expected. Maxwell getting kicked back into tower range and taken down. Oh, I think we've seen this one before. Foxy, he cannot do a damn thing. Perks makes it look too easy. Betsy's here. Maybe he can find Trick. The damage just enough. No, it isn't. Trick with the outplay. Now, Betsy, there's no one else there. Expected Trick. They just said, forget it. We're on to the Nexus right now. And there's nothing ROCCAT can do. G2 sweep the series.
I feel like another year with my boys is another year where we can get better and better, and our ceiling is just getting higher and higher.
I'm looking forward to face H2K because they got a new Korean bot lane and I have no clue how good they are yet.
If we have like the synergy and we will try our best, I think we can be the best team because we have the skill to do so.
That's perfect. That's perfect. Okay.
Welcome back to the 2017 EULCS Spring Split, where I'm joined by Stress as well as Perks and Mithy to help break down the series between H2K and Splyce. First up, welcome, gentlemen. Congratulations. What are your general thoughts after your first week, Mithy?
It's good. I was more nervous about the ROCCAT game than the Fnatic game because, I mean, ROCCAT is supposed to be more of an underdog, so if we lose to them, it's obviously backfires a bit more. It's not because of anything else. And yeah, I'm happy we won against both teams, even though I think that our Fnatic series was pretty awful in a strategic perspective. It was really fun to watch, at least.
It was super fun to watch, and we'll talk a bit about that with you guys in post-game lobby at the end of the day. Quick thoughts, you were the player of the series today, so congrats on that, Perks. Good stuff. Yeah.
Nice.
All right, we're going to take a look at the players hitting the Rift right now, starting with H2K in the top lane, Odoamne, in the jungle, Jankos, Febiven in the mid lane, Nuclear and Che in the bottom lane, and their coach, Brawley. They had their opening match versus Origin. They kept their own up to 20-25 minutes. In the end, H2K didn't lose control, but it could have been cleaner.
Yeah, I was casting that game, and it just seemed like H2K were a little slow off the mark. Like, they weren't making plays early game. They were just kind of sitting there and not really doing too much around Origin. Coming into this game, have you guys seen too much of H2K's early game? What are your thoughts on that, Perks? Because we just saw ROCCAT come out fairly good early against you guys.
I think H2K's early game is pretty strong point, at least in scrims, because Jankos is like first blood king or whatever. And then I think H2K still kind of lives and dies by Jankos. It's like if Jankos gets there early, they will be able to snowball it. And if they don't, they might fall behind and fall too far behind to come back. And Splyce, I think, kind of more of like more consistent team. They play like, I think, just more consistently than H2K, just basing by scrims, you know.
And the jungler is really good.
Yeah, and the jungler is also really good. So it's like, I think this will be a really close match, and it's gonna be really close, yeah.
Yeah.
I've got to ask though, real big question for H2K Mithy, their bot lane, Nuclear and Che. What do you make of them so far?
I think they're pretty smart in the way they play. They play around their team and they wait for their opportunities and they don't really like take stupid trades. They're not over aggressive because usually when you play against some bot lanes, especially like in your own region, they try to outplay you. They try to like be a little bit like too aggressive, and that's something that you wouldn't do against a very good opponent because that opponent will not get outplayed, right? So I think overall they're very consistent and they're good. I just want to see how they interact with the rest of the team.
We'll see. And before we move on to Splyce, Perks, we talked a lot about the redemption of Febiven in the 2017 season. Can he get back to his 2015 form? What do you think? What are your experiences? How has he changed in mentality so far?
Well, about his mentality and reading books and stuff and changing himself, I think it's really good for him. And I respect it. And I think it will help him to grow as a player and like as a team player and as a leader or whatever. And I think as a player, like as just a player, I think he's really good. He's one of the best mid laners I've played against, and I think he will show up better and better.
I also heard he's becoming a millionaire in the next few years.
Oh, yeah?
A billionaire, not millionaire.
Billionaire, sorry.
Aren't we all? All right, well, taking on H2K, making their 2017 EULCS debut, it is Splyce in the top lane, Wonder in the jungle, Trashy, Senkax in mid, Kabi and Mickey X on support rather on bot lane, and their coach Yamato Cannon. Splyce, they burst onto the pro scene, or I should say the EULCS scene last year, immediately made it to Worlds, a very rampant growth. So how far can they grow still? How much room is there, or how far are they away from their ceiling, you guys think?
I think it's really hard to say. I think their top and jungle are extremely good. Like they're for sure the best players, like they were last split, and this split they will probably be the same. And then I think their bottom, Mithy can talk about it more, but I think Senkax in this meta is maybe not one of the best right now. I think we have to see how he performs and if he can be at the top level like he was in Summer Splits. Otherwise, I think Splyce might struggle.
I'm really interested to see whether Splyce start mimicking some of their success from summer with 1-3-1 styles. We've seen a couple of teams try it. Cloud9 did it yesterday with a Fizz and a Shen in the NALCS. So if Splyce have something a little different from what we've seen here in Europe, maybe we'll see them come right out of the gates with a successful start to the Spring Split. But I think they're a team that we've always got to keep our eyes on for something that's a little bit different. So I'm really looking at that 10-ban selection to see how it affects them.
And maybe to get a bit of a reaction out of you guys, we did have Power of Evil here on the desk yesterday, and some other people said it as well, that some players have the impression that Splyce might be just as strong as G2 right now, if not stronger. Where do you think that comes from, and do you agree?
I mean, Why not? I mean, I don't really mind how strong they are now. I'm okay with being the worst team right now, as long as we are the best team when playoffs come out. So the worse we are, the more we will get to actually learn from our opponents. So that's even actually a benefit more than a bad thing, right? So I'm not really worried at all.
Yeah, I was baiting you and nothing happened, so we can just move on. And I did think it was quite interesting that you guys were mentioning Jankos for H2K, and you were mentioning that their top and jungle were the best players for Splyce. That is not something we've heard like completely dominantly over the course of last year, especially the early game influence from Trashy at times, which is the reason why a lot of times Splyce didn't start strong. They always came back in games. Do you think that's something we maybe underestimated?
I think it's definitely something people underestimate, because I don't remember exactly, but Summer Split was like a lot of lane stops too until playoffs, and then in playoffs it was like they played versus H2K, which had like Jankos, who's like early game god, and then they played versus us, and so it was like the playoffs was pretty hard, I think, and the rest of it, I think they have a pretty good early game, like yeah.
And you mentioned last year, Perks, Trashy played a whole lot of Rek'Sai, a whole lot of Gragas. The jungle pool is slightly different. And okay, we've seen Trashy play the likes of, more carry champions from the jungle. It's not quite the same as Jankos when he's getting on those champions that are going to come right into mid lane or bot lane and start putting the pressure down. Mithy, do you think that's something that Nuclear and Shay will be able to contend with if Trashy turns his attention onto the bot lane?
I think Trashy plays more around mid and top. It's a little bit different to how our team plays. But if they do play around bot lane, I think it's going to be a very explosive match, because H2K plays around mid and bot, and so they will probably collide, right? So I think, even though I really don't think it will happen, it might happen, and if it does happen, I trust Splyce's bot lane to stand on their own.
All right, we'll see what happens. The players are getting ready just to jump into Champion Select. This is the first time for Splyce on stage, so then not everything goes according to plan some of the times, but we'll be continuing shortly. What do you think of the game plan of H2K? Or we have Crepo in the future saying a lot of times that they think that bottom lanes in Europe just aren't the strongest bits of all the teams, or it isn't something that you have to maybe get your strongest players in. Do you guys agree with that?
But I think I agree with it right now. But I think it's because the bottom meta is like so team reliant. It's like about having TV priority top and about having like stronger mid jungle duo. It's all about, I think, getting the pressure from mid lane and then seeing how good you can use the pressure for silence.
Yeah, pretty much that. I think bot lanes right now are very matchup related. So if you're playing Zyra into a tank, then you kind of know how it's going to go. It doesn't really matter who is playing the tank and who is playing the support and the AD. Like, there's not really going to be that much of an outplay, usually. But yeah, like Luca said, it's more about mid-jungle control, and the bot lane is not going over aggressive and waiting for TPs, waiting for the opportunities.
Okay, we got to go. I'm sorry to cut you off. Predictions, very quick.
Sankox Talia, that's what I predict.
All right. Splyce or H2K?
H2K 2-1.
H2K 2-1.
Splyce.
Splyce
2-1.
2-1 Splyce.
All right, there we go. We'll see if Splyce can show up here in their first match. Players are about ready, so let's hand it over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm Daniel Dracos, joined by Mitch Krepo Vorspools. We spent a little time on the analyst desk, but now it's time to get into the thick of it, to get in casting. H2K and Splyce, I can't imagine a better way to start off our season together.
Yeah, really hype. Can't get rid of you. Tried on the analyst desk. Doesn't really work that way. But this is actually a pretty cool matchup, especially if you look at where they used to be. H2K and Splyce was a really cool matchup last year, and now H2K went through a couple of changes, 3 new roster changes, so they're looking for to find their footing, and that's exactly what Splyce were doing last year, right? They came in spring, took a while to find their footing, had to kick their support, and then suddenly they went off. Second half of Summer Split, 16-2. These guys went to Worlds, and they've gone through the rough patches where you got to figure out what to do. They're already refined, and that's why many people are calling them the best team right now, especially in scrims.
Yeah, and of course, it's such an impressive story, not just because they got better, but because of the scale. G2 came in good. They stayed good. Splyce came in bad, and they got very good very quickly. And you have to imagine that H2K want to repeat a similar trend. They want to be the team that brings in a few new members. They want to get good. Exactly. They want to be a top team. And for many people, they're expected to be the first or second place team in this group. There's a lot of pressure on these guys to be successful. But what we saw in their first game, it's not all there quite yet.
Yeah, that's why it's a little unfortunate that these guys are meeting bang in week 1. Because if H2K gets some more room to grow in scrims versus these teams and just can start refining the little things, polishing the communication between the bot lane and the top side of the map, then maybe they can stand a better chance. It's quite surprising that at least I think it was Perks on the desk predicting 2-1 for H2K. I would be very surprised if that happens. Altogether, looking at the way the matches played out, Splyce should win this 2-0 clean.
I don't know if it's going to be quite that clean, but I think it's very surprising to see him vote so confidently for a team we saw not quite performing as well as we expected in their first matchup. But here we are now getting into picks and bans. It's game one, H2K on the blue side and Splyce on the red.
Yeah.
Now, Stress said he wanted to see some Talia, and he's not going to get it. No Senka's Talia.
Banned out. Obviously, we repeat it all the time, but blue side is kind of the ban out the comfort pick of your opponent champion pool, and then obviously Splyce, they have to ban the OPs. You know, the likes of the Rengar, maybe the LeBlanc, Camille will be on their list. Should be a super exciting matchup, player versus player at least, for Trashy to kind of keep Jankos caged, especially for Wunder to face off against Odoamne, because it could be a variety of picks. It could be tank meta, it could be carry meta. They're in the top lane, depending on the second ban phase mostly.
And we've seen these guys go head-to-head so many times, of course, in their best of 5 in the semifinals. It ended up being Splyce taking it 3-2. Odoamne playing a ton of Gangplank. Wunder playing Gnar each and every one of the games, but the top lane pool has shifted a lot. Still see some GP every once in a while, maybe see some Gnar, but it's a very different landscape for both of them to be entering.
This is where the guessing game starts. Where does LeBlanc fall on the priorities? Is he going to get banned out? Rek'Sai is banned out by H2K. Maybe they want to go for... Or Kha'Zix is banned out rather, which indicates more priority on the Rek'Sai maybe earlier on. Got it off Trashy's hands. Interesting how Kha'Zix kind of got buffed every patch and eventually resurfaced in the meta.
Well, Tahm Kench taken away as well. A very strong counter to the Malzahar. Splyce taking away the LeBlanc, though, not too concerned. It does leave the Malz wide open, but there is a ton of power up and on the table.
That Tahm Kench ban might influence the way supports are picked after the second ban phase, because very often we see the Karma and maybe the Misfortune banned out, and the teams go for, okay, let's pick the Tahm Kench. It might not be available anymore. Let's see if this creates a bit of a pitfall later on. Obviously, when Zyra is open, generally teams want the first pick her. This used to be where we thought maybe like Syndra first pick, but there's enough matchups to play, especially with Ryze still open, that H2K really valued the power push from the Zyra. She is the S tier support right now and worth picking up.
It's interesting that you bring that up. S tier for Zyra. I think a lot of people were thinking it was going to be S tier for Malzahar, given the raw power that it showed when we first saw it appear in solo queue and from what teams were mentioning from Scrim. Why aren't we seeing Malzahar here?
I mean, suffice to say, there's plenty of weaknesses. We'll delve into the specifics of the matchup if it gets picked. We can just keep focusing on the draft, because with only 30 seconds, it takes about a minute and a half to truly dive into Malzahar, and then people are going to think this is a new Krugs. So let's just keep going here.
You've suffered enough at the hands of the Krugs meme. All right, so it's going to be the Syndra locked in. You said that there are some matchups they can bring out here. Rek'Sai taken off the board as well. A strong, consistent jungler for Trashy, something he has been known to play a lot in the previous season. Jankos getting the Jhin as well. What do you think the option is here for H2K with this final pick in Phase 1?
Okay, they could just match the mid lane, wait for some other picks. Because I like just matching a pick that you've seen on the other side already, so you can at least leave some counter pick potential. If you reveal a role right here, you may get outbanned later on. But they're going for an early top Jace lock-in. That's actually interesting. There is potential for Splyce to play carry top laners, however, because they have a tank jungler. I really like having either a tank in top lane or the jungle, but not both at the same time. So that's really good to enable Wunderwear, but he might have to pick right here. So Splyce is in a bind. They want to get a favorable support into the Zyra because they're afraid that Misfortune and Karma will get banned out next rotation. But if they pick support here, then H2K is obviously going to start their second ban focus towards the top lane. So that's actually really smart for them to kind of force Splyce to react here. What do you value, a comfortable support or a comfortable top laner?
Yeah, the flexibility in the second ban phase has been very big because you saw, as you said, teams focus banning what is left available, and now H2K are free to ban what they want, but Splyce are prioritizing the top laner here. They're taking the Shen off the table.
Yeah, but they're taking the Shen, which means double tank. Rek'Sai Shen, really beefy frontline. Obviously, there's damage coming from Syndra, but then a large damage component will have to come out of that bot lane, right? The problem right now is we're going into the second ban phase where H2K can specifically target that bot lane. They've locked in their support, they've locked in their AD carry, so they can start banning away picks that influence the bot lane in general, weakening Splyce there exactly where they need to draw their power from to kind of fulfill this composition. So Splyce, they definitely need to react to what H2K is going to ban here.
And short of some kind of mix-up, it does feel like H2K are one step ahead in this pick and ban phase. Misfortune, the traditional counter to Zyra, taken off the table. They can take another support. They can take an AD carry off the board if they want. And Splyce just taking away power picks here. Elise a strong early presence, Ryze a strong mid laner in just about any situation. But Splyce feels like they're just banning what they have to, what is powerful, whereas H2K feels like they have a really clean plan coming
They're banning the opposite roles, obviously, so take away the Ryze because it's a strong mid laner left, but there are the likes of Orianna that you can still play and kind of survive. Usually this is a Karma ban. We've seen this so often. You lock in Zyra, you ban Misfortune, you ban Karma, and then the Malzahar matchup has to be played, but because many people don't want to play the Malzahar matchup, they end up going for the Tahm Kench, which is also banned, which makes me surprised that it's actually the Ashe ban that finally comes out.
Ashe, of course, a solid source of consistent damage. Varus probably the last probable meta pick left on the table, but
Jhin is good into Ashe. That is what kind of surprises me here. Maybe they're just very afraid of kind of Malzahar and Ashe together somehow if they ban out the Karma. It's peculiar. We'll have to ask the players. Obviously, you can only speculate so much, but it does look like the Karma goes through, and then it is the logical pickup.
Karma, of course, pretty much safe into every lane. May not be the ideal matchup, but has the range, has the poke, can trade if necessary. Maybe falling flat in front of the raw power of Zyra, but a lot of utility available in the kit as well. H2K waiting on a jungler, waiting on what could be a top or a mid laner. Have heard rumors of the mid lane Jace, although have not seen it too much.
So this is a double flex. Jace can go both top and mid lane, and Rumble can go both top and jungle. So there's still information hidden. Obviously, won't be flexed for too long because they're about to lock in the last pick.
Short of a triple flex, I think Splyce will have a good idea exactly what is going to come out of these lanes. But I think it's good that you brought up the Malzahar, because if we do see it here, Malzahar was the death sentence for H2K when they played in the semifinals. When it was Malzahar mid, that was all powerful. But this is new. This is the Malzahar in the bottom lane, and they're not worried about it at all. And of course, they shouldn't be. Karma taken off the board, and pretty much no chance for that champion to be seen.
The value this Jace flex pick brings now is that otherwise he would have to lane top lane into Shen, which is a fine matchup for Shen. He gets really tanky, and after a while, Jace can't really do much. Now Shen has to play in Rumble, and that's actually a good matchup for Rumble because he has more push power. He can always burn through, and the Jace has to go mid. It's a very swingy matchup against Syndra, where Syndra, if she gets ganked, help from Rek'Sai, Jace can actually go down quite a few times. But on the other side, there's just so much damage coming out of Jace and Lee Sin, but they lack lockdown. So it's all up to Senkux right now to kind of sidestep there in the mid lane.
Going to be interesting to see as well, because we've seen, I imagine Jace may follow a similar pattern to the Corki, where yeah, he can get all in, but we've seen the power of exhaust on mid laners over the last couple of days, and it feels like once you get into the late game, if Syndra ever gets close, she gets exhausted, and she's such a non-factor in a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, but I think Jace has to all in first to get that exhaust, because if you get QE stunned by Syndra, she can cast her ulti out of exhaust range. She only needs to throw 2 spheres in any random direction, press R, and you're still gonna die. Obviously, he's gonna rush the Hex Drinker, go for Mamoshius to deal with the all-in power from Syndra. Honestly, as usually in the H2K versus Splyce matchup, the eyes are on the junglers. Trashy needs to assist some of these lanes to get them going, and Jankos has this early aggression jungler. Again, king of first blood. We've talked about it so much.
Yeah, the power is definitely in his hands to Lee Sin. Rek'Sai potentially forced on the back foot here. Maybe looking to respond to these plays, but it feels like H2K may have set the terms in picks and bans, may have been the proactive ones, but Splyce still walked away with a pretty solid composition overall. It's going to be interesting to see how these early lanes unfold. Febiven versus Senkux, not a matchup we've seen in a long time. Not since last year's Fnatic. How will Febiven stack up this time around? And of course, the bot lane remaining a large question mark. Head on over to Twitter, hashtag H2K win, hashtag SPY win. You have your faith in Splyce or the new H2K roster and lineup. But ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is game 1 in H2K versus Splyce. An exciting way to start the season. And of course, this is essentially, for many of you, the battle for first place, or very well could be, as we move forward in the season.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see what happens here, especially with the Splyce lineup. When we get eventually in game, the loading is slow. Somebody's playing on a potato PC, guys. You know how that goes. You're in champ select, you're loading, you're still loading. You check if you're disconnected. But eventually, there's one guy on his toaster. He loads into the game.
Going round and round. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen. H2K on the blue side, Splyce on the red. Jace in the mid lane, facing down Syndra. Febiven versus Senkux.
I mean, there's so much to talk about right now, especially if you're looking at Splyce late game. Because we talked about it so often in Summer Split. They're so good at coming back into the game from behind. They really know how to play these clutch team fights, but they only have 2 damage dealers. And both of them are low mobility. No gap closer on either Syndra or on the Varus from Kabe, so if there's a good Rumble ultimate at any point late game and Jankos can find a flank, the damage dealers get eliminated immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. The equalizer is so terrifying. Total 1.5 scaling AP ratio, 650 base damage at level 6. It's an impressive ability and one that they may have to play around, but they do have the global power here. They have the Rek'Sai, they have the Shen, a few more options to start fights on their terms. But man, once they're started, I think you're right. It's so oppressive to play against this lineup.
Yeah, and you can see what's been evolving lately in the pro scene meta. Whereas in solo queue, junglers very often like starting on the bot side, path to top to maybe gank mid or top, gank the solo lanes, get them ahead. Junglers have really been starting top side most of the time to really kind of assist and aid in vision their bot lanes, because bot lane push seems to be the cornerstone of where any pressure flows from.
Well, and we saw it, of course, in the first game of G2 versus ROCCAT. ROCCAT taking bottom pressure, advancing forward.
Really important here, the sneaky ward from Jankos, which means he knows that Trashy either starts on red, or Trashy doesn't start on red, which means he starts on blue. His bot lane gets the information to cater the minion wave and the push. We see Splyce trying to step on these plants best they can, but Nuclear and Shay have enough minions early to start challenging the push.
Zyro throwing down what poke she can, not going to connect with the early skill shots, but it looks like both sides just getting the push started off, looking for the pressure here, looking for the fast level 2.
Yeah, and this is where you can't get baited into trading of the champions. The team that hits the minions the most earlier in the game wins out, because after the push, that's when you can start trading with the champions. Aggressive push from Splyce early on. Obviously, they know they can't get ganked just yet, but they'll have to be careful around the 3-minute mark.
Absolutely. Lee Sin with a very fast early clear, despite the recent nerfs.
Cool little walk-up from Shay here. They're basically threatening Kabe to not launch any auto attacks on the minions before the waves are neutral. Obviously, that's what you want to do. Once you push, you want to walk up to the next wave as soon as you can. Start whittling it down. Shay was trying to stop that. But Splyce still get the level 2 first, and they get the poke bonus.
And Nuclear taking a decent chunk out there, and we've talked about H2K communication issues, but that won't affect the early laning phase for these guys. Two Koreans speaking to each other, should be comfortable with the lane pretty confidently, although Splyce playing with more confidence as they get aggressive here, as they get the fast level 2.
Yeah, and this is all very, very known for these guys. This will happen a ton of time in scrims. Junglers start topside, guess where they meet at level 3? The battle over the Scuttle Crab, a little bit of vision. Both of them reveal their hand. Trashy goes back to his blue buff. No longer kind of hands it off anymore, because levels seem to be so important. Feven going for River Ward, where they failed the Scuttle Crab. Obviously, a little bit of vision there is important. This does mean that Odoamne can push as much as he wants. They just saw Rek'Sai bot side with no blue buff. Odoamne gets a field trip. He can just keep pushing in that top lane over and over, forcing Wunder to get poked and CS on the turret.
Absolutely, they have all the knowledge that they need. They saw the starting path. They know where Rek'Sai is going to be. They've seen the Scuttle Crab, and that means Odo, as you said, vacation. He gets to hang out, he gets to push in, he gets to farm. It's on Wunder to pick up what he can, but pressure priority is in favor of H2K.
Yeah, both junglers look at the bot lane. They see maximum distance between supports at all times. Just like Mitty was talking about on the analyst desk, you're not really going to go for solo kills. So they start pathing back to the top side, or in Jankos' case rather, get more power base and then look for a skirmish. The Trashy's going the economic route, where he's obviously maximizing his uptime in the jungle. Jankos is going to invest a little bit earlier in some more power.
Does get the double longswords, maybe looking to keep that title of First Blood King, but Trashy, honestly, we have to expect him to keep up here as he looks to pull off a little bit of invade. Rek'Sai, champion he is no stranger to.
Oh, the quick path from Trashy. He's done this in the past, swing over to topside very early, unexpected. But Wunder's behavior gave it away to Odoamne. Here's the plan from Jankos.
Wunder doesn't want this. The health bar is too low. Trashy needs to pull back, but the resonating strike, the sonic wave, nothing is going to come through here. Splyce should be free to back it up. No energy onto Jankos. Are they going to go for the dive? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, and this is all about pattern recognition and knowing that when your opposing laner breaks the mold, you know you're going to get ganked. You don't need to see exactly where the jungler is. He just knew Rek'Sai was there. He knew Rek'Sai was likely pathing behind him for a flank. And then obviously all he has to do is stall until Jankos gets there. Jankos pulls the wave a little bit. Wunder's on the turret. So this is a good move from H2K overall because they had a base advantage. Jankos has already gone shopping. Now he can counter jungle.
This Freedom going to be coming in, and you can see the difference in build priority as we set our eyes on some bottom lane trading. Trashy, he picks up the vision. He wants more wards. He wants a little more control. He knows he's a bit weaker now, but Jankos, the raw damage means he's going to be a threat for the majority of this early game. And oh, Nuclear! Not going to get tagged out.
I'm loving it. It's a similar concept, whereas when the junglers were bot earlier, Odoamne can push. Yeah, if you have the poke and the push priority on bot lane already, and you see the junglers reveal each other top, you can just poke away with no repercussions whatsoever, unless there's TP wards. Really good move from Feven as well. Leverage mid lane priority on top lane, and we're looking for a dive.
Wunder trying to pull him under tower. I think maybe realizes his fate here and tries to get something out of it. Spirit's Refuge buys a bit of time, but that's first blood for H2K. Trashy and Senkux Maybe hoping to pick up the pieces here, but it may be too little too late. Rek'Sai advances, Tremor Sense shows Jankos, but nobody else, and Splyce walk away empty-handed.
Super clean early game from H2K. That base from Jankos going top lane, allowing Odoam to stall a little bit, but arriving just in time, that propelled everything. Suddenly, the momentum topside was for H2K, and then they saw that they could leverage the push priority to roam. In Season 2 and 3, mid laners, they would get the push, they go Raptors, get a little gold. Right now, they get the push, they go top lane. They go bot lane, they look for more pressure, and a really good roll from Pevin.
And the worst part is with the recent patch changes, we see a little aggression here. Even if they do go for Raptors, there's so much more XP in Raptors now that no matter what a mid laner does here, the power just feels to be in their favor.
Yeah, definitely. Odoamne now hits 6, and it's really important that they hit the global lane before Chen 6. So now if Chen gets punished more in lane, it's a lot harder for him to teleport out, and even if he does, the lane is most likely in a position where Odoamne wants it to be. Again, furtherly increasing the punish if Wunder ever leaves this lane. If he has to teleport mid or bot, he has no actual summoner teleport to get back either.
The big thing too, of course, is there's no way to interrupt the Shen teleport. So you can be like, yes, Wunder can go anywhere whenever he needs to go there, but Rumble can just ult. Yes, yeah. Death is a pretty good one.
Death is a pretty good CC, man.
Don't want to stand still for that equalizer. We already talked about the damage. It only gets more frustrating. Fortunate for Wunder too. Spirit's Refuge, yeah, you block autos, but that Flame Spitter just keeps hitting you.
Yeah, and you're talking about how do you block the Shen ulti? Well, he's already on half HP. If you know where he's ulting from, you put him on 10%, and he's forced to kind of finish that channel. And now we see Senkux lingering. Senkux looking for a QE into a tunnel flash knockup from Trashy here, but Febiven is respecting the potential of a gank. He's always leaning generally towards the side of where his jungler is, so you'll see him lean right, more in the lane.
Still not going to connect. Prey Seeker comes out. A bit of a warning to Febiven not to stray too far forward, but Senkux really expecting more of an impact here in this early lane. However, Jace backs off, has Hex Drinker, has the kill, and this is a perfectly comfortable spot for Febiven to be in.
Yeah, perfectly comfortable spot for H2K to be in. They dodge the early ganks where kind of these tanks are super strong because they have high base damages where they're still kind of competitive.
And we look at it as well, it's very easy to gank, of course, with the Shen. Has his own CC. Rek'Sai provides great follow-up. Syndra can go out there and provide the damage. And so at this stage of the game, they are pretty cozy across the board. Now, of course,
there's a communication issue here, guys. A mic issue on Febiven. His teammates are obviously indicating, have you tried putting it closer to your mouth? He's now trying that, as we can see. They're figuring it out. We don't know what it is exactly, but they're trying to fix it.
I like your narrative that have you tried putting it?
Hey man, I've been on that stage. People are like, my mic's not working. Put it closer to your mouth. And then during the games, like, I can't hear you. Yeah, because they put it like on their nose when they're drinking, or they put it on their throat. Like mics end up anywhere, but
it happened to me.
Right in front of them.
International Wildcard All-Stars was like, my mic doesn't work. This is terrible. Max it out. And they're like, the guy comes up to me and it's directionally turns it around to face me. I'm like, so.
Yeah, technology.
I like threw a fit. I was like, they need to hear me. They have to hear me. This is all bad. Oh no, I'm just a jerk.
That's why you remember, you never mess with audio guys.
No.
Because they can hit you when you're most vulnerable on broadcast.
You think you're off air? You're on air now.
Yeah, suddenly. All that trash talk makes it alive. No, just a little mic issue here. But aside from that, as cliche as it sounds, communication looks okay for H2K. They've basically been pinging out where Trashy is, and the opposing side of the map has been playing accordingly. Nuclear and Shay a bit in the bind in the bot lane. They're about 20 CS down, so that's where Splyce could get an advantage. Splyce aggressively fought for that push early on. They got it, and they never kind of gave it up. And because Jankos and Trashy were revealing each other all the time, the Splyce bot lane always knew with how much pressure they were playing, basically, or risk of getting ganked. So they could keep on poking and poking and poking, and it's eventually going to hit a breaking point where there's going to be some really bad base timings for Nuclear and Shay.
And I really have to point out, the 20 CS lead in the bot lane is obviously crucial, but what surprises even more is the 26 CS differential between Jankos and Trashy. Now, that's not a straight-up gold differential, of course, due to the way that the new jungle works, but a 300 advantage on top of the assist.
Yeah, never look at CS when you talk about junglers. It's what tilts me the most is when there's commentary on the junglers, like, oh, this guy is over 26 CS up. He's essentially doubling him right now. You look at the gold, he has 300 more gold.
He's taken one more Krug camp and one more Raptor camp.
Yeah, because he has an assist right now. The only gold differential between Jankos and Trashy right now is that assist gold on that first kill.
Worst part is I can see the gold and I fell into the trap. I got super excited about it, started talking, and then, oh yeah, 300 gold.
Yeah, that's literally the assist right there. I definitely wanted to highlight again how the nuances in pathing are there for the junglers. So we saw junglers start topside. They went to the bottom side of the map, and then finally they did something different. So they mirrored themselves at the Skull Crab, as we were still seeing Fevin and Jankos trying to figure it out. But then Trashy did something really cool, is where he did it in the past, where he passed all the way to the top side again, and he looks to snowball Wunder. But because Odoamne played safe enough, Jankos was ready to counter that and essentially got H2K ahead from that moment on. It's that decision right there and their teamwork right there that propelled H2K in a gold lead.
And it's exactly where they wanted to be, and we talked about slow and steady play. It's a lot of what we saw against Origin, not taking over aggressive risks, taking the game slow, and it's this time they built a game plan around it. They're happy to play slow in the early game. Let Jace get the Hex Drinker, let him feel comfortable, give Rumble the push, protect him with the Lee Sin. H2K are executing exactly kind of as planned or as expected here. The pick ban went out well for them as well, and we're really just waiting for Splyce to make a big move here or to pull out in some way.
Yeah, but we're actually just waiting for this pause.
Actually just...
But it sounds like they're about to get ready. Ready checks are happening right now for the players. And we're actually going back in game, it seems. Pause is over, mics are working. Players are talking again.
All right, chat's coming out. It's time to get back into game. We can look at Kabi again. Oh no, game's good too. Kabi's good too.
Obviously, there's a little bit of delay in the early game, keeping each other honest here. And again, more of the same. If you suffer from acute amnesia, Kabi and Mickey are still pushing the bot lane. There's a kill on H2K. That's honestly what happened. Odoamne has push in the top lane, or lane access at least. Fevin now gets his blue buff. He's been comfortable in the mid lane, dodging ganks. It's going to be hard for Splyce to find a way out. Gotta keep following Trashy. He needs to break this status quo.
Of course, you said it. I mean, there's not a huge difference in the numbers you see on your screen outside of a few CS differentials here. The biggest difference has been in map movement. Yanko's so proactive across the map, and already bot lane, Kabi actually taking a lot more damage than he bargained for there.
Yeah, and the swing's about to happen though. This H2K bot lane spikes much harder. The problem with Karma lanes right now is that she is okay in some matchups, but she obviously doesn't have an inherent spike on level 6. The reason Karma was picked so often in the past is because her 1-2-5, which is so strong, so dominant that you get an advantage. Right now you're neutral, and you're about to hit a level 6 Zyra with a Jhin combination. So H2K, despite being down in CS, they can spike much harder on that level 6.
Yeah, much harder to get the effective damage out from the Varus and the Karma as well. You need to connect y'all. You need to have the follow from the Karma. There are plants to block it. There are tools to stop that damage from going down, but so hard for them to interact with the curtain call.
Yeah, H2K playing it clean again. Lesson 1 when playing versus a global, attack the global first. Keep it pushed in, so there's at least an opportunity cost of teleporting down for Wunder. That's exactly what they did. They sent Jankos top, have Odoamne push in with vision, so he's comfortable. But Splyce, they're looking like a bot lane party is about to set up. Top lane is basing. Senkix is roaming with Trashy. Bot lane from H2K reacts accordingly. They're going to trade turrets. It's important that Nuclear and Shade do not get greedy right now.
Yeah, keep your eyes on Wunder. He has the ultimate. He may be the one who needs to show up bottom lane, but at the end of the day, it is, as you said, the turret trade. Not going to burn anything here.
Favorable play for H2K because they saw it coming. It was super obvious that Wunder was basing all of a sudden to get full HP because he didn't want to pour on half HP. Senkix and Trashy telegraphed their roam. Nuclear and Shade did a great job of slowing it down, so in essence, there's a favorable turret trade for H2K with the first blood turret gold, and they chip away over 2/3 of the mid lane turret. This is fantastic moves from H2K.
Actually, one creep left. Looks like they may just go for the turret. That is a big boon in the favor of H2K. 10 minutes in, and they built a 2K gold lead off of one lane advantage from that Rumble.
Yeah, Splyce was playing checkers, but H2K been playing chess all along. They were a couple moves ahead. They really saw this super telegraphed, let's dive bot with 5 people, guys. Teleport with the Shen move coming, and they reacted accordingly because there was pressure in the top lane already. And it really shows how all these events are connected. The second top lane had pressure, Odoamne kept pushing in Wunder over and over. He was on half HP. Jankos showed up every time he needed to make sure Odoamne was not getting ganked, shadowing for a potential counter gank. And that pressure forced Splyce to make a sudden, rash move that was completely telegraphed, and H2K read it like a book.
It's so difficult to play League of Legends at this level because you can plan 3 moves ahead. But if one of those previous moves doesn't go your way, everything changes on an instant. The second Odo gets a lead, all of your playbook from Champion Select has to change up. You have to be ready to adjust what you want to do. And for Splyce, that means putting their power into the mid lane.
Yeah. Splyce moving into a 1-3-1 position. They don't want to leave their entire bot lane exposed because Kaba as an AD carry can't farm side lanes. A lot of the meta AD carries right now, they're pretty bad in side lanes on their own, which means their support has to stick with them. And it's kind of dangerous to leave 2 people on a long lane because they're still weak to ganks. And it means that the remaining part of the map plays super slow, kind of, you know. 3 man on the top side, it's really hard to play. So that's why you just put a single member bot on Senkix, have him play safe. Kabe and Mickey, they play from the mid lane, push in, supplement with Vision, but when the second they leave the lane, H2K answers and brings more people to fight for the push.
And H2K playing around this as well, putting Vision down in their own jungle, ensuring they know where Splyce is going to be, but that's the equalizer. Kabe locked up. There comes the Zyrol, who's going to go down. Kabe looks to fall. Jankos in the backline. Mickey in trouble. Jankos wants another one. Double. Maybe looking for the triple. The bouncing grenade goes in. Trashy now set to fall. No, nothing's going to connect. Fabi comes down from the skies, delivers him to his death, and Splyce falling apart.
Beautiful moves here from H2K. Again, these textbooks reactions from Splyce are getting hard countered by H2K's superior map movements. They're playing much more like a unit.
Nuclear goes forward, maybe not going to find it. Jankos wants to fight. Out comes the ult. Jankos going to try. Jankos goes for the hero play. Syndra presses R, but at the end of the day, it's H2K.
I mean, she falls. There's no wave clear. H2K had the push priority in mid. Splyce fought back. The instantaneous engage from H2K netted them another turret right here. Teleport coming in from window, though. They want to get something
Trash
back.
Is taking so much damage, though. I don't know if they can re-engage this. Out comes the Inspire, the Defiance from the Karma. They want to get more, and they're going to get Odo. But there's no wave to back them up yet. They need to get something in exchange.
Just watch the wave. Whenever they're sieging, there's only 2 creeps right here that are easily cleaned out. And then the next wave is all the way in base. So H2K are only going to lose 1 kill on the back end. They're super happy with this. They're going back into the building phase. Right now, they're going to push their side lanes out. Whenever you want to siege any objective, it all starts with side lane control. And that's what everyone wants to do right now. Push out the wave, base, and then hopefully help out mid.
Looking so good for H2K, a 3K gold lead, backing them up right now. A bottom tower, the only outer tower remaining.
Look how they're leaning to the left side, their safe side. This is them punishing Splyce going for Vision. Splyce should never aggressively attack this lane when they don't know where their opponents are. Because it's so easy, because Odoane leveraged the top lane push and walk mid. Pushed out top, hit in the brush, he can engage immediately. Nuclear and Shay have that stronger spike that we talked about earlier. And Splyce, they're not respecting their opponents.
The strong spikes are across the board. The Jace, the Lee Sin, so many champions happy to be right in the middle of this mid game. And you saw it, Shen wants to TP in. He wants to save that Varus with the Stand United, but it's not enough. There's too much damage on this lineup, and the damage of Splyce does go down to killing Jankos, but at the end of the day, it's a consolation prize.
Yeah, and with correct map moves, playing with a composition that is pretty much all damage, H2K can snowball super fast.
Absolutely. Now, interesting to see the way this mid lane matchup has unfolded. When we look at how Febivin and Senkux stacked up last season, it was so very back and forth. Febivin with some good games on Azir, some good games on Vlad, but past that, Senkux coming out on top once or twice. So seeing them now matched up again, it looks like Febivin really coming out with the edge here, despite Syndra being renowned as this powerhouse pick.
Yeah, but the edge never really came from them playing against each other. League has evolved so much that it's an advantage is never made in your lane, it's made in somebody else's lane. You're mid, well, you get an advantage by killing the top lane or the bot lane. Very rarely do you see raw outplays in the mid lane.
No need for hyper-aggressive decisions there. Yanko's gonna grab the Cloud Drake.
APM cam. Q, auto.
Look at this. You see that? Oh, he pushed Smite like 6 times there. Watch out, StarCraft, we're coming. That's a lot of APM.
Come on. This League's good in many things, strategy and all. APM sadly not one of them. Oh, this is again, this really good poke setup. Every time there's some damage up to Senkux from afar, whether it's a Zyra plant, an EQ from Jace, Nuclear has been spot on with those Ws.
Just like a very good pick for him overall. Helps him facilitate everything else that his team wants to do.
All right, and now it's important that we just keep tracking these minion waves. Whenever you see kind of a blue ball of destruction move up, it forces Splyce to reveal themselves and keep themselves busy, while that guy that just pushed up, he's going to move to a different part of the map and essentially outnumber. That is the whole strategy around rotations and pushes. C3 bot here, because Jankos solo pushed out mid, 2 people from Splyce were catching that wave. Jankos can free up, add some pressure, steal away the blue buff. It's all too easy right now for H2K.
Gets it 2. Trash does his best to take it away, but gets outsmited by Jankos in the end. Now, you want to get excited for Splyce because there are a few good notes for them coming in, most notably the farm for Varus in the bot lane. But when you take a look at the goal differential, there's nothing there because of all the globals that H2K have been able to get.
Yeah, Splyce must definitely be a little bit worried right now. Obviously, this is best 3, and the game was very draft dependent. There was only one key pivotal moment in that top lane that kind of decided everything. Splyce tried to chase their loss, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, tried to double down, tried to go for the gamble, as you said. Maybe swing themselves immediately back to the game or put themselves even further behind.
But they're going for the teamfight approach where they can really leverage the strength of having two beefy tanks in the front to protect their damage dealers. But obviously, H2K is trying to keep the map open, keep the map big, keep pressuring these side lanes.
It's doing very well for them. Fev more than happy to push out the top side. Rumble picking up the Krugs as he clears out bottom, and every single lane except for the mid lane appears to be in control of H2K, and it's taking so much from Splyce even to get that control.
Yeah, Odoam is actually, I don't think actually doing Krugs. He's just waiting because he doesn't feel safe. He doesn't want to get rotated on because he knows the Rek'Sai tunnel over the wall with Channelty is going to kill him. So they need information right now, and that is the one weakness H2K can have. There's only so many wards support can place that Splyce can make picks. You cannot perfectly ward, so it's a lot of deduction necessary. For mid, then Odoam can push out, but actually he should be mid right now because they need help clearing this wave. You know, the bind, that's what they're feeling right now. Obviously, because he saw 4 mid, he's already slow pushed the wave. He's probably going to try and push that back eventually. Odoam is a little lost on the map right now. You can see him pacing back and forth. He's really not sure what's happening because he doesn't have river vision. Splyce could be roaming on him right now. He could be waiting in a bush somewhere.
Going forward, Taunt comes through. Good play coming in from Wonder. Yanko's not going to have a way to knock him back, which means Splyce now gain priority in mid.
And that's what H2K is doing. They say, you know what, we're not sure about mid, we're not sure about bot. Let's make a play on top. Again, attack the global so Splyce can't go for this Channelty engage. The second the reaction comes out from Splyce, which is 4-man push mid, Odoam does go to the wave. He's like, okay, now I know what's going on. I can push out this wave. And that in turn is going to be the counter reaction from H2K. Oh, we need to defend that wave in the bottom lane. That's going to give him more information, and now H2K need to find a way to punish that.
Splyce stepping up, starting to get into the chess game, stepping away from checkers, but it's built on the back of a mechanical mistake, and that is massive. In goes the engage. Mickey now set to fall. He flashes out, but it's not enough. Shen will be able to make it into the fight as the curtain call goes wide. Wonder going to lock up Shade. Follow-up damage may not be here. Wonder has the overstep. Mickey takes a ton of damage. Bevan moving forward. In he goes to the skies. Down drops Mickey X as H2K back off.
Yeah, that's H2K working it out. Once Odoam finally gets the safe push on that wave without dying, they punish mid lane.
Oh, Senkuk's flashing in, but the equalizer is there. Splyce don't have anything left, and H2K cut through them like butter.
I'm loving the patience from H2K. So many teams would panic, would send their top laner, just push out the wave. ASAP, we need you mid lane, panic. Odoam stood in an empty lane, doing absolutely nothing for over 45 seconds, but it was still the right play to make for H2K, and they punish Splyce.
Giving up his own personal success for the success of a team. H2K working so well together. The hesitation from yesterday gone, replaced by patience as we look at it in this positive light as the team perfectly executes their punishes time and time again.
And they're forcing Splyce in such telegraphed movements. Obviously, we need to call out the mistakes from Kobe and Mickey. When your team's dealing 2 guys in the bottom lane, look at Rek'Sai, Syndra hovering around that bottom wave, using cooldowns. You can't be this far up. You can't play versus Jhin, Zyra, and missing Jace this far up as a bot lane. That's a clear mistake. Yes, it's a beautiful punish from H2K though. That's exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah, and they go in again. Kobe even makes it out for a little brief moment here. Fevin gets aggressive. Looks like it may just be the 1 kill picked up, but...
And then they forget about Rumble. They look for a stun on Nuclear, but he gets a shield, and suddenly the Equalizer comes in. There's a Zyra flank around, always in control. Zyra, or the Syndra not balanced enough to one-shot the AD carry after flashing.
Still has to hit some of those skills, unfortunately. And honestly, it feels like Senkuk's getting over-aggressive, feeling like he needs to make a play, like he needs to make a difference in this game to come back. He didn't realize that Nuclear still had flash. He should know that. He should have these calculations ready, but they're just letting the game get away from him, and it almost feels like it's too much right now for Splyce to handle.
And that is very often the best thing you can do to force your opponent to grasp at straws is just honestly be patient. So many teams fall in the pitfall of trying to force a natural progression. Oh, we're 3 towers up, we should be 6 up in like 5 minutes. No, you can only force so much. Because the bigger the map gets, the harder it becomes for you to gain information, because you only have access to 3 wards on the map from a support, a pink ward maybe, and then maybe a yellow trinket, but so many people are switching to blue trinkets. There's less wards from Tracker's Knives in general in the meta game. Of course, this game both junglers build it, but it's very hard to get complete vision control.
Yeah, Shay now advancing, maybe looking for a bit of a pick here. Disengage is going to come through. Shen's still going to make it in the end, but Odo has now re-engaged the fight. Splyce pick up a single kill and will back off, but H2K grabbed the dragon.
Yeah, but that does highlight a little bit when a communication error couldn't be more here.
Oh,
Good
Yanko's
stuff.
locked up. That could look good for them. Yanko's going to go and maybe look to commit. He does trade 1-for-1, now trying to make it out as 2 members are going down on the bottom side. Wonder going to get burned down the Jace. Too much. Yanko's still alive. Fancy footwork waiting on the Q. Hops over the wall. Heals up off the smite. Double kill. Peppermint on the backside. Splyce, once again, they go for the aggressive play. This time they get 2, but it costs them double as 4 drop on the side of Splyce.
It was the right play for Splyce, but sadly they're too far behind. 4 for 2 traded, but it all started with the Zyra face check from Shay, and it's actually a little bit too greedy there. That's the one flaw we can highlight from H2K. If you're doing Dragon, your support should not be deep warding. Splyce, they punish accordingly, but they're just too far behind to win that fight. Look at what EULCS did solo. Just demolishing, I think it was Kabe in that fight.
Yeah, taking out Kabe, going toe-to-toe with Senkux. EULCS having an amazing game so far.
It makes you wonder, why is Shay here? The jungler's on Dragon, the AD carries on Dragon. Splyce immediately recognized it, so this is great punish. Chen ulti comes out, they find Shay, they disengage from the Rumble ultimate, but they want more. They really want to get another pick, so Kabe thinks he can open with the Varus ultimate. There's follow from Senkux, but then they're too far behind. EULCS can two-shot Kabe right now. In the backline, there's just too much damage from this Rumble from Odawamne, and it all gets turned upside down. Sweet moves here from EULCS. Jukes 1, smites for heal on 2, and he survives.
Febbin on the backside, the empowered shock blast, netting him that double kill in the fight overall, but H2K are just, I mean, they're picking apart Splyce. It's not crazy, insane team fights. It's punishing mistakes time and time again.
Yeah, I think it's an extension of the draft. Playing Shen Rek'Sai really leaves your top side weak, especially if you ever get behind once. So I'm not the biggest fan of double tank. Obviously, there's macro errors here, but I think the comp allows you to get exploited. And H2K are playing greedy comp. They're playing 0 tanks. They're playing super snowball. So if they get 1 kill, it gets them more benefits.
But it feels like their greed was planned from the start, as we saw them come into picks and bans with a clear strategy on execution, whereas we commented earlier, Splyce felt like they were on the back foot from the beginning, both in picks and bans and in the early game. Now, Kabe in trouble. Equalizer goes in, flash out to safety. Mickey doesn't have that luxury. Shock blast goes wide, but out comes the curtain call. Wonder going to do what he can to block it up. 3 members knocked up. Bebevin goes in, maybe looking for a little bit more. Now pulling back. Kabe taking down EULCS. It's not just first blood he's after. He wants to take them all. Jay gets aggressive on the front lines. Bebevin going godlike. 1 more auto, maybe looking for 2. Can he get the shock blast? Trasty shield as he makes it out. EULCS wants the highlight. Wonder's going to take him down. Nor is he. EULCS. Oh, he pulls back. H2K, they're too far ahead. And there's nothing left here in this game for Splyce.
H2K exuding confidence to the point of brutality almost here. Wonder's going to drop right now. EULCS is still alive somehow. They're playing with their prey. And nobody's building even defense. Look at Odawamne. Liana's into Void Staff. You would so often expect an hourglass here from the Rumble, but H2K is specking full damage.
So many low health bars. Pings are coming out for the TP potentially.
Still 20 seconds.
Not enough time. Snare going in. Well, Crepo. This may be all she wrote as we look back on this team fight.
Look at Odawamne. Like, he doesn't have he's playing as if he has an hourglass, but he's not getting punished for it because there's just so much damage. Bebevin really good weaving in and out of the fight here. Exhaust 1, switches targets. Good EQ combo, uses his gate again to speed up a little bit. Jumps onto Senkux, flashes over the QE from Senkux to then get that stun.
And honestly, when we see Jace in the meta, it's so often he's this poke bot with a good laning phase. This feels like so much more. Able to engage in these fights once cooldowns are burned. Putting out so much damage. You can see not as much as Rumble with that equalizer.
Yeah.
But 2.8k as they move into that fight.
Yeah, this is what happens when Jace snowballs, obviously. Jace is forced to play that kind of poke style, obviously when he falls behind or stays even. But he has a really destructive all-in combo with the W that forces you to shoot out maximum attack speed shots. Then you can switch and it's hammer time. But it gets punished far too often.
Yeah, the hypercharge, of course, so effective for cutting through each and every one of his opponents. You can see the QSS as well. He will not be locked down, has the magic resist, the shield coming in as well. But H2K looking for another fight.
They've got their eyes set on Baron here, H2K. They're looking to play super aggressive because there's a solo push in the bot lane from Splyce with the Shen. H2K is looking to punish that. They're basically telling him, you can't play us 5v4. You send the Shen here already, or we're just going to take something. Whether it's Baron Vision or now the top lane turret.
Top lane tower may go down, but if they do get aggressive, if they do try to go to Baron, the one positive point for Splyce is they do have vision behind enemy lines. They do have those TP flanking wards, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Splyce too often on the back foot this game. Now running through a choke point that H2K controls.
This might be it.
Oh, Bebevin getting caught on it. Will they have enough damage? Out comes Redemption. Not going to be enough. Bebevin making it out. EULCS is on the backside, but he's exhausted. Now trying to pull out. Odo blocks any further engage. Wonder still alive. Members traded back and forth. Blinking health bars on the side of H2K, but it's not enough. Out comes the curtain call. Senkux makes it out. I don't know if Wonder is. One more shot to do it. Double kill coming in for the Jhin. Kabi running for his life. Senkuk's trying to make his way out. Empowered shock blast. Febevin, insult to injury in this game. And Jankos has his eyes set on that inhibitor.
Yeah, that was the last straw that Splyce was grasping at. They tried it. It was a good engage. They unleashed everything they had on Febevin outside of his exhaust range, despite it being down anyways. But it just wasn't just quite enough. And obviously H2K punished. They get 4 kills. Now it's Baron. And that's any semblance of hope of Splyce winning this game is now gone.
Just stop it there. No more hope.
If we're playing chess, that's when you hit that little thing on the side. Opponent's turn, we're going to game 2.
You make chess sound so awesome, Crepo. I was gonna use another word, but less appropriate.
Yeah.
Now, Baron picked up for H2K. This is going to be the final nail in the coffin, as you mentioned. No straws left to grasp at, nothing left on the plate. Whatever proverbs, whatever sayings you want to use.
Say it how you want. It's a good
end.
engage, honestly. It's a knock-up. It's a stunner to knock up in the Febevin, but we really see the power of the bomb on Mortius, and then suddenly he'll come out. Shay, he bites the bullet. That's what our supports do. When your team wins a fight, you end up dying. But everybody gets punished, especially on the back end. If you lose a fight against this comp and you have to run away from the speed up from the gate from Jace, the fact that he can shoot Empowered Shock Blast through it, the fact that Jin has both the W and the R to get chasers out, and then Odoam is untouched when people are running away from the Rumble, it makes it very easy to chase people down.
That Rumble damage. Remember, you just gotta push R, folks. You push it, you aim it right, very hard.
Press it.
You have to aim it too, that's pretty difficult, but man, it does so much damage. And Odo is playing so incredibly well. Jankos gave him just a little bit to start the game off, and he's been building a lead for himself ever since.
Yeah, he got snowballed very early in a swingy matchup. And it all comes down to the Jace flex and Champs flex. Splyce was expecting most likely that Jace to go top, and then H2K flexed it at the very end, revealing their trap card Rumble.
Yeah, and what an effective trap card it was. Odoamne has 25k damage currently, and he's doubling everyone else in the game at this point. So you can see what happens when you give a character like Rumble the chance to get a lead, and you give him these favorable team fights. Arrow goes wide, though.
Yeah, H2K just grouping right now. They have the Baron minions to stay alive long enough.
Shen's ready to go in. Wonder delivered, but kicked back, so he's not going to get quite where he wants to. Now Shen is in the backline, but he's the only member there. The team peels off to kill the tank. There is absolutely no follow-up and no kill straight at back. Curtain call coming in for Splyce, and it may just be their last stand. Shots going wide. Double kill goes in for Nuclear. Not going to get it in the end. We're now moving forward. The base set to fall. Febevin goes forward once again. H2K want the kills. Odo's burning through them. Everyone roasted to a crisp. H2K coming in, cleaning house. It was clinical. It was everything we expected from the draft. And H2K out-execute to take game 1.
Yeah, much better performance than what we saw on day 1 from this H2K lineup. The communication issues between the bot side of the map and the top side of the map seemed gone. However, it was Nuclear and Shay playing on an island early, but they did it well. They were 20 CS down, but it doesn't matter in the grand scope of things. Key highlights for me really are when Odoamne was hovering in the bot lane, waiting for the safe push out, and just the cadence of events that happened right after. The bot lane push, forcing to reveal, catching Mickey and Kabe, who were already behind, trying to get back into the game in the mid lane. Those type of things. The base from Jankos, straight to the top lane, counter-ganking, potential trashy pathing, really reading the game well.
And really, when we look back at it, like, bot lane was the one boon for Splyce in the early game. They had the pressure, they had the advantage, and when we criticized them for falling behind in CS, but at the end of the day, Nuclear and Shay pulling back was the best decision for the team, and that's the kind of communication we wanted to see. But we're going to have to see how G2, Shocks, and Stress, as I hesitate there for a second, feel about that game, because H2K is one up over Splyce. Let's go to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. We're going to talk a bit in depth. We were discussing throughout the entire game and just vamping a little bit about that. We're going to start by picks and bans. Very interesting picks coming out, especially Perks. I want to ask you about the Febevin Jace and the fact that H2K waited long and then swapped it out. Did you think it was going to go in the mid lane for the whole time?
Well, I think it was quite obvious because they first picked Zyra, which is a really strong pick now, and I think they must have known that Splyce didn't really practice MF because MF is like Zyra counter, and so Splyce first rotation is not bad. It's in the Rek'Sai. It's like the best, strongest like jungler, one of the strongest junglers, one of the strongest mid laners. But I think after picking Jace, they should not pick Shen. That's my opinion, because Shen is really weak versus Jace on lane anyways. So that's a picking into losing lane matchup, which is not good in this meta. And then after that, they got kind of outminded or like outbaited, and they banned a mid laner, Rice. And then they didn't ban Rumble top, which they should have banned if they pick Shen. because Rumble is really good into Shen regardless. So I think they did those 2 mistakes for top lane, which makes Wunder kind of useless, or like makes his pick kind of useless. And then they got a 5-5 mid matchup, which is good after Mauve, and after Mauve Jace is like really strong, it can never die. And then they got a push in top lane matchup, and they got a really strong jungler of Lee Sin. So I think, and the bot lane was also like, the bot lane is not winning, but it's like they're really useful after lane. So I think they just won the draft, yeah.
If you didn't notice, Perks really highly liked the H2K draft there. And I mean, you mentioned the Rumble ban. I mean, it was banned in their series versus Origin, but it translated Mithy into a couple of players early. This is the first blood that came through on Wunder on the top side. This was the Shen Rumble matchup.
Yeah, I think that the main thing was that, well, here we see that Jankos is getting first blood, but the matchup Shen against Rumble just pushes Shen in all the time, and it's really not fun because you're just farming under tower and just doesn't turn out so well.
And on top of all that, we saw it coming. You guys said it before, Jankos, the first blood king. What is it? Do you think he just now has the nerve to push through on things like that, even though it was Febvin picking up the first blood, but that Jankos so consistently gets it time after time after time?
I think Jankos is just so comfortable on making plays. It's his playstyle, even though sometimes it may backfire. But I think a lot of games, it's just he's the one who's carrying his team and putting up what he needs to put up.
So that top lane was going really well for the side of H2K. And Mithy, you were talking a lot about the fact that you might have wanted to see an Ezreal instead coming out in the draft. Why was that?
Yeah, when Jhin was picked, normally you want to go Sivir into Jhin, but instead I would have at least wanted to see an Ezreal because they would have one lane anyway, and it just made like the fact that you have a little bit more mobility, it's better against Jhin. And now you see their bot lane, like even though they lost bot and they were like 20 CS down because they picked Varus, they were able to run mid, get a pick on mid, and then like get mid tower. And after the mid tower falls, and they have a static AD and a static mid laner, so they can't like move away from the Rumble ult, the Jhin W, and they can just coordinate everything and control the whole map.
And talking about how influential that was, it resulted in a pretty catastrophic team fight in favor of H2K. Perks, you were going, wow, okay, H2K, they look legit here.
Well, here we can see just the dual lane standing mid when they have no mid turret, which was a mistake from Splyce before, when they lost a mid turret. And if you lose a mid turret versus 1-2-1 comp with Jhin mid, it's kind of like game over. It's really hard for them to come back because Jhin has priority over the whole lane, the completely long lane, and then they can just move on any side they want to move, and Rumble can also just use his ult from long range, and yeah.
You can even see that Rumble even missed his ult, right? Like the ult didn't even hit, it just like ticked the Varus just for a little second, and then the Jhin gets the W off, and then once the W hits, there's like a 1 second, 2 second cooldown, even though it lasts forever and you usually die when it hits. So after that, they killed Varus, and
it's super interesting because actually Kabi had a 29 CS lead at 10 minutes and at 15 minutes, which is the highest of any player so far in the EULCS this split. But it's interesting to hear from you guys how it doesn't really matter in the long run if you look at H2K's game plan.
I mean, H2K, like I was talking about it earlier, where I thought that H2K's bot lane was very good at knowing what their win conditions are and how smart they are. And this game, it showed their bot lane was under pressure. They were kind of doomed, right? Like there was a 20-30 CS lead nearly. And what they did was when they knew they were getting dive bot, or before they even got dived, before Splyce was setting up for the dive, they went mid, got the catch on mid, and got the mid tower. And that was very smart, very good. It was also Splyce didn't expect it, and it just paid off greatly.
But yeah, I agree with you. The CS difference overall in this meta, I think doesn't matter much for any lane, like for top, mid, or bot. Maybe for bot it matters a bit because bot can pressure and they can dive, but it also depends on our lanes. I think in mid, at least for my role, it's like if you're behind 10 or 15 CS, it doesn't even matter as long as you can actually start pressuring the wave after you're behind. Like if you're behind 15 CS and you can still pressure your lane and move to other sides, it doesn't even matter if you're behind CS. And it's like you can't snowball from CS lead.
Exactly, and we've been discussing this behind the scenes in the build-up, watching a couple of the other regions where, you start talking about acceptable CS deficits to be at. Like Maokai is fine to be 10 to 15 CS behind because he's coming out of the laning phase and suddenly he's going to take over the game in team
Even
fights.
more, honestly. I think that as long as
Maokai, you can just go AFK and
as long as you don't lose the tower, because once you lose the tower, the map is opened a lot more. You have the enemy top laner. We're talking about Maokai now, so the enemy top laner will have more freedom to move into mid lane, to even like lane gank bot lane, for example, because the wave will bounce to him and he'll have more time. But generally, CS leads don't really matter, like if you look at the big picture, which is team fighting and skirmishing.
So you're saying I can miss all the CS I want?
I don't need to last it, so I really don't have any problem.
No, all right. We're talking about the pro level, of course, and we're going to recall and buy some wards. But when we come back, we'll have Game 2 between Splyce and H2K. We'll be right back.
But then I have to skip like that. And then my teammates will get headache. I don't know, man.
Here comes the Zyro, who's going to go down. Kagi looks to fall. Yanko's in the back line. Vicky in trouble. Yankos wants another one. Double. Maybe looking for the triple. The bouncing grenade goes in.
They punish mid lane.
Oh, Senka flashing in, but the equalizer is there. Splyce don't have anything left, and H2K cut through them like butter.
Gonna get the shock blast. Classy shield as he makes it out. Yankos wants the highlight. Wonder's gonna take him down. No one hits Yankos. Oh, he pulls back. H2K, they're too far ahead. H2K coming in, cleaning house. It was clinical. It was everything we expected from the draft, and H2K out-execute to take game 1.
Welcome back to Berlin. We're about to head into picks and bans here in this second game between H2K and Splyce. But remember to stick around after the series for the post-game lobby, where we'll be looking back at this week's games and diving deeper into the new 10-ban system. And the 10-ban system, good place to start off, because we saw a very interesting trend coming in here for H2K and picks and bans, and it feels like they were setting the cadence from pick 1.
Yeah, I definitely love the analysis that we got on the analyst desk. Surprise. from Perks and Mithy as well. Just talking from the pro player perspective, or expectations and perspective rather, because we only have so many assumptions that we can base on kind of watching the matches. But these guys, they know them in and out, and honestly, they can't reveal everything. But they did agree with the consensus that H2K really mind gamed this draft, and then Splyce kind of screwed up, especially with the Shen pick, and that's what showed as well. It was the PowerPoint going through was Odoamne in the top lane, assisted by Jankos.
And now interesting to see how the pick ban will develop, because Splyce has chosen blue side this time around. You can see the flexibility they've been given. Zyra, Syndra taken off the board.
All right, so a Zyra first ban on the side of Splyce means they're probably not putting too much priority on kind of winning bot lane. They'll take whatever matchup they end up getting and hope for it to be favorable. They're looking for a power pick in some other lane right now. So there is LeBlanc, Rengar banned out. H2K likely gonna fill that up with Camille. Maybe it'll be a Ryze first pick then for Splyce.
A lot of opportunities available. A lot of powerful picks right now in the current meta, but really the only crazy S tier picks have already been taken away by H2K. The last one truly remaining is that Camille. We did see Fiora come out as a potential counter yesterday, but some small execution errors. This is actually very interesting.
It's a
Lulu ban.
It's a Malzahar kind of reveal. So it forces H2K to at least pick their support early in the first 3 picks, because otherwise Splyce can just kind of late pick Malz and then double ban supports like the MF and the Karma. Maybe not even the Karma. Karma's fine, but you definitely want to get rid of Misfortune if you're playing Malzahar. Let's not get into that right now. This should be a Ryze or lock-in, or the Malzahar flex for Splyce, because historically in this matchup, we've seen it mid.
Sencux has won a lot over the last season when Malzahar first came out, when he was that raw powerhouse. Now his laning phase has been hit a little bit, but he's still that, you know, ever-present threat, the guaranteed lockdown coming in from that ultimate. Pretty powerful overall.
Definitely would consider picking... I mean, it's hard. Do you want to pick Misfortune support here if you're H2K? What they're thinking about right now is, do they pick Ryze and just take the matchup in the mid lane? Do they take Misfortune, or is Splyce going to steal it away? And what matchup will they play then?
And of course, you have to consider the Tahm Kench as well, brought out to counteract the CC provided by the Malzahar, but essentially giving up the early laning phase with the melee pick.
Splyce obviously going to leave that flex up until the last rotation, not showing whether it's going mid or support. That obviously means they have to reveal 2 other roles. Likely going to be an early AD carry pickup from Splyce in first rotation. I wouldn't be surprised H2K to pick something like Kha'Zix and then whatever AD they prefer on this first rotation. Yeah. I mean, it's not that hard to figure it out sometimes.
Got the Ashe, got the Kha'Zix.
I was going to say Ashe, but then I was like, if I'm wrong, let's just say AD carry.
Oh, there you go. Well, Ashe is going to be locked in. Varus, Jhin. We heard Sivir potentially a counter pick to the Jhin, but not going to see it this time around. The AD carry meta remains relatively the same overall, but Kha'Zix coming in as a jungler, we expect a lot from this.
Yeah, AD carry match and jungle match is something you could do here. Trashy hasn't always had the super deep jungle pool, so I think they're going to reveal both here. Make sure that they have a comfortable jungler into the Kha'Zix. They do pick the Ivern. There's one lone fan in the crowd who goes like, yes!
I'm a fan too. I love Ivern. I'm actually really excited to see exactly what's going to happen with this Ivern. We got to see Unicorns of Love bring it out in the day against the Rengar. So similar effect here against the Kha'Zix. Obviously not quite as much upfront damage as the powerhouse that is Rengar, but still a lot of power present in that.
And this is where it gets hard for H2K. They don't know whether they're going to get double ban mid or double ban bot, because that's the power of a flex pick. Not only you can reveal it after the first rotation, and then you double ban the role that you're going to put this champ in, and then you have the counters ready, and you can maybe find a good matchup here. So H2K can end up playing against the Malzahar support, but maybe Tahm Kench and Misfortune banned out, and suddenly they have to play Karma into it, which is pretty rough into Jhin Malzahar.
And honestly, it's just terrifying playing the new pick and ban when you're on blue side, because first phase feels like you're in control. You get to ban away what you want, you get to pick what you want first, but you enter this second phase, the second set of bans, and it's H2K in the driver's seat. They started by taking away Jace, and they will get first pick in the second set of pick rotations.
Splyce, an avenue they could explore here is a Ryze ban. Even though I think the matchup is good for Malzahar, but just a strong mid lane current meta pick, and that's why they're just taking it off the board. They don't want to deal with it, don't give it to Febiven. Febiven banned out his own Jace from last game, so it does look that Splyce is looking to ban out mids, maybe get a comfort pick mid, but they could still flex this Malzahar to the bottom lane.
Rumble pretty much committed to top lane since we have seen the jungle pick coming in for Jankos. Kha'Zix now in his hands. Not quite the playmaker we know him to pick up, but some raw power in the hands of that pick.
Yeah, so two matchups that are still fine to play into Malzahar is a Tahm Kench and a Misfortune support, but if Shay doesn't play either of them or only plays one, all that Splyce need to do right now is just ban the one they hate the most, which could be like the Misfortune right here, force him into TK, but then at least they're playing Tahm Kench on a lane that is perma-pushed in. That could still be favorable for Splyce from a map point of view, especially if they then get a pushing mid laner somehow.
Very terrifying because you're at the point where you need some lane to be winning so Kha'Zix can come in, so Kha'Zix can pick up these reliable kills, use the utility of the Ashe, get that pick snowballing, but you pick Tahm Kench, you're pretty much set to lose in the early game, and it has to be frustrating on the side of Splyce to really try to figure out what the best avenue of approach is.
It is the Misfortune taken off the board. The flex goes even deeper because if H2K don't pick up Tahm Kench immediately right here, Splyce could steal it away. Tahm Kench is a super strong pick against Ashe from a composition point of view because you're basically forcing the Ashe to hit the Tahm Kench with arrow. Otherwise, he's just going to devour whatever targets hit.
And once again, that is the power of the flex pick. H2K kind of pigeonholed into picking it up. No choices left. Now we're just waiting to see what Febiven will bring out in the mid lane.
Yeah, so this is double-edged sword. They do get a good lane counter pick if Malzahar goes bot, but maybe Splyce, they just turned it all upside down and said, ha, joke's on you. This Malzahar was going mid all the time. Like, we're just narrating some of the potential angles and avenues that these teams are exploring right here in Champ Select, and they're doing this under pressure with only 30 seconds to decide.
Oh, okay, people cheer for Kled, but not Ivern. Good to know, good to know. Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Oh. All right, I've been waiting to cast Katarina since she got reworked outside of All-Stars, of course, and I am ready to see Senkux go hand. This feels like Unicorns of Love yesterday, where they brought out something completely new. But I understood the comp yesterday. This is insane to me.
I feel really guilty for not getting excited, but I just always want to see what the next pick is. Like, how is this going to influence it? We only have 30 seconds right here, so it's really hard for these teams to figure it out. So it's the Kled versus Rumble matchup top, incredibly swingy. It is the blind pick Katarina mid, which has been proven in competitive play that it's really hard to pick. But if you're ever going to pick Kat, pick her late, so you know there's not much guaranteed CC to stop you. The Miasma is going to be the key controlling spell in this matchup here, so the onus to outplay is onto Febiven.
A lot of pressure on him. He had a fantastic game last time around. He really benefited from a lot of the early pressure the rest of his teammates put down. This time around, he may have to carve out an advantage for himself because if Katarina gets ahead, it is all over for H2K.
But I'm happy we finally get to see Malzahar support because that means my suffering of over 50 games of him in Diamond 1 is actually going to come to like fruition. I've been like maybe like 50% win rate, so net neutral.
That's what you get for playing and studying.
It's a fascinating support. I really like how he came on the field. We'll get into it later.
You're such a support player. There's an Ivern and a Katarina and a Kled, and you're like, ooh, Malzahar support.
Do you have a moment to talk about our road to savior Malzahar support? Are you tired of having 80 carries that are useless? Do you want a champion where you press 2 buttons and you can one-shot any champion on the Rift? Well, then Malzahar is the support for you.
And the support for Mickey, as it turns out. Head on over to Twitter, hashtag SPYWin, if you think you can bring it back. Take this to a 3-game series, or hashtag H2K win, if you think they can out-execute once again to bring this one home.
Do you know how many LCS players I've killed by pressing 3 buttons and have them tilt? That is the beauty of Malzahar support. You don't have to be good at the game. You just play WWER and you win. And then you write in all chat, like, I am a high IQ player.
All right, Crepo.
Enough of that.
Enough about solo queue because it's time for some competitive League of Legends. It's time for H2K versus Splyce Game 2. Let's get on to the Rift.
There's so much to talk about right now, but let's look at what's relevant in the early game. Let's look at this Ivern. Ivern is a jungle that is super important pathing-wise. So what's really important is that you get information of the enemy jungler. So we're likely going to see Splyce try and find a deep ward somewhere so they know roughly where Jankos start and how to best cheese him.
Of course, we did see Ivern coming out once before in the hands of the Unicorns of Love. Sursa with some very solid pathing overall. Level advantages coming out in the early game for him, exploiting the power of this pick. We don't know what to expect from Trashy. We don't know what to expect from Jankos either. It's such a intense matchup.
Yeah, Deficio went over it a little bit in his cast, but the basic premise of Ivern is that you go into your jungle, you start the kind of enchantment on your camps, 1 or 2 camps, and then you walk over into the enemy jungle and you insta-smite steal the enemy's buff, kind of while he's doing it, and then you walk away because you're Ivern, that's why.
Well, if you're wondering why we're spectating him, it's because he's Ivern, that's why.
Stampin is so silly.
Talking to Pulse, of course, before he departed to LPL, he's like, I hate this champion. It's just too trolly.
Oh, I love Ivern. I love his kit. I love the snare. I hate playing against him. The brushes are fantastic for Baron and Dragon, but that's more for later in the game. So far, it looks like Jankos is warding one side of his jungle and starting on the other. He saw Ivern late enough that he knows the left side of the map is conceded. So Jankos is probably going to do blue into red. Now Trashy, the conventional path here for Ivern players would be double camp into enemy red buff. But the next layer of that play is knowing that your opponent knows that, so he's going to go to your red buff. So you just go straight down to your red buff right now and you try and contest him on it.
2 minutes in, the lanes have begun, and the chess game has already started for both sides.
Yeah, and Jankos could take that level one more deeper and be like, you know what, I'm just going to clear here and pray that you haven't taken my red buff, and that's what he's doing. So this is a good start from Jankos overall, because he doesn't lose any camps to the Ivern, and he's still clearing at optimal speed.
Definitely wants a little more. We turn our attention briefly bot lane, but not going to be too impactful. Waiting for the level 2 to come out for that Malzahar.
Yeah.
See just how much damage he can put down.
So there's the push early. Obviously, Tahm Kench will get pushed in. If you're unfamiliar in Malzahar support, it's all centered around the Voidlings. It seems like a poke support with Q and E, but you max W actually, and your first spike is on level 2, where you can then charge up and hopefully store 2 Voidlings. You spawn them, you press E on a target, and they kind of run at them like frenzied hounds and chop away. The beauty is that obviously Tahm Kench can devour, but the problem is when Tahm Kench devours, as far as I know, he steals the debuffs from the target, which means the Malefic Vision is actually bounced on the Tahm Kench, and he now becomes the target of the Voidlings.
It's a tough spot to be, of course, once the Malefic Visions lands. 100% bonus movement speed for the Voidlings. Impossible to get away from them.
Yeah,
Volley
it's possible. You can walk, but you lose CS. So you basically use it as a zoning tool.
Very strong overall. So far, a very calm, very patient early game. You can see Ivern taking the safe clear. So Jankos coming out on top in terms of the overall mind game.
Yeah, Ivern has a super fast early clear because he can prep half a jungle, go to the instant smite. Trashy really spaced out these double smites to get a super fast early clear, but Jankos has an efficient clear of himself, and he ends on the top side of the map, which means he can assist Odoamne in terms of pressure, and that was the swinging matchup last game as well. Odoamne comfortably pushing and getting first base, and that was kind of the foundation of H2K's victory in game 1.
And no longer is it the Shen where you have the reliable global to make impact across the map. It's the Kled, an incredibly snowball champion. If he finds a lead, he can dominate a game. As we see Tahm Kench pull out there with the Devour in the bottom lane, and we just have to wonder how Wonder's going to respond to this, because Jankos is here. Jankos is ready. Bear Trap on a rope goes in. Odo potentially in trouble, but Jankos is on the way. Wonder may have overstepped. He's dismounted. Pocket pistol not going to take him to safety. First blood for the First Blood King.
Jankos has a way of reading the game so much better than all these junglers here. He is topside when he needs to be. It's like a wizard. He arrives precisely and exactly when he means to. Trashy still power jungling through and stealing some camp, but Jankos doesn't care. He now snowballed his jungler, his top laner rather, and he honestly stays relevant in the game. And he did not lose too many camps early on to this Ivern, so far success for Jankos.
And this is his 3rd First Blood of the year. He's played 4 games. 3 out of 4 so far, not a bad record to have.
And yeah, it really matters where you end up at the end of your jungle clear. That's where you need to cater your clearing path around if you're a jungler. Which lane will I end my clear on? And Trashy ends up on the bottom side with a pushed-in Malzahar and Jhin that can never dive at Tahm Kench. So essentially, he's useless on that bot side. Unless he's going to counter-gank Jankos, he can't really achieve much other than stealing 1 Gromp away. Jankos ended his path on top side, and then went for creative pathing to gank using the plants and the jumps there, and he gets his top laner ahead. So honestly, point to Jankos.
Absolutely. Now Trashy, we wondered where he would end up in his clear. He had a small level advantage, but that window has closed as Jankos evens it up. He does move into the jungle, and now you talked about sight stones, you talked about wards being limited. Trashy mitigating it this time around.
Yeah, he's playing for full utility, especially because while his first clear is good, or like really good on Ivern, there's a bit of a lull in his clearing, especially when the jungle spawns again, because he can't prep those camps on the other side because they're down, so he needs to wait for them to spawn, then he needs to prep them, then he goes to clear them all out. So Ivern kind of jungles in bursts, which means in between those 2 bursts, he needs to find a way to gank, because he stays full HP anyways.
Yeah. Well, he won't find a way to gank quite yet, but he does lay down the vision. They will have knowledge of Jankos, maybe hoping to mitigate the impact of that Kha'Zix, because he's picked up the challenging smite, he's picked up the long swords, and it's looking good.
Yeah, so what he lacks in dueling prowess, he now makes up in vision. And we need to see if he can somehow stop this from happening again. Odoamne in game 1 ended super strong. He had more jungle participation from his jungler Jankos, and that led to a massive 20 CS deficit at 10 minutes.
Look at the damage he put out as well. It's very clear. Rumble not always the champion you expect to hard carry a game, but it's very clear that in the hands of Odoamne, if you give him this opportunity, if you give him this chance, this lead that he already has, things are nigh impossible to come back against. And this feels almost identical to last game in so many ways. Bot lane, the one brief hope coming in for the side of Splyce, but the rest of the map not doing at all what they needed to.
Yeah, Jankos looking for a counter me. Senkos goes in, gets stunned.
Nice placement on the ultimate there. Miasma, he's not going to be able to make it out. Trashy wants to go to the party, but it's too little too yay. Jankos moving forward, Trashy running back.
And you can see Featherman leans to the left side. Guess where Jankos is? He's been on top side the entire time. The only part of the map, or the game rather, where Jankos has played bot side was this first 2 camps. He's consistently been in the top side of the map. There was a side stone on the side of Splyce. They knew Jankos was on the top side of the map. Yet still they forced the play, jumping in first without Ivern being there on time, and they made themselves susceptible to a counter gank. And now Jankos reaps the benefits. He knows where Ivern is, which means he can steal the buff. And now if the map is divided left to right as opposed to top to bottom, H2K is really reaping the fruits of their labor.
And this is one of the most frustrating things you have to imagine for the side of Splyce, because if we stick with the chess metaphor, there are brief moments. We'll watch the replay before we
Yeah,
get
so
it out.
Senko jumps in, he knows Ivern's coming. 2v1, this is a sure kill. But you can't do that. There's a pink ward in that brush, you know it. There's another control ward in River. Everything is controlled on the top side from H2K, so you need to make sure that when you go in, you know exactly where Jankos is. Kha'Zix loves nothing more than to counter jungle.
Oh, Senkok's moving forward. Jankos maybe looking for the out duel, flashes forward, does have the empowered Q, can just reset it. Senkok's.
Yep, invisibility really strong, and Mickey and Kobe, they're waiting for the power spike. Shay and Nuclear, all they have to do is survive.
Odoamne moving forward, one trying to lock him up. Bear Trap on a rope, gonna move forward. Daisy's on the way in, one shot, gonna give him the cupcake. Will he get knocked up? But here comes Jankos turning around, looking to burn him down. Tree not gonna fall for it quite yet. Daisy more than happy to deliver a sweet treat here, but Bevy goes in, knocks him back. Jankos jumps forward, he is fearless. The bush is there to set it up. But Trashy gonna flash it out.
That was a really good prediction on Miasma from Featherman. So when he cast it, nobody was on that Miasma. He predicted kind of the dash backward from Wunder, which made it Wunder unable to flash there. So really good one-for-one trade right there.
Now the ult going in, they're looking to lock it up. Oh, nice cancel coming in from Nuclear. IR just gonna pull back. Good synergy coming in, but Shay may give his life. TP coming in, maybe hoping to block out the final shot. Will he complete the channel? Shay sacrificing his life, but Odoamne maybe here to pick up the pieces. The TP coming in. Now they're just looking to trade back and forth. Kabi is living. Bloodbath beginning. Odoamne locked up. That should be another kill, but was he gonna get one? Mickey having to flash to safety.
So that's the problem with his lane. It sounds nice, right? You stop the Malzahar from his casting his ulti with arrow, you devour one guy, but then there's Jhin ulti and so many Voidlings on the back end. So Nuclear and Shay essentially overplayed their position. They can do exactly that if they're in a defensive mindset. But if you ever get into an aggressive position versus a Malzahar, what's going to happen is he's going to spawn his first 2 Voidlings, and they're immediately going to multiply. And then they're immediately going to multiply again, so you have 6 Voidlings. If you run away from them, they can never stack up to 6, which means you will be safe. The problem is if you go aggro on a Malzahar, we see it again here, you can never go for this engage. Because you just walk up too close, he gets double up on the Voidlings, and then there's just too much damage. All Nuclear or Kabe has to do here is slow, and the best solution here is just to sacrifice support.
Works out in the end. They have to burn a ton of summoner spells here, though. A single overstep from the Tahm Kench. I mean, you said it yourself. You want to kill a pro player, WWER, whatever you got to push. Just kind of mash it all.
Just press your buttons. Don't cancel your ultimate. That's the only thing you can do. And this is a good moment for Splyce because they alleviate some pressure from the top lane. They punish Odoamne for teleporting, and Wunder can maybe get back into the game.
Yeah, Jankos now moving into the mid lane, though, maybe hoping to build a greater advantage. Bot lane coming in for H2K. They want absolute control here. Miasma to stop the advance.
Oh, that's another really good use of globals here. H2K did this in game 1 as well. Mithy was praising it on the desk. Nuclear and Shay are very aware of when they need to leave their lane and assist in mid. They do exactly that. They thwart the counter gank from Wunder here. He could have went in with the Kled ultimate. Combined with the gank flank from Trashy, this was Splyce's way back into the game. H2K stopped it with a well-timed voyage.
Very good use of the Tahm Kench ultimate. We're seeing this pick in a meta full of range support. Still retain his power.
That's bold.
Could have just gotten engaged on there. Of course, Nethergrass is up and available. Odoamne now going to try to fight it up. Here comes the charge from Kled, but he's too far away. Odo making it out safety flash over. Bear Trap on a rope should condemn him to death. Are they going to turn it into a Rift Herald? Because Odoamne is just going to get cut down.
Yeah, and this goes back to the bottom lane. Support overstepping, forcing top laner to teleport. Odoamne, no summoners in the top lane. He gets hunted down by Trashy and Wunder, and Splyce clawing their way back to the game.
Jankos, of course, though, with the empowered Q, takes his time on the Dragon on the bottom side. The Cloud is going to be a bit of a bonus prize there. They move forward in the game, but they have to be careful. Kled can be a powerhouse if they move forward, and 0-3-2 is not the scoreline we expected from Ottawamne.
Baby looking strong though here. Look at the CS deficit. Puts us down onto Daisy, which is the stronger part of Ivern. That's something at least.
It's like two champions. One of them is very good, that one.
Yeah.
The other one is, it's kind of like Bard.
That doesn't feel right. I feel that may have been a bug. I think Daisy should have died there. Let's move on. But yeah, Featherman is doing really well in this Katarina matchup because the Miasma can counter her kind of rapid bouncing around and there's rapid DPS. But if you mess up once, if you miscast the W from Cassiopeia, there's nothing preventing Sanctix from all-winning. So Featherman is playing really well. He's reacting to pressure on the side lanes too. Leaving his lane when he has to. Much better performance than day one.
Yeah, you can see a very sizable gold lead for him in the mid lane as well. About 1K up in his favor. That's farm, that's kills. No global objectives taken yet by either side, so the game hasn't broken open. The laning phase continues to extend. Look across the lanes, everything coming up pretty well for H2K.
Yeah, but H2K has been playing very well with control wards. There's always been at least 2 or 3 on the map. Look at them, top lane has a control ward, there's double control ward around mid, allowing Featherman to really push the advantage home. And then they defend the wards as well. It's really well played by H2K.
It's not just on the map, it's in the inventories as well. You can see Yanko's placing one, another one in the back pocket of Febevin as well as Che. The team very aware to how vision control is important, but Yanko's not quite aware where he needs to be. Will just get eaten up though.
Yeah.
Our favorite note button.
That's big. I think that's a big punish. Losing that cooldown essentially renders Malzahar useless as a pick.
But he has a silence, Crepo.
That's later on in the team fights.
Yeah, definitely not what they wanted whatsoever. They retain control over the jungle for a little bit longer, but without the ult, their claws are kind of taken away from them.
But you can definitely see how the snowball stopped in the top lane though. So that is what Splyce were looking for, a bit of a reprieve. And the game slows down.
You see the Tiamat coming out as well, allowing the Kled to keep up with the Rumble in terms of the push pressure. Now moving out of the lane, trying to get a little aggressive trading here. Nice slow coming in from the Harpoons. Bear trap on a rope. Best ability name in the game, by the way. Fantastic. Please let's name more things ridiculously.
Gets even better in German.
I'm so afraid to try to pronounce that.
Move away from that one. Mickey and Kabe moving to the mid lane, looking for a pick here. Opening with the ultimate, a little questionable.
Maybe trying to get the Devour out early, but...
They're looking to make a pick, but they didn't know, or they weren't tracking Tom Kench, is essentially what happened there. But Malzahar doesn't even have ulti, so this is poor communication. This is kind of seemingly random plays by Splyce. They're moving into 1-3-1 formation. It is mid-game. Katarina can go on the side lane. She can punish AD carries that are straggling on the side lanes very hard. So this will force Featherman to play on the side lane. I like this movement, but I'm not quite convinced of what they were doing with that Jhin ultimate. It speaks of communication issues as well within the Splyce team right now.
Yeah, it has to be a big question. Of course, this is a team that we saw perform so well during the regular season, defy expectations to come in second overall. They went to Worlds, they struggled a bit, and we're still wondering a bit. They struggled a lot. We're wondering, you know, what is the final form of Splyce? They've kept this roster. What is the ceiling here? Because we're really not seeing it.
Yeah, that's the question, honestly, for this season. It's too early to judge, but there is a question on a lot of pundits' minds whether Splyce has already hit their ceiling. Can they still improve in a rapidly evolving kind of metagame of League of Legends? They were really good in summer, but have they surpassed their prime? Because on paper, they should be beating this H2K squad, but H2K is playing a really solid game.
Absolutely. Now, of course, it's not quite as disastrous as the last game. Ottawamne has been shut down. Jankos is still out of control, but overall, things aren't quite as weighted against Splyce as they were in the previous matchup.
Yeah, liking some of the builds as well here. The earlier Bissell from Featherman working against, obviously, that gang combination from Trashy and Senkux. Trashy playing the utility on the Ivern, going as far as an early sidestone into Redemption. He's basically a second support. You can do that, especially when your support can't build Redemption himself, because Malzahar core build is CDR boots into sidestone, and then you basically build the components of either Liandry's or Rylai's, and you can pivot at any point. Because if you build Ruby, Amtome, Blasting Wand, you can still go into either Liandry's or into Rylai's Crystal Scepter. So you can pivot whenever you want. If you snowball, you can go for early Magic Pen. But I think it might just be a Rylai's Rushy for Mickey, because he's not really snowballing, and he wants to slow in teamfights.
Yeah, happy to have the additional CC, especially for Wonder, to keep him in melee range on the Kled, as well as to keep Daisy nice and close and comfortable on the front lines of those team fights.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for. Deathball squad, allowing Senkux to then jump in and get one finisher off. So the outplay that we're looking for from Shay, honestly, with a solid Devour, saving that reset from happening.
And it's so terrifying because very rarely do we see a champion that is so oppressive in the late game as you move forward, especially in this meta. But I mean, Katarina is one of those champions. You can't afford to make single mistakes against them.
But we saw as well over in North America that she can get shut down really easy.
Oh, Yanko's looking to shut him down. In comes the redemption. Yanko's to get a little more. The heal comes in. Yanko's in trouble. Nice footwork to make it out. Trashy gonna block it, but Yanko still gets the kill. I don't even know what hit him. Trashy taken down as well. Disaster strikes for Splyce.
Yeah, lingering damage from Yankos there over time. That was really close. Really solid redemption hit there from Trashy, and this hits Senkux. Look at him, player cam. 0-3 right now. Really suffering in this game. That's a really good reaction from H2K.
He has to be frustrating. Forced to pick up the Axe Drinker in the early game to mitigate the early damage. Wants to get to the Gunblade as fast as possible, but it's 17 minutes and he's just got bits and pieces of every item he needs.
And you can tell that this is a type of composition that's worked for Splyce in scrims. It makes so much sense. You have Wunder snowballing top lane, then he starts roaming into mid lane with his Kled ultimate. Katarina gets 1 or 2 kills, she starts roaming this Malzahar Jhin lane. When you play scrims, you play a little bit more loose. You know, you go for the flash ultis, you go for the aggro, you don't really respect jungle too much. But they fell behind, mostly due to this guy right here, Yankos. He shut down the pace of the early game for Splyce, and then Senkux
Steal for him.
Killed him.
The red buff tick. It looks like he has a bunch of health, I think, because of the Hex Drinker.
Yeah.
But he didn't have that much health. Just a shield against magic damage, but no shields for the true damage there.
He dies, and then it's all falling down like a house of cards here. All these codependencies for Splyce no longer happen, and they're locked into just defensive posture.
And of course, yesterday when we saw the Ivern in the hands of the Unicorns of Love, it was all about facilitating another pick, but this time around, it doesn't feel quite as picked with a purpose here.
I mean, they're running a pick comp with Jhin and with Ivern and with the Kled ultimate. They basically want to find kind of lone stragglers on H2K and just one-shot them.
TP's coming in. Splyce maybe looking to set up the fight. Nuclear just going to get devoured, though.
Watch how Shay is always out of sight.
Oh, Mickey too important. Trashy on the front line. Kobbe now in trouble. This is disaster once again for Splyce. They made a desperate move. Now Wunder from the backside. Nuclear moving forward, but it's just not enough. Splyce, they're going in one at a time. H2K is picking them apart. Senkux wants to make the hero play. Can he get the reset? Flash out. Double kill for H2K.
Yeah, really poised movement there from Nuclear. This is the Abyssal Push. Mickey looking to go down.
Trying to save him. Kobbe's on the back line as well. Just wants to remount. Not even going to get it in time. Fevabin cuts through the Kled.
Yeah, really well played by H2K. Nuclear is calm, flashes out of Katarina, returns the damage. They kill Senkux. He is 0-4-0, doing absolutely nothing in this game. Major props to Shay, hiding around the corner. He was basically baiting the Malzahar ulti, stepping forward the second Mickey flashes, and then casting Devour. And at that point, the card house started falling down again for Splyce.
And it was a slower start this time around. It felt much more evenly paced. We wanted to see more from Splyce in the early game. They balanced out Ottawamne on the top side, but once again, H2K, they punished the mistakes of Splyce time and time again. It's clinical at this stage. There's, I mean, just so little room for Splyce now to come back.
Yeah, so Mickey's looking for the play. Shay walks in, is like, yonk, I'll get you out. Mickey's stuck in turret aggro. He goes down. Suddenly Trashy eats an arrow. Kobbe is in turret range for some reason. Senkux, he wants to go in, but he knows he can't. He can't one-shot the Yankos. Then Wunder comes in, and it's not time with the team anymore, because once you start casting the Kled's ultimate, there's no way of stopping it. And then this flash from Nuclear is the one thing that prevents the reset. And at that point, it's cleanup.
Yeah, Wunder not even going to get the remount. It's all too easy for the Tahm Kench to follow through on the fight.
One thing we learned from H2K today is that they really like playing high damage compositions. Not a single tank in between jungle and top in both these games.
See the frustration on Semkux's face, because all it takes is one reset. All it takes is for Kled to come in maybe a second sooner for him to have the freedom to jump into that fight. Eyes off him for just a second since he can get the damage out.
He's playing Katarina from behind against double exhausts versus a jungle that can go invisible and prevent you from getting more resets.
So hard to deal with. Still putting out insane damage, but if you're not getting the kills, if you're not winning the fights, it does not matter. This could once again turn against them. Mickey's passive going to be popped. Yanko's running into the air. He doesn't have enough damage to take him down, but the fight is now on the top side of the map. Mickey going to go down in the end. Trashy potentially next. Yanko's can get resets too. Stealth up, leap in, going to try to grab another one. Trashy potentially going to go down, but in the meantime, the fight on the bottom side moving in the favor of H2K. Kobbe, the last man standing. Senkux alive as well, and it's not enough. The Katarina is going to have to run.
I picked up one kill right there. Shay is still alive. As Tahm Kench versus Katarina, you either live long enough to prevent the reset, or you become the reset. So that's exactly what Shay wants to avoid.
Warding up.
He's pretty fed.
Yeah, staying safe overall.
And you know, he knows exactly what his role is. Look at his build right here. Don't look at his build right here.
Look at the fight!
Look at the fight. Open up on Trashy. It's good to engage on utility junglers to start the fight. Che goes in for the peel. Redemption is used. Like defensively, this guy survives. I really love what Che is doing in this game. They're dragging them forward. Jankos finishes off the enemy support. He's very low. Then the resets don't happen. He goes in a little bit far, but he enables Febiven. All the cooldowns get soaked up by Jankos. Senkox picks up 1 kill. It's just not enough. Pretty calm and collected fight from H2K. Yes, maybe Jankos can go in a little later, but I like that they're playing in unison pretty much. Always really good target selection. And the point right now for the build is that he's going Ruby side zone into QSS on Che. He has only one job, which is remove the CC that's on him so he can get to the target that he has to and then devour them and survive. Once that's done, he's allowed to die.
Activatable item cooldowns coming in. Potentially a Locket coming in next just for a bit of extra shielding just to present the resets even further. But
because he's the only tank on their team. So when Kled casts his ultimate, he wants to walk in front, take it, but then he's going to eat a bunch of CC in Jin Snare, maybe Malzar ulti himself, maybe the Snare from Trashy. So he's going to say, I'm going to get out of this with QSS. Malzar can never ulti me because I'll survive. And then if you're Mickey, you're looking at a Tahm Kench that can always devour anything. It's similar to Ashe. You can't CC the Tahm Kench because he has QSS. You can't CC his teammates because he's Devourer.
I'm unhappy because I eat.
Well, that's a different one. But I know that one as well.
Moving in, Jankos caught out here briefly. Curtain call coming in. Not going to be enough. Devour stops everything.
He hops into the belly.
Perfectly safe. It feels so frustrating for Splyce. Maybe they didn't expect the Tahm Kench to come in here, but I feel like the majority of their comp is shut down by this pick.
Their second ban rotation could have been TKMF, and then they would have been fine. This is a pure staple meta pick, and I think they just undervalued the weight that Tahm Kench brings to a composition.
Shay now stepping forward, knows that those major cooldowns are off. Equalizer goes down, Mickey in trouble, he's gonna get popped. Katarina goes over the wall. Daisy comes out to look for the disengage, but getting burned down just as quickly. Actually gonna swag walk his way out of there, but not gonna get anything in exchange. H2K picking up a pick.
2 games in a row now is H2K very grouped, condensed in the mid game, mid to late game, after getting an advantage early, off the back of their bot lane playing passive, and Jankos snowballing the top side of the map. It was mid in this game, but it was again early pressure around Odoamne. So we're seeing a bit of a trend from H2K. It's early to highlight, and they're looking to take the Baron buff right now.
Going ever lower, looking for the CC to stop it. At the end of the day, they are going to get the Baron buff. In goes the Tahm Kench. He's bringing the Cassio into the back lines. Wonder has to respect it. Moving in, moving back, moving forward onto Febiven. The exhaust comes out. Good damage. Ult comes in from Kled. Febiven in trouble. Dismounts. Now he's going to die. Febiven running forward, but the low health bar is still there. Flash forward. Nuclear going in, going off as he tries to find more kills. Shutdown going in as well, but it is not enough. Kills picked up from H2K across the board.
Shay walking back and forth like, who do I save? Turns out no one. My team's winning anyways. He actually accidentally ate Jankos while Jankos was going for the kill of Senkox. It allowed Senkox to survive longer, but it's still a super easy ace here for Splyce because they killed Mickey early, I think, and he's now back again. It's so hard for Splyce to fight back at this point. Their composition has been broken down, decomposed, and H2K is enjoying what's going to be a clean 2-0.
And we had a big question about Febiven in this matchup. We said you give him the Cassio, the priority is on him to make these plays happen, to stop the Katarina, and that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, 0 hesitation on the Baron. 5 or 4 damage dealers in a composition will obviously murder Baron. They put in Cassio in the back. Che looks back, he's okay, he's fighting against Wunder. I need to help Jankos to not get reset. Jankos is killing Katarina. Yoink. I'm gonna get this kill. No, turns out you can get it yourself. And then the fight is over.
Just donating it to his fellow Korean on the team. Nuclear happy to pick that one up. Moving in for more. And this is the form of H2K I think we were hoping to see in their first game. We didn't expect it with the new team. We didn't expect clean communication, confident calls, but we're seeing it here today.
Yeah, or it highlights that we were wrong about the teams that they played against. We thought H2K played, or I thought at least they played very poorly, and their opponents played even worse. So it kind of was a bad matchup, but right now H2K is playing super clean. Splyce touted as being the kind of best team here. Honestly, disappointing.
Yeah, expected to top Group B, but a 10K gold deficit is not a good look for a top team. Shay moving down. Senkox dodges out on the arrow, but the pressure's on the bottom side, and you do not want to approach that tower with that miasma waiting to cut off any hope of escape. Oh, 1v1 on the top side, Odo. Didn't have enough, but now they're ganking on the bottom. Exhaust goes onto Jankos. Tomcatch coming in. Slow goes down from the Petrifying Gaze. Daisy comes in, but she's just running for his life as well. Knows the fight is already doomed. H2K in absolute control. Odo having fun in his 1v1 on the top side, but the tower's going to drop. Inhibitor will be next to follow. And Splyce really out of options this time around once again.
Yeah, super clean 4-1 here. Odo want to keep him Wunder busy. He finally drops down right before mounting again. Senkoxic looking for a jump here. Shay always ready to devour. Final ultimate stacks come out from the Jhin. Kobe looking for more bullets.
Not enough bullets in the gun, unfortunately, to take down the side of H2K. Shay moving forward, TP coming in, Wunder is dead for another 28 seconds. This could very well be the game, but Jankos is caught briefly. Malzahar's going in, Jankos now set to fall. No, Shay says no, time and time again.
Ooh, Senkox was very close to getting multiple resets right there, so this was the only potential point of failure, but they can't grasp the opportunity, and H2K looking to clean it up.
Absolutely have to praise H2K as they move into their second game win, their fourth game win of the week, their second series win. H2K off to a clean and confident start as Che takes the glory in the last seconds.
H2-1, H2-0 right now for H2K. This has to feel good for them. Really good opening week, all in all.
Absolutely, I mean, impressive play across the board for the team. Nuclear and Che slotting in so well. Che, give him a clear job. Your job is to save people. He did it time and time again. And almost no options for Splyce for counterplay.
No, from a point of self-preservation, H2K's bot lane has already impressed.
Playing their role in the end, and that's often what it's about. You gotta hit those skill shots, you gotta have those mechanics in those crucial moments, but more important that you're consistent and knowing what your job is on the team.
They dodged a roam 5-man party bot. That was the final nail in the coffin for that game. And they played well enough around the all-in. There was a small slip up in the early game, but that's maybe due to our unfamiliarity with Malzahar support. But then again, Jankos was just, I mean, this guy was reading the entire game. We talked about the 5 avenues deep of Iron Mind games where he goes all these different paths and Jankos reads it. He predicted what Trashy did. He matched the pace. He got to the right side of the map where he wanted to be, which was top side. At the end of his clear, he ganked top. He was hovering around mid. At one point, this man's just gonna get an ego.
I mean, at this point, he deserves it. Reading the opponent.
That's why.
Give him the quick shout. He's checking his damage dealt. The final
he
game.
knows. I think Crawley can be happy as well. We can already see the kind of the macro that we're so used to see from H2K show itself in his game. Really using minion wave pressure, especially game 1. Super happy with that one moment where Odowaman was dancing back and forth, waiting for the wave to push, reveal some members, move to a different lane, pick off in a numbers advantage.
And that sacrifice for the individual for the greater good of the team is something that we saw across almost every member. Everyone willing to back up, everyone willing to give up CS, to give up posturing in a lane or a glory moment for themselves to give someone else the chance when it was the cleaner, better option. And
I feel like you're trying to convince me here or something.
I'm not. I'm really excited about it, man. It was
stop
good,
trying to take a moment for yourself
Legends.
every single time. It works in casting too.
At the end of the day, H2K, I mean, played beautifully throughout that set, and I think the bigger thing here is if H2K keep playing like this, we can expect good games from them coming forward no matter what. If this consistency comes through, but now Splyce is the big question mark for me. What does Splyce have to do in the coming weeks to really sort this out?
I think this is a drafting issue. It's an issue that is fixable by play. They're playing very snowbally compositions as well, but I think the main issue in both these games, you can at least question the draft.
Absolutely, but of course that's enough from us. We do have Pyrotechnics standing by with the new mid laner of H2K.
Thanks very much, guys. Great cast on the day. I'm joined by Febivin, the new mid laner, the old mid laner of H2K, if you want to go back a couple years. First off, congrats on your win. And I want to ask you a little bit about some pick choices because we saw the first Katarina in EU here and the first Cassiopeia. What made you want to pick that champion? How'd you know it was going to work out so well?
I know that if you play Katarina a lot in solo queue, it's just a champion that is. I feel like it's only good against players who don't understand how a champion works. It's always like that. Like if you don't know with Katarina and I'm playing with Exhaust and we have a good team composition against it, then she's not gonna do a lot. So I was really confident in my picks against Katarina because I play Katarina myself and I know her weaknesses and her strengths. So it was kind of easy.
Great. I'll remember that the next time I have to take on Vedius, and I can actually shut him down for a change. So it wasn't just you that had a massive impact, but excellent, excellent play on the series overall. I want to ask you a little bit about the team and just in general, like the comms and how you guys played seemed a little haphazard on day number 1 against Origin, but it looks so much cleaner, so much clinical, what people were expecting out of H2K. What changed between opening day and today?
I don't think a lot of things changed between like the games 2 days ago and the games today. I think we had some small mistakes that we improved. Not specifically communication because it's really tough, but I think we just played a lot better today, and I think Splyce really underperformed, so it was much easier for us. Yeah.
Definitely seemed that way, and you guys seem to be so much more together, so clear. Ryu was kind of known as a shot caller on the team, but you came and replaced him this year. How are the comms in the team? Like, who is really making these big play calls?
I think we don't have like a main shot caller. It's just everyone giving information, making calls, asking questions. Can we do this? Can we do Drake? Can we do Baron? Can you cover me? All this stuff, and I think we are just trying to get all on the same page. What we need to win the games in practice. We just try to play the best stuff possible. We try to communicate properly, and I think with a lot of time, we will be a very good team.
Well, it's certainly off to a great start for you guys, 4-0. One last question I want to ask you, Febiven. Now that we've had a chance to see everyone play both groups, A and B, what is your opinion of the relative table strength, and who has the edge looking at it going to the next weeks of the split?
I think it's really tough to say. I haven't scrimmed most of the teams yet. I think I scrimmed only five teams in the LCS yet. All the teams have like new rosters. But I can say that Gamers 2 and Fnatic, they look really strong in the other group. And I think for our group, Unicorns are looking very strong, even though we haven't scrimmed that yet. I saw them playing yesterday. It's going to be a lot of competition because there's so many good players, so many good teams right now. And yeah, it's just going to be tough, but I think we can do really well if we practice properly.
Absolutely, and you guys seem to have practiced a decent bit already, and very, very kind words and enthusiasm for a lot of the teams here in EU. Thanks again for joining me, Febiven. Congratulations on your win. But for now, it's time to lock and load into the post-game lobby.
Welcome everybody to the post-game lobby where I'm joined by Stress, Perks, and Mythy to look back on week 1 of the 2017 EU LCS Spring Split. Thank you so much for joining us, gentlemen, and we're going to start by taking a look at the last series of the week, which was H2K versus Splyce. H2K, they had already won their first series of the week versus OG. Up versus Splyce, it could have been an equal fight, but H2K dominated them.
It was disappointing from Splyce, really, when you look at it. I mean, we expected so much more. H2K just tore them apart. As soon as we look at the in-game, just H2K were drawing them around the map time and time again. Big fights going all H2K's way.
Is it safe to say that OG was a harder opponent than Splyce?
I mean, least to be discussed, but in terms of where the gold was at 20 and 25 minutes, maybe. You're not going to offer any more analysis?
Nah, I just thought it was funny to comment.
It was funny indeed.
Well, we saw Febiven in Game 1 going off pretty heavily. Perks, your thoughts on his performance? I mean, Game 1, the Jace. What do you think?
I think he's playing really insane. Or like, he's playing really good. He's playing how he's supposed to play. He's playing, I think him and Jankos are really good mid jungle. Like, together, they play really good around pressure and around where to move or when to gank. I think Jankos is like really good at ganking too. So they're a really good duo, I think. And that's why they will be a really strong team.
Jankos was also player of the series, especially awarded by Perks also. So he'll thank you for that. One final thing maybe about Splyce. We saw them in their first match. Really not a good showing, Mythy. Why do you think that was, and how do you think they can evolve?
I think they just got frustrated as soon as they lost their first 1 or 2 kills, but I really thought Splyce was going to put up a better showing than what they did today.
I think in Game 1, like, draft was not so well done by Splyce, so it's like kind of an excuse for them to lose the game. But I think in Game 2, the draft was pretty good, and they had like everything they needed to win the game. Was just they had a good comp, they had a good 1-3-1, they had good after level 6, but they just fell too far behind. And after level 6, they did some poorly plays. How Fabiano to like Katarina, he didn't play the matchup as he was supposed to play, I think, and he tried to force too much, so he got punished for it. And I think after that, it was really hard for him to come back. So mid-jungle of H2K was just pressuring them up.
Much stronger in the first week. Splyce will have to go back to the drawing board. I do want to highlight another matchup we saw here, the very first one of the week. G2 Fnatic. This is now 2 days ago for you guys, 2-1. What were your thoughts, Smithy, now that you've had some time to think about
it? That's exactly my thoughts. That's really exactly my thought, because I really didn't, like, the games were so messy, there was so much action, and it was really...
fun to watch, though, if you guys want to rewatch it.
It was really fun to play too, actually.
I think for me, it was like I was extremely nervous this series, and here I'm seeing myself getting a bit outplayed. But here, in my excuse, I didn't know I was in turret range, so there was like someone played the turret to be a bit longer range.
Right.
So that's a bit unlucky. And overall, the series was really insanely hype. I think both mid laners were like kind of nervous because I played really bad, or I played good after lane, but I played really poorly, and Caps didn't play at his level what he's usually used to. So it's like
Caps is better, is you're saying? Caps is better than what
you do? Caps is really insane,
well,
but he just didn't show it yet.
I'll write that down on our list.
That's a good meme. And I think game 2 and 3 were like so messy, so I had no clue what was going on.
Yeah, we were even
to
the old Fnatic backdoor with the rise from Caps. You've heard, Perks, your thoughts on Caps. Miffy, quick thoughts on Jez's return to the Rift?
He played well in those games. They had a bad matchup every game, and they did fine. But the matchups, like I was saying earlier like when we were talking about matchups on bot lane, they just had a bad matchup, and at some point they lost their tower. But he did fine overall.
All right, well, it was a very interesting one to watch. If you're going to rewatch one of the matches this week, you should certainly watch Fnatic G2 again. And another one we want to highlight is the Unicorns of Love versus Vitality. Just because the Unicorns of Love, they had a game plan and they broke the mold in terms of picks and bans.
Again, trying to break a little bit of the meta game we had in the 10 pick and ban phase, at least for the Unicorns. You know, they let the Rengar through, picked the Ivern, picked a bunch of shields in response. And Unicorns always exciting and did not let anything down against Vitality.
Unicorns of Love 2-0 in their week. We had a post-game interview this week also with Febiven of H2K, who said that Unicorns of Love were very, very good, possibly second best in that group. Perks and Mithy, what do you guys think?
Well, we haven't played Unicorns much in Screams, I think, but I think they are a good team, like really good team. And they have good players on every role. I think Xerxe is a good jungler. Like, he's surprisingly good for a rookie. He doesn't play as like any rookie's like contract, so was like carrying alone by solo queuing. But I think Xerxe is like a more controlled jungler. He plays like really smart and really good around the pressure.
Mithy facepalmed at that Camille.
Oh my god, I didn't watch that game. Like, oh, that hurt. Oh,
yeah.
It felt like a stab on.
Well, Vizicachi was the player of the series also in that one. He did get his hands on Camille in game 2, so that's always good. Maybe Vitality. Where do you guys see that team going this split?
It's always strange, right? Like, you always think, oh, Vitality, they're gonna be so good, and then they end up 7th place. So maybe it's safe to say 7th place now. I'm not sure.
Maybe Hachani can whip him into shape as we get further, but still a lot more to see from Vitality.
I heard that Hachani is insane. So
yeah.
So maybe he can bring the team and teach them all how to play the roles, and then when everyone knows how to play the roles and how to pressure with the map and how to not play for kills or play for outplays like Cabocher is trying to do, and play for pressure and smart play, I think they can be a good team.
Yeah,
because they have good players.
They have good players. We have a lot to look forward to. All the teams are evolving. We're going to take a look at the standings after 1 week of competition, as they are ranked in terms of series wins. G2 has 2 of those for now. H2K has 2 of those. Then Misfits, Unicorns of Love, each one, and the rest of the teams don't have any wins yet. What is standing out for you for the standings for now?
One thing standing out, it doesn't quite come from the standings, but Misfits a little underwhelming in their first performance. Giants looked a lot better than people were giving them credit for, so we need a couple more weeks of play to see exactly where the newcomers to the EULCS can find themselves later on in the split.
Mithy and Perks, when you look at these standings after week 1, is this somewhat to be expected, most of the things?
I think it was pretty much like drawn out to be that way. I mean, if we can safely assume that we were going to win our game, right? Then yeah, I think that's probably like what everyone wrote off for the standings to be if G2 would win the first game.
All right, well, all plans so far. Look forward to what's coming up in week 2. It's a super week because we love those and we miss them so much. So many games, and let's see at G2. You guys are facing Misfits, so how do you think that's gonna go? They are the new and coming quite hyped team.
Misfits kind of remind me like G2 1 year ago, coming from Challenger Series with 2 Koreans and 3 rookies, I think. Oh, they have Power Rival, which is not a rookie. They're like good top and AD, and they're like a pretty interesting team. I think they're not like super good right now, but they have quite how is it called, potential to be good. And I think they're not gonna be like an easy opponent, but I think right now we will probably have the upper hand.
I actually didn't realize until now that I'm playing against my whole team, like my whole old team from Origin.
Yep.
Until now that we're actually all in the same group.
Yep.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
I just went to another
Something
funny,
to look forward to.
Another funny thing to talk about.
So funny.
The real standard
What a
match.
funny fact, guys.
Unicorns H2K on Saturday. That's going to be a great match.
That's going to be a fantastic match indeed. Now, we are going to dive a bit deeper into week 1 with some rookies to watch and the 10-ban meta with our guests. So if you're joining us in client, be sure to hit up youtube.com/LOL Esports for the extended edition of the post-game lobby.
It's gonna be fun.
I'm gonna look at myself every time.
And you're going to watch the VOD, of course. Well, now
I will
that's
see
out of the
myself on the
way.
client all the time.
Oh, and a zoom in over there.
Guys, come on.
You can see how good you look. So, we're going to talk a bit more about the week. We have a bit more time to dive into some things. And the first thing I want to ask about is your first week performance and just your new entourage and infrastructure. You guys added Weldon as well and Shark. So how's that all going?
I go?
Yeah, you go first.
Surprisingly good. I thought it was going to be a lot more messy, and like I didn't really like have any expectations, but I didn't think it was going to go as well as it's going right now in terms of coaching staff and how we are working as a team towards solving issues, talking about them, and yeah, in general, it just feels a lot better. Like, and it feels like we improve faster too.
I agree with what he's saying. I think we have never been like improving at such a fast rate and so efficient. Like everything we do, even the small things, like every small detail is being improved on by our coaches, on our players, and it's like we are facing problems a lot more. So we are like having conflict, but a positive and like good conflict, and we're just solving so many issues and getting better every day. So I think both of them are a really good addition to our team. And about my personal performance, I think today, I mean, overall, I've been working on like the last 3 months to play smarter or like just use my brain more, and it's been working really well. Even though my first game versus Fnatic was like, well, I was really like shaking and nervous, so it was just really stage jitters. But today I was really confident.
Would you mind giving then a concrete example of what did the coaches or what did Weldon then say to you maybe after that game or after that series?
Well, I wasn't like tilting or something. I was just nervous and I was just playing bad. It's hard to explain, but I was playing nervous and bad. I was 0-3 with Syndra, and now I didn't tilt for a second. So I was actually proud of myself. You know, holy shit, I'm 0-3 feeding, and I'm mentally strong. Like at the Worlds, it was like, oof.
PG,
but now it's really good, and it's been a lot from Weldon too. I think like what he's been teaching us after scrims and in between scrims, and yeah.
I think the best part is that we have kind of found, or at least for now, right? Maybe it's like a honeymoon that we're having or anything, but it just feels like, at least during scrims and maybe during the first few games of LCS, that even when things are not going well and when people are tilting off the face of the earth and things are like, just like we don't have a good day off practice and so on, they're still learning. There's still people trying to keep each other, like comfort each other and like keep the group together. And even if someone is really mad, that person will also like try to like calm down and talk about things with like slowly without trying to trigger someone else, you know, to like start a whole sad or madness situation. So it just overall feels a lot more professional, and that we're all working towards a goal without getting like dug in the bad things that are happening.
Yeah.
You know, you two are more of the outspoken members of G2. Is that the same? Have you had time to speak to Expect, Trick about this and how they're finding some of the progress that maybe Weldon and your support staff have been dealing with it? Because obviously they've been here now for about a year. It's like solidly that they're integrated in Europe. But when it comes to this next step on training, are they finding the same kind of results that you guys are?
I know since Trick has Dehan has been playing with us for just a split, so his English is not as good as Trick's, which has been playing like in Europe for 2 splits now. So I think Trick has an easier time than Dehan, because with Dehan we have to translate some stuff and have Trick translate for Dehan a little bit, even though he knows, like he understands like pretty much all the basic. But once you talk about like
More
some psychology stuff that Weldon starts talking about chemistry and stuff with us, you know, on the whiteboard, then
pulls out his phone and yep, let's translate this word and this word.
Yeah, but usually I think it's going well, and as long as we keep trusting and hopefully things keep going well, and even if we lose, we kind of like just keep our mental strength together and try to work on things to improve on. And if we keep that mindset, like maybe, like I said before, we're in a honeymoon pace, and at some point it will just everyone will just explode and everything will go wrong. But for now, it's going well, and we will just try to keep it going. It's going.
I know you guys are focused in the moment, but just to put the fans at ease there, if you can say anything about it, obviously our big storyline is here. We know that G2 is good, and they should be good again domestically, but they're already thinking about those international events and that performance, because that is kind of the big blemish on your record so far. I know you said publicly, hey, we're focusing on the split and winning the spring split. So how much is that something that lives, or how much is that something that you consciously try and avoid a bit for now?
Well, for me, it's since my performance in Worlds was really catastrophic, and our team's performance too. For me, it's really important to win the spring split and go to MSI, where it all started, the whole fiasco. So redeem our picture, my picture there. And I don't. In the long term, is of course goal, but I think this is my first goal, and this is what we should do. And I really will try for my life to do that.
Okay.
I think as a team, we are now looking, since we've now had the experience, and I think that during the first split that we played together, we just played a lot more comfortable, as in we just played around our strong lanes, or for example, bot lane would have a good game, or they would have a good matchup, and we just play around bot lane, and we didn't really like think about the strategy and how to play as a team. And even if we're playing around bot, we still should like play as a team around bot and not just like with our jungler only. And I think that we kind of like got that experience from Worlds, that teams were playing as a unit, and we are trying to implement that now this year. And obviously it's hard, and we're going to make a lot of mistakes, and we're making a lot of mistakes, but we are trying to have the idea where we want to work as a unit, and once we face a team that is also really good, then we will lose as a unit, and we will lose because we make mistakes as a team together, and not because we are just like all over the place and not really where we're supposed to be.
That's super interesting, and of course we'll be following your growth as well. Excuse me. And we also want to look at the first week of 10 ban system here in the EULCS. We saw evolving metas already. Here we see again how everything plays out.
Yeah, we've had enough games. I think people are used to it now, but if you haven't quite seen enough, of course, pick and ban phase. Pick and ban phase 1 is 3 bans, 3 picks for each team, and then 2 bans, 2 picks in ban phase 2 and pick phase 2. We've had a lot of games on it. Perks, a lot of focus towards mid laners. Mithy, a lot of focus towards supports. Perks, what's your biggest takeaway about moving to 10 bans now?
Well, it's so complicated, and that's the first thing why I like it. It gives so much more like variables, what you can do, and right now I think the draft is actually like somewhat pretty balanced. Like blue side gets more free bans because the red side has to ban Rengar and Camille, which are like considered really OP, and LeBlanc I think is like a if you want to ban it or if you're not comfortable playing against it, even though I think it can be played against. And for blue side then you have a first pick of an OP champ. Or you have 3 free bans, which you can like target one, or you can like target different roles and then pick draft according to that. But for red side, it's like they have last pick in the first phase, so they can pick the champ and then ban something out that counters that champion. And I think it's just like it's divided what 3 roles are the most OP, or like what is the best blind pick for these 3 roles in the first draft. And then in the second draft is like about counter picking or getting a stronger matchup for like either bot lane or mid lane.
I think it's quite interesting that you say, so coming into the week, we thought, okay, Camille, Rengar have to be banned out for sure. And then LeBlanc, you say you can leave it open, because obviously for you, it would be really nice if you get your hands on it. But we saw, for instance, in the UOL versus Vitality series that Vitality got their hands on Rengar, and the Unicorns of Love had a comp drafted against it. So, Mithy, do you still agree that Camille and Rengar are the must bans and LeBlanc may be left open, or how do you think the variation is evolving?
I think there's going to be like a lot of different versions and a lot of different strategies that are going to be coming up, especially when now that other regions are playing too, you can see what some other regions are testing and what some other regions have found out. So the game is constantly evolving, and so will the draft. Overall, 10-man draft, I think, 10-man draft, I just think that it's a lot more fun because you get to play a lot more champions and you have a lot more diverse things that you can do and a lot of playful things that you can do. And as long as the meta doesn't become like very focused on one thing, like for example for top it will be only tanks or only this and only that.
Please no.
Then it's yeah. But the main thing, or the thing I think that is going to be really nice, is that at least I get to play a lot of different stuff, and maybe top lane will get to play a lot of different stuff, because on the last 2 bans you can target ban one player, target ban one pool of champions, and that just makes it a lot more fun.
And that oh sorry, please.
I agree with what Mithy said, and it's also more fun for mid lane, because right now on mid lane you can actually play so many different champions, and I like to play a lot of different styles. So I think it allows Milan, who have deeper champion pool, to shine more or to be like reliability in draft, or like you can win draft by just having either like a trust in your bot lane or top lane or mid lane to like ban out champions and then play like a 6 champion or like a 7 champion from the draft, you know?
Yeah.
So I think it's really good for teams with wide champion pools.
Yeah, and also LeBlanc, Syndra, and Ryze were the most contested, and watching a LeBlanc player or Syndra is also very interesting for the viewers. And then in terms of the support champion pool, we have Zyra, of course, a must-have. We have the Malzahar in there as well. You, or in last series, there was also a Tam Kench that was coming out.
That was the 6th champion.
Yeah. So how do you feel about the pool that is at your disposition and how you can kind of flex your muscles with different picks?
I feel like I'm not really good at anything, but I can play everything kind of like okay. At least I not to the point where I don't get flamed too much. So overall it's fine. I can play MF, I can play Zyra, Malzahar, Karma, Tam Kench, and then all the tanks, you know.
Do you now mean mechanically or?
Yeah, mechanically. I mean mechanically. I think just in general there's so many things that you can play, and if you target one person, I think probably like the hardest for me would be to play Thresh well. But yeah, I think
just baiting people into playing Thresh.
In general, it's just more fun because I get to play a lot of different stuff, and it's just not like Braum, Tam Kench, Braum, Tam Kench, Tam Kench, Braum, like it was before.
All right.
I'm interested to know, we had a lot of people say, oh, Red side looks very, very strong with the number of, first bans, first picks they get in phase 2. And we've seen Red side be forced into picks at the end of the first phase where, if you don't pick a Zyra or a Misfortune, it's going to get banned. What are your thoughts, Perks, on the strength of Red side and Blue side? Because everybody's still picking Blue for first pick.
I think everyone is picking Blue for the reason I mentioned, is that you can ban out someone. Like for example, versus Fnatic, we picked Blue because I thought Caps was their best player. So if we ban out Katarina and I don't know what the champ was, only Katarina and the next game Ryze, that we would have like a lot easier time winning the game because the way they play is they play towards mid and they rely on him to snowball and carry.
And then you lost game 2 when he played Ryze.
Yeah, but it was really unlucky. It was just unlucky.
Backdoor.
And it allows you to pick first pick, which is what I mentioned is really strong, like Zyra or something that's really contested, and then you can pick like 2 safe champions, and you can get a counter pick for next one and a safe blind pick like for top, or like counter pick for mid and safe blind pick for top, or vice versa. So
I think it will just change depending on the meta, because once the red side doesn't have 2 like I was saying that they were not maybe must bans, but right now they kind of are must bans, like Camille and Rengar at least. Then you have it's very easy as blue side. You can just sit down and be like, okay guys, let's draft. They're gonna ban Camille and Rengar. Yeah. What do we do? So you already know how they're going to start their draft, so you can already prepare your own draft.
Unless you're against the Unicorns of Love. Of course.
Yeah, that's actually the tough one. Yeah.
But if you don't sit down and are like, yeah, okay, they have those 3 bans. We have 3 bans to play with. We have the first pick. We have this or that. It's much easier to prepare on blue side. That's why teams are liking that side more. But once maybe those champions are not banned every game, then I think red side also has a lot of strengths, because you have the last pick, so you can take a champion. Like for example, you can take Zyra on the last rotation of the first rotation of champions. You can take Zyra and then you can ban MF, for example. And then they're like, oh shit, he got Zyra and now we can't play MF into Zyra. So there's things you can do on red side too that are also very good. But right now, since it's very telegraphed that the red side team is going to ban at least 2 champions, it's much easier to...
TLDR, we're all happy with the 10-ban system, it seems like?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. I also heard you talking about Caps, and we do want to also keep an eye on the new EULCS talent, and it is Caps. Of course, Caps has some experience in the Turkish league as well, and he just seems to be fitting in really, of course, we're going to look at this again. Sorry, Kirk.
He's so insane. He just knew the turret was going to hit me there, so he just flashed in.
So talk me through, what do you think the good things are about Cap so far? In lane, he seemed to be quite good, but you then mentioned that you had a better time getting into the game macro-wise. So give me your opinion on Caps.
I think in lane, in scrims, he was really, really good. I think on stage he was a bit nervous, so I had an easier time, or I should have had an easier time, but I didn't. And I think he's a really good mechanically, talented gifted player, how you want to call it, because he spams a lot of games and he just he plays the matchups very well. Like the lane matchups, he can play lane matchups better than probably every mid laner in LCS, but I think then he lacks a lot of things that other mid laners have, like experience, game knowledge, positioning in team fights, and just everything else about the laning phase, I think he has to work on that stuff, but I think he is really talented and he can go really far.
Do you think that of all the mid laners that we see, there's like this arc, it kind of happened to you that you were really good mechanically and in lane, and then you kind of, as you say now you have to focus a bit more on the other aspects of the game and the macro. We saw the same thing with Febiven actually. He completely slaughtered people in lane and mechanically, but then the rest didn't come and he had to focus on that. Is that just normal nowadays because you can't learn it all at the same time?
I mean, the Febiven thing is debatable in 2015 because Fnatic was so much better than everyone else.
Okay.
But he was really good, like, mechanically, team player, and like, just cleaning up and playing fights perfectly. Like, he was really insane, yeah. But I think you're right. What you're saying is like, last year I was focusing more on myself, like individually. Like I wanted to be like so fucking good that I can win versus everyone with my eyes closed, you know. And it was like not a good mindset to have, obviously, for a little cocky kid. And and then like after Worlds and everything, even before Worlds, I already started like thinking of more macro, more brain, using my brain, etc., etc. But it just, I don't know. It was a really bad tournament for me. And then after that, I spent a lot of time just focusing on myself, not the mechanics part and everything else, which made me grow and improve a lot. I think it's gonna be same for Caps, or maybe not, because maybe he will not be as cocky as I was, and maybe he will take advice from his teammates or just whatever to make him not feel the fall or like the fail at international tournaments. So yeah, I think if Fnatic gets international tournaments, he will perform. I mean, it's early to say, but he can perform good.
He has 3 veterans in his team. I just want to point out. And Jessis is kind of a veteran too, in a way. And yeah, 3 veterans. 2 of them also, like together with me, also helped out Sven when he was starting. He was starting to play. So I think that if he plays his cards out right and listens to everyone that wants to give him advice and wants to help him out, even though maybe all advice he doesn't agree with, but every advice is welcome, right? I think he can overcome all these small things that kind of like hold you back.
We're all looking forward to seeing Caps' growth, and especially the Perks-Caps rivalry, which maybe we'll get to see a few more times in 2017. Speaking about a player that was playing for his team, I want to talk about Xerxes. For all the Unicorns of Love, has experience in Turkey, much like Caps, but this guy showed no nerves on the stage yesterday, bringing out different picks, bringing out the Rumble. We saw, you know, the Ivan come out as well. Seemed to have a great game. What were your opinions on him, Perks?
He's actually impressed me a lot. I didn't expect, like, I saw in some interview that Alex said that he was going to be a new monster or something. I was kind of cringy to that, but it turned out to be really true. Like, he's really impressed me, and he's been performing he's been performing like a veteran, not like a rookie, which is like pretty surprising for me for a guy who just entered LCS, you know. Yeah, he has experience in Turkey and stuff, but this is like a lot better teams and higher pressure, and yeah, he's just been really solid, and I look to see more of him. Still,
it's interesting that both Caps and Xerxes, they come from those Turkish leagues and they come here and they perform quite well immediately. And to the fact that he also has a big champion pool, which is, he fits in great in Unicorns of Love. If you have a deep champion pool, you can give Sheepy all these tools to work with.
Xerxes and Caps actually played on the same team, I think.
Yeah, they were carrying together.
So now.
They were insane.
See, there we go.
Insane duo. Imagine they were together in LCS. Holy.
Those maybe someday. Well, they got off to a flying start on both teams here. And another rookie we want to keep an eye on is Ignar. He also got the player of the series when they played Misfits played versus Giants. Yep. It was 2 days ago. There were a lot of matches. So, Mithy, what do you think about Ignar?
I really didn't watch the game. I'm so sorry.
You played versus him in solo queue?
I haven't played much against him, but he seems...
Can you say anything?
Okay, the games I've seen him play, he seems very... I mean, I've seen him play Thresh a lot, and I really have a very hate-love relationship with Thresh, where I think that the champ is useless.
The champ is good, but he's too bad to play it. So.
Yeah, I think the champ is... yeah, basically. I think the champ is useless one game, and then I get destroyed by the champion, and I'm like, okay, so maybe Thresh is a good pick, you know, and then I play it, and then I'm like, nah, guys, Thresh is horrible, trust me.
This is what happens when we give a support player of the series. Mithy is to say, no, I can't say anything about it.
No.
Ignar looked great in Challenger, like really, really solid against the Challenger support, so I'm looking forward to seeing him against more LCS supports. Now, the guy earned a lot of player of the games in Challenger, and if he can kind of maybe be a little less aggressive at times,
I mean, I'd say he got his comfort pick in Thresh on that first game, and they didn't do so well, and then they put him on Malzahar, and he flashed in, and he ulted, and he saved those Barons, so I would say that maybe some of that Challenger experience is coming in. All right, that's it, guys. Anything else?
When do I play against Ignore? I play against
Next week, in the Super Week, actually.
baby.
Misfits
So
versus
fresh
G2.
banner.
Yeah, there we go.
So am I featured matchup? Is that how it goes?
You know what? We're going to think about it. But thank you guys very much for joining us here after week 1. It is time to log out of the post-game lobby. That concludes week 1 of the EULCS 2017 Spring Split. From all of us here on the broadcast team, thank you for joining us. And we'll see you on Thursday at 5 p.m. Central European Time to bring you more League of Legends goodness. Daarna.
Peace.
Tschüssi.
All the way through and first blood for the Maokai. And Benji is going to get caught by the rest of the team. Maxlor has jumped in. Safeguard, not safe enough. Maxlor is burning and gone. And down goes Ladine. And just like that, 3 kills on the board for G2.
3 people down here, but there's a double teleport, and in comes Trick and Mithy. It's never just one, and just like that, they're gonna burn through Maxlor. Nice.
Up the push straight, but Perks coming around the backside. Sven opens up the curtains, and now ROCCAT, they're gonna make him disappear. How about that for a magic trick? What an ace! 38 minutes, and G2, it's gonna be Nexus. Betsy's here. Maybe he can find Trick. The damage just enough. No, it isn't. Trick with the outplay. Now, Betsy, there's no one else there. Expecting Trick. They just said, forget it. We're on to the Nexus right now. And there's nothing ROCCAT can do. G2 sweep the series.
And then my teammate's gonna get headache.
I don't know. Gonna get the shock blast. Tries to shield as he makes it out. Yankos wants to highlight. Wonder's gonna take him down. Nor is he Yankos. Oh, he pulls back. H2K, they're too far ahead. It was everything we expected from the draft, and H2K out-execute to take game 1. But Yankos is on the way. Wonder may have overstepped. He's dismounted. Pocket pistol, not going to take him to safety. First blood for the First Blood King. Yankos maybe looking for the out duel. Flashes forward. Does have the empowered Q. Can just reset it. Sencux. H2K is picking them apart. Sencux wants to make the hero play. Can he get the reset? Flash out. Double kill for H2K. As they move into their 2nd game win. Their 4th game win of the week. Their 2nd series win. H2K off to a clean and confident start as Kay takes the glory in the last seconds.